on in and smash that like button. Tell a friend, tell a friend. We got an excellent conversation ahead once again on the morality of the child support system. Part 2. If you joined us last time, you already know you went for a good one. This was a heated discussion. Round 2 was very necessary. We got an excellent panel of guests that I'm going to introduce in just a sec. The show will be starting shortly.
Call me Driscoll, aka Jesus Peace. Spitting scriptures that's in red, making Jesus speak. If you get that through your head, what your demons seek, it's the blood that these vampires need to drink, that bring the dead back to life, make it seem discreet. Man, these lives getting touched, I redeem the streets. Hit you deeper than that crack that these fiends can't beat. It's the dawn of the dead, quarantine the streets. For the goons with AKs, ARs, strapped up like they made for war. I speak for those with no voices, while my words cut like a ninja sword. So much spirit up on each verse that you ain't gotta go to church just to hear the Lord. Make your soul rain at the inner core. It's the blood game that we living for. Make you hold your pain or you sin no more. What we out here trying to be bitter for? To reflect the pain from the inner war. That's the bigger war. Please give us Lord. Let's party, get turned, and don't let haters stop your thunder. Tell your DJ that Driscoll got the club locked this summer. What's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to welcome you again to the Church of Heathens. Tonight, I have a special co-host, one of my favorite people in the entire world. She carries my last name. She has given me the beautiful gift of 8 beautiful children. On her YouTube channel, where she discusses marriage and family, she goes by the name of Family Values. Without further ado, please welcome our co-host for the night, the one and only Jasmine Sanders.
Hello.
Appreciate you being here to help me manage this amazing but important conversation. We also have a slew of additional guests that'll be joining us tonight for this panel discussion on the morality of the child support system. So without further ado, let's get these people on in here. Let's start with my guy. He is always family to what we're doing over here in Church of Heathens. You've seen him plenty of times before. He doesn't need much of an announcement. Without further ado, let's get my guy Smitty in here. Smitty, what's up with you, bro?
What is going on, man?
Man, for the people who don't know you, tell them about yourself, where they can find you, what you do, etc.
I'm the bad guy from part 1 of this series here. Libertarian. Getting my YouTube page ready. Going to be called The Show About Nothing, and I'm excited to be here.
Absolutely. And he was on the last child support panel. So if you did not check it out after this one, be sure to tune in. Next up, we have another friend of this channel. She goes by Keeping It Real with Lakia. Her name is Lakia. Without further ado, let's get her in here. Lakia, please introduce yourself to the people as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lakia. I call myself the Great Debater, so I like to debate on these topics and share some insight from the modern and traditional perspective.
It's a great name for yourself, if I do say so myself, I must admit.
Oh, thank you.
All right. And then next, if you have ever tuned in to the classic, most legendary Facebook show of all time. It was called End Time Soldiers. All the way back in 2020. I'm talking during the pandemic. It was three witty guys who launched off into the social media atmosphere and just dang near took over the internet if life didn't prevent us from going further. If you were there, you experienced a special moment and you're going to recognize this face. One third of the former show called End Time Soldiers. Let me get my guy Grizzy in here to talk to the people, man. Tell them about yourself if they don't know you.
Hi, everybody. Grizzy. As Driscoll said, I was part of End Time Soldiers. Had a wonderful time doing that show. As most of y'all who remember the face, I like to get into the conspiracy theory stuff. I like to go to the conversations that will get me banned on every platform, and I don't really care because you know what, my phone's been tapped, so has all my social medias. Let's get it. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Amen. And after that, what else they gonna do to you at this point, right?
At this point, it is what it is.
Word, word. And next up, we have who goes by Shelly E. She runs an amazing show on the YouTube channel Metro Conservative Media. Show's called Pop and Politics. So definitely check her out after this. Without further ado, let's get Shelly E in here to let you know who she is and what she's about.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. This is my first time on your show, but I am so glad to be here.
Absolutely. And Shelly, your mic is a little hot. We're getting a little feedback.
Should I turn it down or?
Yeah, we can come down and not.
Okay.
All right, all right. And we have one more amazing panelist, definitely last but not least. She goes by Singled Out C. Without further ado, let's welcome her to this show and introduce herself as well.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. So my name is Christina. I go by Singled Out C. I educate and equip women on how to walk through the single season so that we can be better prepared to be wives and not long-term girlfriends. That is
nice. I highly encourage everyone to check out her channel. I haven't even seen it yet, but I didn't know that that was what she was doing. So please link us your information in the back chat so we can put you out there because that's a powerful thing that you're doing. I appreciate you being here. All righty. Now let's get through it. I don't know how many of you did see the last panel, but let's just start like this. Is the child support system working effectively as is, or should there be some changes? And if you do believe there should be some changes, maybe that'll be a conversation starter. Let's go there. Let's start with you, Singled Out C.
Should there be changes? I mean, I'm sure there should be. But I think the changes isn't. I don't think the change is with the system. I think it's with the parents. And I think when you change how children are being produced, that will ultimately change the child support system. I think to say we're going to start at the child support system is kind of working backwards. We need to we're just chopping off fruit. I think we need to go to the root of why child support isn't working if it's not.
When you say change how children are produced, explain that if you can.
So with me, I'm coming from a Christian background. So I, at this point, don't believe that you should have children outside of marriage. That's number one. But the day and age that we live in, we know how things roll. You shouldn't have children if you cannot financially provide for them. If you cannot emotionally provide for them. I think it's not really, it's a big responsibility. And I will be the first to say single parenting is ghetto. I don't know why anybody would want to sign up for this club. It's ghetto, all capital letters. And, child support is ghetto, all capital letters, because we shouldn't even be here. But I think, again, it goes back to a root issue of how we view sex, how we view relationships, how we view the institution of marriage.
all of those things are flawed at this point. So of course we're going to have a messed up child support system, because there shouldn't even be a child support system. My thoughts.
Okay. All right. That's a hell of a way to put it. What's your thoughts, Grizzy?
Well, having been in this situation,
that's what I want to hear from someone who has been on child support mainly.
Yeah. My child support was through divorce agreement. When me and my ex-wife got divorced, we were agreed at a certain number, and that was the number that I paid. And in the beginning, it was tough because it was like I was paying, but I wasn't allowed to see my daughter. You know, it was like she was using it as a way to as a weapon. You know what I mean? Like to further hurt me and cause a lot of stress. So for me, it got to the point. It's like, okay, well, I'm paying for my daughter. You know, it's like whatever she needs, I'm buying. Plus, I'm giving you money, because ultimately, you know, I believe as fathers, you know, we should always take care of our children. You know, no matter what the circumstances is. You know, rather it's for her, or for things that she may need. You know, I'm gonna do my part, but also, you know, provide. But then once she got married, it was now becoming like I was taking care of their mortgage. And, you know, it was just like, okay, well, you and your dude work. So like everything that my daughter needs, I buy. You know, I'll give you money, but yet my daughter is not wearing clothes that fits her. My daughter is tall. She's 9 and she's already 5'3". So it's like the child is growing, but where's the money going? You know, I don't see her getting new clothes. You know, I'm sending her with bags of clothes every time I pick her up. And it was at the point where I was seeing my daughter 9 times a month. You know what I mean? And that wasn't working for me. So then COVID happened, which, you know, in a sense was a blessing, because she couldn't maintain the online schooling. So now it was like we did 50-50. So now she's with me every week. So what am I paying you? If she's at my house, what financially, things that she may require that she's not already getting here. So it was at the point where it was like, all right, so everybody wasn't working. She was like, well, I still need that money. Well, if our daughter is with me, no. So it got to a point where it was just like, I'm no longer going to take care of your mortgage. I'm going to take care of my daughter. And so I stopped paying. And so it got to that point where, you know, we went back and forth on it. But then it was like, well, in essence, you make more money than me, because she was still working and I wasn't. I'm taking care of our daughter full time. So if we go to court, you're the one that's going to end up paying child support. So if you want to play that game, we can go down that road. And since then, it's just been, you know, crickets. So, you know, for me, it's just, I believe, you know, as fathers, a judge wasn't there when I was laying down to make this baby. So a judge shouldn't tell me what I need to do as a man in order to take care of mine. So if we as men starts to step up and do our due diligence, even if we're with a woman who, you know, as quote crazy baby mom or whatever, if you're doing your due diligence, you know what I mean, then somebody should not have to get involved in order to tell you what you need to pay.
And so I want to push back a little bit on that, because you made a good point. Then why sign the agreement during the divorce?
Well, at the time, so the divorce was a surprise to me, to be honest, because like at first it was like, you know, we were together for 14 years, and you know, some things happened, and you know, I had given literally all that I can give emotionally, and it was at that point, and I was the one that was more spiritually grounded than she was. So it was just like, okay, prayer's not working, you know, you don't want to go seek counseling, you don't want to do this. And so then, you know, we started to drift apart, and you know, some things happened, and so she decided to want to get a divorce. So then like mid through, she's like, I changed my mind, you know, when we go to court, we're gonna tell the judge I don't want to get divorced anymore, because we're gonna work on it. But at this time, she had met another gentleman in the Dominican Republic, and decided that she was going to go down that route. So we're in court. We drove together. the whole time we were sitting with each other,
Wow.
we laughing it up like, like a couple. And so when we go before the judge's like, all right, so y'all seem to be good. So is this dismissed or what? She was like, no, I want to continue. I'm like, what? And so the judge is like, what do you want to continue with? She was like, yeah, I want to continue with the divorce for unreconcilable differences. And I don't want to be in a marriage anymore. So it was like, it took me by surprise. Like I was like emotional. Like even the judge was like, were you not expecting this? I was like, no, we came here together. We were being intimate again. Like we were staying together again. Cause I grew up without my father. So I'd never wanted that for me, which is why I stayed in an unhappy marriage, but that's another conversation. But I did everything that I could to try to stay in the marriage. So when it came time to be like, okay, well, what do you guys want to do as far as payment? I'm like, I'm going to take care of my daughter. So at the time, the judge, he gave his opinion because we never went to child support court. It was just like a suggested thing, and I said, okay, cool.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you did something in good faith, trying to avoid conflict, and it didn't work out the way you thought it would.
Right.
Okay. I got some more questions, but I don't want to lead anybody because I don't know everybody's viewpoints yet. So, Shelly, what are your thoughts on the conversation so far?
Are you asking, is the child support system working?
Is it working the way that it is currently?
So I have a two-part. It's working for the government. It's doing exactly what it needs to do for the government, and that is collecting the money from the parents and even the taxpayers when the deadbeat parents don't pay. So it's working in that sense. To some degree, in some cases where one of the parents is ordered to pay child support, in some instances it is working because the funds do go to benefit the children, which is what the funds are supposed to do, to benefit the welfare of the children. Like Grizzy, I believe that two people make a baby, regardless of what happens to that relationship. And unfortunately, if there isn't a divorce, or maybe there never was a marriage from the beginning, that child is entitled to be taken care of. Not by me, I'm a taxpayer, not by any of you that did not create that child. The two people who did. 1 + 1 = 3, 4. Like in your case, Philip, you have 8. So, but so the taxpayers, I'm not responsible for anyone else's child. So in that sense, I'm also paying for other people's children when they don't pay their financial responsibilities.
That's more than fair. Smitty, you want to weigh in on that? I'm sure you pretty much agree with what she said.
Pretty much. And I mean, if you don't remember what I said in the last conversation that we had, I said I would abolish it altogether. I would totally get rid of child support altogether. The byproduct of child support is kind of like this world that we're looking at today, to where we're wondering what in the hell is going on, and why is childlessness or fatherless homes continuing to be perpetuated. Child support ain't helping.
So on that,
and then there's still even things missing on that front, because you can financially support someone with taking care of a child, but then you're still not there for them emotionally, teaching them how to ride a bike, tie their shoes, how to view the world on large. So money isn't a fix-all to everything.
Okay.
Can I jump in with
yeah, enjoy.
Yeah. I have a friend of mine who recently was put on child support because his ex found out that he had moved on and was having a kid with somebody else. And she literally said it. She was like, in text as well, like whatever. But she was like, so you thought you was going to be happy without me? I'll see you in child support court. Mm-hmm. So when they went to child support court, she pretty much like pinned him to be like this terrible father who does nothing for his kid. And since day one, I told him, I'm like, bro, make sure you take plenty of pictures with your kids, because it's one of those things where he's like, oh man, I'm not a camera guy, I don't want to do this. But now it's come to the point where, you have to use, like social media presence to kind of show it, because you have people who will put you on child support just to be bitter, So I see where you're coming from with that, Smitty.
Yep, Shelly, go ahead.
So we have this belief Smitty, to your point again, we have this belief in America in particular that when we say money's not everything, that's not all that's needed to raise a child. Because it's not everything does not mean it's nothing.
Talk.
Facts.
So again, and I don't have a child on child support, thankfully, and I'm not putting down anyone who does. But just because it's not everything, you still need money to take care of a child. That child still has to eat and have clothing and food in his or her belt. So money is an important factor. If two people were in the house, whether or not it's a traditional home with a stay-at-home mom and the dad is working, maybe the mom is the breadwinner, there's going to be some income coming in some kind of way, and that child is going to benefit from that. So just because it's not everything does not mean it's nothing. Having said that, I would go on the record to say I am for child support in the sense that money is important to that child. I really don't give a darn about the two adults necessarily, bitching and beefing. I'm sorry, was I supposed to curse here? My main focus is always going to be on the welfare of the child, right? Because they are the true dependents. They are the ones who really can do nothing for themselves. They're going to be at the mercy of the adults, whether or not they get along. But that does not mean that money is not important.
So can I give you a hot take real quick? Hot take. So I agree with you there, and I didn't want to make it seem like money is nothing. I got to pay rent and I got bills and stuff to pay too. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it or whatever, there's like what's in front of your face, and then there's the invisible things. So with child support or whatever, if we continue to keep that going on, don't you think that it would just continue to perpetuate the same thing as opposed to getting rid of it and making people responsible for who they're with?
I would say
that's the more important thing.
Yeah, I think in the long run, I would love to see the child support system be done away with. Right? I agree. In a good world, or this, I guess, a perfect world, I would love that. I hate that the government has to be involved in these cases. I hate it because I don't like big government. Then there's a place for government to some degree. I just can't stand big government because I don't see any good that has come from big government writ large. I just don't see that. Okay. However, when we do have dependent children and maybe one of the parents does not contribute financially, I think there is a place for that, because when that parent doesn't do it, then people like me, you, other people are paying for other people's kids. And guess what? We have our own expenses. And the government does not manage our money well.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there. And the utopian thing that you might be speaking of, child support hasn't existed for a century yet. So there was a time to where people were taking care of their kids before child support existed. And the thing was, we had to depend upon one another. Whenever there's government dependence upon something, then people are going to easily lean upon that thing.
We agree.
But with that too, like, we have to also think about the fact that how the dynamic of a family, how it was celebrated back then, has changed dramatically to where we are at now. Back then, it was like you saw the mother, the father, and the kids. That was like the model citizen. Smitty, Driscoll, that. It was that model citizen mindset where that's where everybody structured was a mother, a father, and your kids. And then your kids grew up and they saw that and they continued on. My issue with child support, I feel like it allows the government to come in and really break up the family values, and now to the point where there's a lot of parents who are upset with this whole gender neutral thing. But we allow the government to step in so much in how we raise our kids and how we manage our finances. Don't get me wrong, a deadbeat, yeah, he should be. If you're not there for your kids emotionally, you're not teaching your kids the fundamentals of succeeding in life, then you got to pay, you know, because you should be there, but it shouldn't be a thing where it's now for a father who is being a father and is trying to take care of his kids, and then now it's like we're going to use that as a thing to, you know, further cause the man more harm and more damage, because you know what I mean, like it's a double-edged sword.
Go ahead.
I feel like I totally agree with you, Shelly. I also feel like to Grizzlies, is it Grizzly or Grizzy?
Grizzly.
Grizzy, I'm sorry. To your point, I don't feel like there's a way to identify true deadbeats and who are active fathers. So that's why I feel like child support will never go away. There are fathers that should not be on child support, but they don't advocate for themselves. So they fall victim to it. There are bitter women who use child support to their advantage. And then you have the men that don't advocate for themselves, that don't show up to court, that don't request whatever they need to, or get the correct someone to support them, or representation is what I'm looking for, and they're victim to it as well. But then you do have those pretty shitty people who say, running around town, they're married, I'm just throw a wrench in there, they're married but they're sleeping with other people, they're making all these other children, and they're like, I'm not dealing with that. So how do you hold them accountable? So I guess the bigger issue is, how do you expect, like we said, the government is already into too many different things. How you expect them to identify who is who, basically?
The person who's having sex.
I'm sorry?
Well,
The person who's having sex. That's whose responsibility it is. The person who's having sex, is their responsibility.
It's a woman and a man that's having sex, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So the question, who is responsible? Or is
no,
the
I said, how do you identify who
that's what I thought.
person versus who isn't? So how is the court government Smitty supposed to say this person is actually a stand-up father and this person is a shitty one that just doesn't want to take accountability for their children? That was my point.
Grizzly, go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna jump in on that just from a personal experience, right? So, and I'm an open book, and you know, those who know me. There was a point where my ex-wife snuck out the country with my daughter. It was one of the most scariest thing, you know, because she knew I wasn't going to allow her to leave, especially during the school year. She left for 2 weeks, didn't tell me anything. I found out through the school. So, you know, I went to the court, and like I was literally there for about 7 or 8 hours. Every teller that I went to sent me to somebody else. So they were about to close, and I hear him laughing in the back, like, yo, this dude been here all day. I guess he's, you know, fighting child support or something. Nobody took the time to listen to anything that I had to say. So finally, you know, I got upset and I started cussing. And this lady was like, why are you upset? You know, so I explained to her what happened. And she was like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. You know, we thought you were here to argue child support. I'm like, no, like, I just want to know, like, what can I do to have my baby back? Because I don't know if this woman's going to come back. You know, I had to find out through the school. And so the lady was like, the representative, she pulled me into her office and she's like, you know, it's unfortunate because we have a lot of good fathers who come here who go to situations like that. But because, you know, the way that the system is set up is like automatically the father is looked at when he come here is like he want to fight, you know, child support. So, you know, a lot of you good fathers just pretty much get pushed to the back and gets categorized with all of the deadbeats, you know. So I'm sorry about that. And even, you know, through everything, you know, I was able to, she came back and we was able to come to an agreement, but it was a scary situation because it was like, here I went to the court because I could have handled it on some, you know, gangster stuff, but I went to the court and tried to handle it the right way. And pretty much they looked at me like, oh, you just here, you know, to fight child support. I mean, so there's good guys out there, but, you know, we get put with everybody else. And I think that's the problem. They don't take the time to really listen to the situation, but they just put everybody together. Okay, a man, you're a deadbeat, but you have a lot of mothers out here too who are deadbeats, you know, who don't take care of their kids, you know, who spend child support money on their hair, nails, and so on and so forth, and, you know, go on the trips. And yet the father is like, I just want to see my baby. You know what I mean? So it's that society thing where we look at, okay, well, all men is going to be categorized as deadbeats, and just leave it as that.
Right. So there's an equality issue, I guess, with the way child support is handled. That's usually what comes out. Y'all touching on so many good issues. Christina, I want to hear from you. Do you agree with the idea that we would be better off if they got rid of the child support system altogether?
As a mother who receives child support, no.
Can
I
you-
think there needs to be more structure. I think for a situation where there is a father who is active and who is providing. First of all, I think one, you have to look at the root of, I think y'all talked about this on part one. It's like the character of who you're having children with. Because for me, my son's father didn't get put on child support until my son was 3. And that was after ample amounts of time to give you time to get a job, give you time to support. Hey, he needs this, I'm going to bring it. But that didn't happen either. And it came down to, there was a conversation. You are going to help take care of him voluntarily, which would be my preferred, or involuntarily, where we have to get the courts involved. And unfortunately, it came down to that. We were super young. I don't think that dismisses the responsibility. And so in the interest of my son being provided for, I filed child support. Now, did I receive it? For a long time, no. No. And to what Smitty said on the first part, I didn't receive it. But guess what? When he started to work, there was payments that went automatically to me. When he went to file his taxes, that came to me. So my son's school tuition was taken care of, or football was taken care of. Things that I needed assistance with I was able to provide when that came in.
So and not to pry too deep.
You're good. This fine.
Was when you said you put him on it but didn't receive it, was it because he did not have an income at the time?
I don't really know what I think. Oh God, that was so long ago. I think the first time he didn't have a job. Actually, I'm lying. No, I don't know why he wasn't paying, but for whatever reason, I wasn't receiving payments. Then we had to go to court. And when we had to go to court, the judge I had was very fair, where it was like, he asked him questions. Have you paid for anything? Have you given her any money outside of child support? Asked me the same questions. No. And matter of fact, it was, I got $50 for this. And I keep log of everything just so we can be all clear. And it was, okay, you have this amount of time to get this taken care of. Furthermore, if you don't work, those that are on Social Security, on disability, if they get put on child support, they still have to pay. My father was on disability his entire life from a sickness. His child support was $50 a month. Like, you still have to contribute something.
Right.
Something. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think what comes up a lot, to kind of shift the conversation a little bit with men, is like what Grizzy brought up. Well, I was being expected to pay this amount, but I wasn't seeing my child enough. And his situation is a little different because he was married. And I know with divorce proceedings, they include child support and custody in the finalization of the divorce. But if there's not a marriage there, what most men don't realize is that child support and custody are 2 different cases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they get mad about that, but you can be put on child support with no custody agreement. And I think for me, the biggest issue is how men are not aware of their rights when it comes to this, and they don't go through the proper processes.
Yeah.
So I would argue maybe child support and custody should be tied together, but
here in Georgia, you don't get rights if you're not married. In Georgia, you don't get custody or visitation rights as the father at all. In Georgia, you do not get your visiting. You don't.
Are you saying that if the father comes to Georgia to do a custody case?
No, I'm saying if a woman and a man have a child in the state of Georgia and they are not married,
right,
that man does not have legal rights to that child. He does not have visitation, does not have custody, but he will be held legally responsible financially if he signed the birth certificate.
Right, but I'm asking, can he file for custody and get those rights? So you're saying there's no way to get them?
It's very hard in the state of Georgia.
Now that's
Very hard in the state of Georgia.
Wow.
Like,
Well,
very, like
part
very
of that, can I say something, Philip?
Yes, please.
Part of that, and I'm not saying I agree with that, but from a legal standpoint, part of that, you know, the old saying, mama's baby, daddy's maybe, because a woman never has to prove maternity, right? We know that the baby came out of her body. The doctor signed off on it. The doctor saw it. That's the witness. That's the state's witness. So, but a man, particularly if you're not married to that woman at the time of birth, always has to prove paternity. Right now, of course, I'm not sure how many states, and maybe all 50 states, if you are married to a woman and she has a baby and it may not be yours biologically, but you are still married to her, you do have some rights because the state has a vested interest in protecting that marriage. And the vested interest is usually financial.
Right.
You gotta get their cut too.
Real rap. I want to introduce my guy. Beans just came into the conversation. He going by Little Podcast. He was here for the first conversation. If you didn't see it, make sure you check it out. It was me, him, Lakia, and Smitty. Beans, if you just want to let the people know who you are, about your channel, what you do, whatnot. You muted too, bro.
I am Angry Man 2.0. Shout out to Big Dog, Angry Man. This is like really, really, really crazy. I just got in the house. I'm doing a little grocery shopping, and that's when I saw your message. And I was about to jump on my own show and do a live about this same conversation, because my OG just called me talking about you got some mail here from Iowa child support saying they're gonna block you from being able to renew your license plates, right? So I'm like, okay, block me, nigga. Like, I don't care right at this point, right? And this, you know me, I'm very transparent, right? So I'm gonna be honest about why they doing this. My daughter is 21; she's about to be 22. So I've been off child support for 4 years, basically, but I still owe them a couple $100. Mm-hmm. But they don't have electronic pay, and I told them I'm not mailing you shit, straight up and down. If you want my money, get it electronically like everybody else does. It's 2023. I'm not finna be going to the mailbox every month trying to remember to put a payment in the mail. I'm not doing it, right? Now, that might sound crazy to people like, wait a minute, but I want you to be honest if you can, right? I know it's kind of hard for Black people to be honest. How many people on this panel right now pay their bills through the mail?
Nope.
I still pay, I think I pay one. I just mail it off.
Yo, I ain't paid through the mail in years.
But it wasn't a regular bill. It was something that came and went ahead and paid it or whatever.
Don't nobody pay no damn bills through the mail, right? So y'all trying to hold this system over our head because you want it to be difficult for people. You want them to mess up so you can say, look, he missed the payment and all, or it was late and all that. Ain't nobody, you're not finna put me through that. Come get it in blood. That's how I feel about it.
Well, wait a minute, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
You're saying you want to hold it against your head saying it's late. The longer you don't pay, you still accruing penalties and fines, right?
No, I owe the same amount of money because my daughter, I've been off child support, so it stopped. So it's the same amount of money. It's not.
I mean, you don't get fined for whatever for not paying or.
No, they actually sent this off as debt to the state.
Oh,
right?
man.
So it wasn't even child support that was contacting me for a while. It was the state trying to.
So in other words, like I said earlier, the taxpayers are paying for it.
Nobody ain't paying for it. That's what I'm saying. Nobody ain't paying for it. It's imagine I swiped a credit card. I just owe the money. It's
no, you're missing. I mean, the point I'm making is that whatever amount that you owe, whatever that amount is, that was not paid however long ago, taxpayers footed that bill. So when you pay the state back, you're paying back taxpayers.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a question
It
for
wouldn't
you.
be the same panel without Beans in here, man.
got a
It wouldn't be the same panel.
What does that mean? Y'all fund, taxpayers fund wars. Let's go talk to some of those people in those other countries
Can I ask a
that we
question
doing bullying. And ask them how they feel about taxpayer dollars going to the wars that was funded to take the materials and the what is it called, the resources from those other countries. I think I'm okay. I work sometimes too, right? So I'm okay with my tax dollars going to feed people or house people. I'm okay with that.
Hey, go ahead, Lakia. Go ahead, Lakia.
I'm sorry. Welcome back, brother man. So on the last one, you said
From the fifth floor.
right. On the last one, you said you don't believe in it. People fall on hard times. Just for those that weren't here, like if I'm not working, I ain't got it. So now you're saying the only reason you're not paying is because they don't have an e-pay system?
No. Are you already wanting to
I'm just trying to get clarity.
Please don't. What's her name? what's the slut walker's name?
Rose.
Amber Rose.
Amber
Rose. Me. She was
I don't
just
know what
doing
that
this
means.
on. She was just doing this to Murder Mook them on the Drink Champs, right? Where she was conflating multiple things that they said to make one statement. You can't do that.
No, I can't. It's very relevant. It's very relevant. You said you weren't believing in it before, and so I'm just trying to clarify.
Let me respond, right? And then hopefully we can move forward from conflating.
I don't know.
What I'm saying is this: my opinion about last time about child support didn't have anything to do with the fact of what I'm going through. What I'm going through is not nothing. Look, I'm gonna be totally transparent with y'all. I owe these people $2,800. Fuck them, straight up. Like, pardon my language, but you know what I'm saying? Let me go to hell for all I care. Do what
you say these people, you're talking about your child.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
My child about to be 22.
So wait, I got a question.
So I got a question. No child support. None of that money ain't going to her.
Yeah, I was going to say that money is it going to the state or is it going to her?
That's my question.
No, it's not going to her.
Let me pose a question, and then we're gonna get the singled out C's question. Let me pose a question hypothetically, and I want y'all to be fair about this. Erase the conversation for a second and just think about this. I'm gonna say this, Grizzy, you my boy. You come to me and like, bro, I'm gonna lose my house if I don't pay $2,800. I pay that joint for you.
Mm-hmm.
You got your place, you live in there, you good to go. Years down the road, I ain't getting no money back. I mean, at that point, like, is it no longer relevant that I still fronted that bill for you, or am I still reasonable for wanting that money since I had to pay up front for your issue?
Yeah, that's a really good one because like that brings me into a question that a conversation I'm part of this week, but I would want my money back, man. Like, we'll talk, because if it came down to you losing your place and me, being there, as a friend to take you out of that situation and help you not become homeless, you know what I mean? I would expect that at some point you'd be like, yo, let me take care of my debt. But also, we live in a society, with human realisticness where it's like sometimes you just gotta take the L. Be like, look, it's either I end the friendship because you owe me money, or I'm just like, you know what, God, you allowed me to have it to help him, so I'll get my blessing in another way.
And I've done that. I've actually had to do that quite a few times.
Yeah, me too.
This example is a little different because there's a difference between a friendly favor and a responsibility that I share with another person that I made it with. Right. So I'm of the belief that if you had to raise the child alone, because I never paid a dime, I don't think that debt should go away because they turn 18. Now, I would love to hear y'all opinions, and I'm gonna start with Shelly because I know single that's our C's answer.
So if the child turns 18 and there is a debt or a balance due, that money still should be paid.
Okay.
So I guess I agree with you. Yes.
Go ahead, family values?
It depends on where the money is going. I'm kind of with Beans on this. If it's just going back to the state, if you're just paying back child support and it's just going to the state and not to the mother, then I probably wouldn't want to or care to pay that.
So maybe they should make a system to where you write a check to the mom or you go to jail.
Right.
So here's the thing. I was under the impression that when you're in arrears and you finally start making payments or you pay on it, that it does go to the other parent.
The only time it doesn't is if the custodial parent is getting government assistance, because you have to pay the government back.
Right.
So that was gonna be my question. Like, was the mom on government assistance? And it's like, yo, the government's like, yo, we stepped in, we took care of this, we want our money back. Because the non-custodial parent or the parent that's on top.
So we don't derail too much or whatever.
Let her thought though. Were you done?
I think so. Smitty interrupted me.
Because
I know the little podcast story though, because like I listened to him last time. So last time he explained how he ended up on child support, which was his baby mama was dating somebody.
He made it
for the sole purpose of that. She put him on child support because of what old dude said.
Hold on, pause. Let's start with he made a kid. That's how he ended up on child support. He made a kid.
That's not how you end up on child support. Because there's a lot of people that have kids that's not on child support. So you cannot make that argument. That's not how that works. If every situation started that way, then you could say that, but it doesn't. So you can't say that.
Fair enough.
It takes away accountability from the choices that people make. So you cannot say that, bro, because there's too many men. I just heard of a story where a guy went to jail because he overpaid child support.
I just sent that video to them. I was like, this is crazy.
So I'm just saying,
we don't know the details of that case.
So you're gonna say, well, no, he really went to jail because he made a child. Like, nah, that's not how that works, bro. He went to jail because people are stupid, bro. Right? Because the system is ran by people, and because people have feelings and emotions, and women believe they are entitled to something when they are not. And
Why
at the end of the day, here's how this works.
Here we go.
Hold on.
You know how
What is the entitlement though?
I want to why you know that's the reason, right? Because
I want to clarify your statement. Are you saying that women feel entitled to child support?
I'm saying women feel entitled to a man's money. They believe they deserve his money. They believe they deserve a lion's share of his money, right? So here's how you know this is true. Because a woman cannot have no money at all. She can go and get all the government assistance, everything. And in her mind, she's independent. In her mind, she's taking care of her kids. But when I just said something about it, right? Oh, you letting the state take care of your kids. You owe them that money. So why is it that why aren't we saying that women who get assistance should have to pay that money back?
I would like to hear Shelly answer that. Yeah.
Why don't you say that?
So let me say this. There are women who feel entitled and unrighteously so. Okay. That's one thing. Number two, when there are children that you and the woman created, then guess what? There's no way around it. She is going to feel entitled because most cases she's fighting for the interests of her child who's dependent, who is ultimately entitled to your income, some of your income at least, and some of hers, the caretaking, however it's broken down. So that child is the true dependent. Okay. I started off saying earlier, I am not for big government. There is a place for the government in child support to guarantee or to at least try to come in to mediate that child. That child has to eat, sleep, get clothing, whatever else. And you are responsible for where you put your penis, just like she's responsible for where she opens her legs. So that child is not the responsible party for him or herself. The two adults are. Again, yes, money is important. It may not be everything, but there is a need and a place for money to take care of a child. And when that single mom, in most cases, is getting money from the state, she's getting my money. She's getting all of our money because of the deadbeat parent, or if it's a guy or if it's a mom, is not paying his or her share. I take offense to that when my money, because I have my own child in my own household. So I take offense of having to pay for whether it's yours or anybody else's.
Did y'all hear this? So that just went over y'all heads, right?
No, I just wanted to say something, but Driscoll wanted her feedback first. So I wanted to say that I don't really care. I'm more dismissive when people are saying like, oh, she's independent. I don't care how people feel. The reality of it is you need help taking care of your child. So I really don't care about how the woman feels because she's not doing it alone. She is using the help of the state. So I totally agree with you there. My thing is, why is that a concern over taking care of the child? That is the only question.
Yeah, it's really a straw man argument. It's trying to create some kind of inconsistency, but it doesn't change the point that it's both of your jobs to take care of the child.
So why don't y'all have a problem? She didn't respond, right? Why don't y'all have a problem with the fact that the mother is not providing for her child?
She is. If she's on
the state, you're talking about a mom who's getting services from the state, right?
Yes.
I do have a problem with that, but I would rather her get the money from the state and instead of her being the child now eating. Because in this case, if the guy is the deadbeat and not paying, I have a problem with that. People over there, yes, I do, because my taxes are going to pay for that, and I know that the government spends my money recklessly, so I do have a problem with that. But if the child still has to eat. Guess what? In life is not packaged with a pretty bow. And when we make these situations, a lot of times the consequences are going to be what we don't like. And me as a taxpayer, as much as I don't like it, I want that child to eat. And I want that woman to have a place to stay so that that child can be secure.
Thank you. So here's the thing. Now, this is what you just said. You just said she need the assistance because the father is a deadbeat.
In this case, it could be a mom that's a deadbeat. It could be a mom that's a deadbeat. Say what?
Why aren't you calling her a deadbeat when she's not doing anything?
What do you mean she's not doing? She's the one that's there. In this case, she's the one that's there.
I don't know.
Are you saying she's not doing anything because the state is
I know a few mothers who don't take care of
a lot of mamas is there. What does that mean?
So wait, there's a difference from using the state.
One at a time. Go ahead, say it. I'll see, and then Grizzy.
There is a difference between using. First of all, the whole system is designed not for us. Number one, not for our benefit. Number one. But when there is a lack of knowledge when it comes to that. Now, there's a difference between a mother who is on the assistance of the state until she can get on her feet. Like if you use the system that's in place, it is beneficial because boom, you put that kid, you get a voucher to put that kid in daycare so that you can go to work or so that you can go to school to get a degree, so that you can get off of the system, so that you can support your own household because the non-custodial parent is not there. That is different from a woman who is on welfare and having kids left and right by different men and women because the system will take care of her. That is someone who does not understand her value and who does not understand why the system was put in place. So that woman right there isn't even a factor in the argument between having
I believe that's the majority.
If you're going to talk about child support, if we're going to use a deadbeat father, then the assumption is there is a mother that has stepped up to play the role. If you're a deadbeat, you have no right to dictate how I take care of the kid that we created. You lose that opportunity when you stepped out and did not help. Now, if you want to come in and help so I don't have to be on assistance, then boom, let's get it. But
so,
you cannot,
to your point, what you're basically saying is that, and I want you to understand, matter of fact, I'm not even going to wait for you to say it for me to drop the bombshell. I want you to understand that right now, you're literally participating in gender discrimination. The people who complain the most about gender discrimination, don't discriminate against me based on my gender. Don't say I can or I can't because I'm a woman. And I pay very close attention. The man can't provide for his kid. He's a deadbeat. The mama can't provide for her kid, but she's their participation trophy. How does that work?
It's not a
Why
participation.
does he get a label that she does not get?
And I know men who get assistance. I know men
I get
who have their
assistance.
child.
That's not the point.
Who have their child, who are the custodial parent of their child, and they get assistance. The issue is, and that conversation you can have with me, because at the end of the day, I believe in gender roles. It ain't my role to be a provider. That's my husband's job. That's not my role. I don't believe in gender equality. We ain't made equal. We compatible, not equal. So that's wrong, girl.
And I think that's going to be the barrier, because all the women on here, I think, agree there. What's your point, Grizzy? And then I got another conversation.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up two things, right? So I know a female, I won't say her name, and I ain't gonna call out her name either, but she has 4 kids by 4 baby dad. Her mom, huh?
I'm playing.
And her mom raises all 4 of her kids. Now she gets child support from all 4 of her baby dads, and she doesn't spend a dime on them kids. So what ended up happening is she like inherited some money or won the lottery, and the state came and took back all the money that they were giving her with assistance to pay back. So they were like, well, you got this inheritance money. Let's take that big chunk out. And so she was like pissed. She was like, well, I need the assistant. But her mom was the one that like reported and was like, look, she doesn't take care of her kids. You know, she doesn't let these guys take care of their kids. So what ended up happening was each one of those fathers ended up getting custody of their kids, and she got nothing. You know, she had the remainder of the money she had left, but the state came in and took that money. So in certain circumstances, you know, there is a level of justice there. But, you know, I just wanted to share that. The second point I wanted to bring up was, so I was part of this conversation, and it was about transgender people. So it was a trans man and a trans woman had a kid, right? And so the female was man, and you get it. So in this process, they broke up. So the one who's the trans male didn't want to pay child support, but she identified as a man, and the one who had the penis identifies as a female. So she's like, I don't want, you know, that's the man who got to pay for it. So they brought me into this conversation. It was like, what's my opinion on it? I'm like, well, the one with the penis is still a man. Like, whatever you identify as, that's your business. But at the end of the day, you know, bro, the plumbing still works. Y'all made a kid. You know what I mean? So though you want to be a butch with facial hair, you're still a woman. And though you want to go get breasts, bro, you still have balls. So you gotta do your due diligence. You know what I mean? So in that aspect,
real quick.
Going on.
Shelly, I know you said you're finna leave, right? I want you to think about something when you leave, right? I want you to think about this. 2 poor people, because for some reason in our community, we think poor is a woman's privilege. For some reason, right? Okay. 2 poor people, a man and a woman, come together and make a baby. The man can't provide, the woman can't provide. The man gets debt and jail time, license suspension, passport suspension. The woman gets cribs, cash assistance, food stamps, Medicaid. How is that fair?
Shelly, I'm gonna let you answer that and give your final thoughts and your links as well, because I know you got to get out of here.
Little podcast, I agree. It's not fair. It is not fair. I'm not even saying, you know, because it's not fair at all. But the central focus for me is going to be the child, the dependent child. And I'm going to add to that, taxpayers have to pay for that when the parents that create the child don't. It's not fair. It is not fair. But as adults, life is not fair, and we can't package it in a pretty bow and then get all of the consequences that we want once we have created, you know, the error. Not that the child is an error per se, but for argument's sake, we just don't get to choose that. That child still needs to be taken care of. It's not fair. I grant you, it is not fair. It's not fair. All I can say is that once that child comes, Shelly is going to focus on the dependent child, and whatever parent is taking care of that child, the other parent, for however they worked it out, the other parent still needs to provide his or her share.
Fair enough.
I love you
thank
guys.
you so much for coming through. Do you want to shout out your link real quick? how to find your YouTube channel?
Yep. I'm on. You can find me on IG at Popstar Shelly E. You can also go to YouTube and look me up through Metro Conservative Media or Pop and Politics on YouTube as well. And I hope to see you guys again. Happy New Year. Love you guys.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up, sis. All right. Well, so with that said, it sounds like Grizzy, where you're getting now with all of this is that, in your opinion, it is inherently on the man to provide. Is that where you were going with that?
Yeah, because I mean, like at the end of the day, like whatever you identify as, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, how God made you is how God made you. You know what I mean? So I look at it like this: though you want to identify as a woman, but at the end of the day, if we're saying on the spectrum that if men have to be on child support, you're still a man. You know what I mean? The plumbing, the dynamics, everything is still the same. So you should be able to want to provide. Now, you want to identify as a woman, that's your business. But at the end of the day, you know, you are still the butch gave birth. You know what I mean? That's still a woman. You know what I mean? Now, whatever it is you want to decide. Now, people may disagree with me, but that's how I'm looking at it. Because, you know, you want to break up and do whatever you want to do. That's your business. But at the end of the day, you should still do your due diligence as a father, because that's what you
So
are.
on the flip side, if it was the father that has the custody, do you feel the same way about the mother? Or do you feel like as a man you should just chalk it up then because you're the provider anyway?
Well, I mean, I guess it's to each individual. Like for me, if I have full custody of my daughter, I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to take care of my daughter. I don't need your money, because at the end of the day, I don't want it to be like, oh, you know, you have this because of, you know what I mean? Like I'm a believer in taking care of your own. You know, if you made it, take care of it. You know what I mean? So if you have that baby, is your due diligence. You gotta work 2 jobs, 3 jobs to make ends meet. Then you do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Because that is our job as providers. You know, it's our job to provide, protect,
As
and
men.
all as men. You know,
Okay.
so I'm not gonna, even if like my ex-wife came and was like, "Oh, here's some money," I'm like, "It's cool. You can put it towards our kid and whatever." But I'm gonna do my due diligence to take care. Now that's just me. Now other people may disagree, but for me, I'm gonna do, because I made that decision to lay with this woman and create this child and bring this life into this world. So I'm going to do my part. And that's providing, that's loving, that's teaching, everything that I need to do as a father in order for me to do it. Now, again, with certain people, because like, I had this conversation with one of my homies who just got off child support. And he's like, "Man, I'm done, man. I don't got to drop a single dollar." I'm like, "Bro, but you're never done being a dad." You know what I mean? Like, dad is forever, so you're always going to provide financially in one way or another for your kid. You know what I mean? So it is what it is.
I mean, I respect your views, but I feel like people or men like you sometimes are taken advantage of in that aspect. Like my cousin is in that situation. Him and the mother of his kids, 2 kids, were together for X amount of years. They parted ways. She went back to live with her mother. She's trash. She's trash. She does nothing for, like, she does literally, like, her kids are never with her. She's trash. So my cousin he's not going to court. He's like, "What? I would never," like, whatever, yo. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not doing that. He has his kids and she can't hold a job. She just told him again, it's a repeat cycle. She lost another job. It wasn't her fault, blah, blah, blah. And he just constantly steps up, steps up, steps up. No matter if he got to borrow money from somebody to make ends meet on his end with his children or not, he's doing that. But where's the accountability on her end for being trash? I feel like her ass should be in court. She should be paying child support. She should be doing something. She's not doing anything. So I'm all about the custodial parent being supported and taking care of the children. I don't care if you're a female or a male.
Let me ask you, for the record though, real quick, do you believe that men should be providers?
Yes.
So does that statement alone not inherently mean that men will be taken advantage of? and that
When you go on a date, who's expected to pay?
you're signing up to be taken advantage. I think you don't have to think about it like that because it's not your role to be the provider, or maybe it is in real life, but you don't see it should be. You get what I'm saying? So if a woman takes that role, they typically feel taken advantage of.
Absolutely, and I will totally agree with you there. Yes, yeah, okay, I get it.
One of the problems is, I was talking to somebody on the podcast the other day about this, right? He was saying something about, something that men shouldn't do, right? And he was like, man, I feel like any man that do that ain't a real man. We only do this when it come to men. When was the last time you heard somebody say, any woman that don't do this ain't a real woman? You never hear that. It's only men. If you don't check every single box that somebody think you're supposed to check, you can miss one box, all of a sudden you ain't a real man because you don't do this one thing.
We're held to a bigger standard. We're held to a bigger standard, but you are stretching that a little bit because my wife gets called not a real woman all the time for not having a career, all the time. Being a stay-at-home.
I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna take it a step further.
If you're a stay-at-home mom, you're gonna get that criticism all the time.
You definitely get backlash, but I'm gonna take it a step further and say that the first woman to hold me accountable was Jazz. Like literally talking to her, it was some things I did not agree with, and I used to be like, and I'd be like really trying to make my case, and she'd be like, sis, I understand that, and she would hold me accountable, and it made my perspective shift. It made things in my head change, and I give her a lot of credit for that because I'm like, but you have to have your ears open. That's period in general. Nobody wants to listen and be told that they're wrong or be called out on their stuff. And
you gotta be ready to receive it.
I've lost a lot of friends.
This is what I was saying though. And Jazz is dope to me, right? But I know she never told you wasn't a real woman. And way too often, men do this to each other. We live in the real world. This ain't Jesus's world. It's not all shits and giggles down here. Everybody does not have the same story. Everybody not gonna have the same outcome. What you did at 18, somebody else might not be able to do until they 28. Somebody else might not be able to do until they 38. Somebody was telling me something about Tyler Perry was in his 40s damn near before he got on doing what he wanted to do. Like at the end of the day, everybody don't have the same story.
I'm gonna challenge you, bro. I think I'm gonna get you.
Can I get through my sentence, please?
I promise I'm gonna let you lay it all out. I just want to ask you one question. Do you have a daughter?
I do.
If you're in the room and somebody touches your daughter and you watch it happen, if you were on the outside looking in, would you say you're not a real man?
Say that one more time, the last part.
So let's say you find out I'm in the room, somebody is molesting my daughter while I'm there. Would you tell me I'm not a real man for that? Or you think that's
but you're not intervening?
Yeah, for me just sitting there and allowing that to happen.
Yes, but that's a bad example. Of course, I would not tell you. Of course, I would say, bro, you're not being a real man, right? But the truth of the matter is, you're not being a real father. Men have fear too. You might be afraid of something. You might be afraid of what you might end up doing. You might be afraid of what might happen to you. Men, so we have the same shit women have: brains, blood, teeth, eyes, neurons, hearts, lungs, fear, anxiety. We have the same thing they have. This whole narrative that because your penis is longer, because women have those too. It's called a clit, right? Because your penis is longer, all of a sudden you're not allowed to have emotions or feel or anything. Like, no, bro. Everybody ain't gonna be Driscoll. Just like everybody ain't gonna be Grizzy. Everybody ain't gonna be Lil Podcast. Everybody ain't gonna be Sway. People are gonna be different. They're gonna have different experiences. I remember when I first moved to Kentucky, I was stressing out because I couldn't keep a job. I'm like, man, I'm in the crib. I'm doing everything in the crib that a woman would be in here doing, and she would be called a housewife. I'm doing all of that, but my woman don't appreciate it, right? And I'm like, man, it make me feel like I'm less of a man or something. My cousin who lives out in Shelbyville, she was like, Beans, it's a bunch of men out here whose wives are getting to it and they stay at home. Now she's like, I'm gonna be honest, they not black, but it's a bunch of them. So they not real men because somehow their wife treating them like they're real men. because the wives understood I chose a career that puts me at an advantage financially. I'm already in the six figures. There's no need for me to try to force my husband to find a career where he's making more money than me and all of that. No, I want to be with him, regardless of how much money he make. I want my kids to be by him, regardless of how much money he make. So if it's beneficial for me to continue to be a physician, and we get to live a six-figure lifestyle, and my husband can stay at home, so our kids don't have to go out and be in no daycare or no strange facilities. And then once they get into school age, right? I'm through having kids. All our kids are at school age. Now we can't create, because down here in Kentucky, bro, everybody do lawn service. Everybody.
Right. So
everybody down here got a lawnmower and do lawn service.
You didn't
right?
like my example for a reason, though, because it shows that you do have a standard. Like if I'm walking down the street and someone attacks my wife, I'm expected to defend her. If I'm walking down the street and someone attacks me, I don't want her to defend me. There's
True,
a difference.
but the reason why the reason why the example, bro, is disingenuous is because you're going to a worst case scenario. Pick something that's regular.
Not taking care of your kids is a worst case scenario to a lot of people.
Wait, say that again.
Not taking care of your kid is a worst case scenario to a lot of people.
Right, but you're only saying that about men. We're not saying that when women don't take care of their kids that they deadbeats.
Because we don't
the worst case scenario. We only saying that about men.
We don't
That's
see
not
it.
true. We do.
Yeah, we did. I think it was probably before you came on.
Yeah, you came in late on that part.
So what was it?
He gave an example of that, but the difference is that typically the child resides with the mother, so it's easy for the father to be out of sight, out of mind.
Right. So wait, stop right there. You just made my point. That's what I'm saying. Right now, here's my argument. Driscoll, are you telling me that if you gave parental, what is the word you was using? Keeping it real, for the parent that has custody of the kid?
Custodial.
Now let's switch it from the women to the men. The men are automatically given custodial custody. You think they would do an equal or better job of what the single mothers are doing?
Who, the men?
Yes.
Better.
They would do
As
better.
like providers, I would hope that they do better.
Thank you. So here's my point. That's what I'm saying. You don't get a participation trophy because you got custody of the kids, so you get house, you get food, you get light, you get gas, you get Medicaid, you get everything. Now all of a sudden you the bomb ass parent. That's not how that works.
I don't feel like y'all would go after those benefits though. You would be entitled to it. Would you go after and seek it because you're a man, you have a complex? No.
Yes, you would. That's my point, because we're talking about poor people. That's what I'm saying. We're not talking about men with jobs. If we're talking about a man with a job that don't want to provide for a child that he brought into the world, I can make an argument that he shouldn't have to, but at the end of the day, that's a different conversation. But we're talking
not a man.
Because I feel like regardless, that custodial parent is entitled to assistance. So
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We're saying, okay, the mother has custody of the kid, but we still ain't calling her deadbeat. She's only able to put a roof over her head because she got Section 8. She's only be able to put food in the kid's belly because she got Link. She's only able to take the kid to the doctor because she got Medicaid. It's not her doing it.
I'm sorry. I need to get personal though. I need to get personal because it was a point in time where I was not in the house with my husband. I up and left and took my 3 kids and moved. It wasn't no. I'm talking about to the point where it was so unhealthy. Police were called and everything, and I had a restraining order against him, right? Mm-hmm. However, I still didn't say, leave, I'm staying with the kids, whatever. I took my kids and I left and exited out of the situation with my 3 kids. And I took care of us, right? I applied for assistance, not child support, assistance, public assistance, food stamps and stuff, because 3 children is a little hefty. And although I worked and I went to school and everything, it was still a lot to do without me struggling, right? So I applied for the assistance. I didn't have that. So I can't, I got denied. I was told even for a household with 3 kids and me, which equals the 4, I make too much regardless. So it's you're going to, even though you're not lavish and you're not comfortable, listen, you got enough to do what you got to do. And that wasn't even considering him at all. So I can't agree that I'm not out here acknowledging and holding women accountable for being deadbeats. Because if you're not there and you're not doing what you need to do for your child, you're a deadbeat regardless.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're derailing the conversation with a straw man argument. I want to get single South C in here, but nobody is arguing whether or not a woman is a deadbeat for being on assistance. We're talking about child support, and you're trying to create a contradiction to avoid the real conversation, in my opinion.
I'm not.
Let's
What I'm saying is
South
we're talking about child support, Driscoll, right? And because we're talking about child support, all of the conversation, all of the narrative, let's not pretend it's going to be about men paying the child support, right? So what I'm saying is most men, I would argue 80% of men who aren't paying child support, they don't have it.
That's an opinion. I don't believe that.
Okay, so then you're right.
Go ahead, single out C.
So one, there. First of all, so what about the woman who doesn't get assistance? Because for me, I don't get assistance. I take care of mine, and the child support that I get ain't sufficient. Like to equal.
Wait a minute, you're not married?
No, to equally take care of mine. So that's one. Two, when you do child support, I don't know about y'all state, but like in Virginia and Georgia, income sharing is the approach that they take. That means they take my income that I make, his income that he makes, and they split, they calculate based on both of us together. Mm-hmm. So it's not like he has to go in and it's a number drawn out of the hat. This is what is going to be beneficial for the child. That whole scenario about deadbeat this, deadbeat that, first of all, that comes down to the character. And if you pick that person to be the mother or the father of your child, then that's something you got to figure out, because that means clearly you missed some red flags. Regardless of the situation or how you started, that's what you ended with. The whole, if you get, I heard somebody say bitter baby mamas is the ones that put you on child support. Who picked her? Who picked her? Like,
yeah, but I mean, that's arguable, because at the one point is like a person can show you one side, but then when the relationship is over and they see you moving on to a happier relationship, and it's like, now I'm not happy, and so now I gotta make your life miserable. You know what I mean? So that's arguable in one sense. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but again, you have some women who are out here who are just pure bitter. It's just like, hey, you're happy, I'm not. I'm going to make your life miserable.
But then that goes to the point that Lakeith said on part one, advocate, or somebody said it on part one. You have to be an advocate for yourself, because at the end of the day, if you and I got Grizzy, I got what you said when you went and you tried to advocate and you were met with resistance. Cool. That's a scenario that happens on a day-to-day basis. But if you are in a relationship, there's a breakup, the woman becomes bitter, there's the situation, then guess what? You have to decide what you're going to do. But to be like, oh, she bitter, she taking me through what have you done? Are you documenting the money that you're spending on your child? Are you going to the court to appeal? Are you doing all of the things that you need to do to be an advocate for that? It's no perfect scenario. There's always going to be something.
Real quick,
there's always going to be bitter baby mamas.
Real quick, because this seems to be like a heart of the basis of Bean's argument. Evie said, I am not against the man being home with the kids if the woman is the breadwinner. Does anyone here disagree?
Yeah.
All right, let me get back in there. See.
I'm just, I think that the question that popped up in my head when you were saying that was, well, what happens when the mother has the child and she has to take time off from work to heal, to be home? Where's the support coming from at that point? Because God forbid if your family go on the system, y'all be deadbeats. So what does that look like?
I hate America.
Hey, go ahead, Lakia, because I know podcast give us a monologue. So let you get in there first, Lakia.
I feel like I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm not going to work every day voluntarily while you stay home and having the same respect for you. That's just me. That's a personal belief. That is not anything for me to debate, because that's how I feel. Okay, so I'm putting it out there. Secondly, I also feel that when you're married, it's for better or for worse, and sickness and health, blah, 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 blah. So there are circumstances and instances where maybe something is going on where that has to be the case, then that's different. But there are so many people that just want to have a woman provide for them, and they are capable. So that's where it depends for me.
So I want to hear from Smitty and Grizzy real quick on what Lakia just said. Do you
Well,
think? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You got. Go ahead, Smitty.
Go ahead, Gracie. You go before me.
Go ahead, bro. I just have to step away for a second.
Let Smitty go, because Grizz.
So the point, Grizzy, was that Lakia and Singled Out C both agree. We were responding to EVE's comment right here.
Oh, okay.
And they were saying that in so many words, they can't respect the man sitting around not working while they're providing. What are your thoughts on that?
Me myself personally, I couldn't sit at home and not provide anything.
Do you think it's okay for them to feel that way, though? Do you think it's fair or righteous or whatever, however you want to word it?
I have to disagree with that, because there's circumstances. If say for example, you get hurt on a job and you're not able to work,
right? What I mean? Lakia gave that circumstance. My bad. I should have said that. Lakia did give those type of circumstances.
Right. But in some instances as well, you know what I mean? Like, you have fathers who are better parents than mothers. You know what I mean? You have fathers who care just a little bit more. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna, throw people under the bus, but you know what I mean? When it comes to my daughter's education, I feel like I'm a little bit more responsive and a little bit more in tune with her. The things that she like, activities she like, gymnastics, dance. I take her to that. I pay for that. Her mom should be the one doing that, but I'm doing that in that. Playing, with Barbies, doing tea parties, all those things. I do that. Now, you would expect that a mother would have that connection to do that, but I'm doing that does that. Now I'm a provider, but also, I look at it on a strength where I'm going to be the first man my daughter loves. So I have to set that example of how she expects, that love to be. You know what I mean? And so there's fathers who are a little bit more hands-on and a little bit more better qualified for the job. So, you know what I mean? It's just, a man should not just be there just to pay child support, because we contribute a lot more as well. You know what I mean? So
absolutely. But with that said, though, so are you saying that in that predicament, let's say if you and the daughter's mother were still together, do you think it would be better suited for you to be the caretaker and she be the provider?
Not necessarily, because again, it's the mindset. I mean, every situation is different. Like, I remember one time she said something like, and again, I'm transparent, but she was like, it kind of works out that we're not together, because if we were together, I know that y'all would both team up on me, saying she seems to listen to you more and respects you more than she respects me. And I'm like, what? So you would prefer us not be together in a situation where we both can parent together, but you're jealous or upset because she's a daddy's girl. You know what I mean? So
podcast, what's your thought? I know we in your lane right now.
Shout out to EVE. Look, it's so much that can be said. Look, this is the thing when I realized that I do wrong, right? So my platform is a little bit different. I have my opinions, but my platform isn't an opinionated platform, right? So I'm going on platforms where everybody really think alike. It's like an echo chamber. And then I'm different. So I seem like the outcast, right? Because I'm not the man that's supposed to be the provider type cat. That ain't me, right? Because I know we not all the same. We live in the real world. Guess what? A woman is supposed to be a virgin until she married. How many of y'all on the panel can say that? We want to go to the Bible. We want to pull scriptures out of the Bible and say this is what it's supposed to be. But then when it's something that we break, well,
nobody mentioned the Bible.
Put that in there, and that was in the Old Testament. It don't really count, and it's all these other excuses, bro. At the end of the day, individuals need to do what individuals need to do that's best for their situation. You don't look at everybody else's situation and say, well, they did it this way, so let me do it that way, because that ain't no guaranteed outcome for you. That's the point, right? So like I said, if I'm in a situation right now, bro, if I could add my woman and her 2 kids to my Section 8, I would, but it would ruin everything if I did that, right? So the best thing is for me to just have it right now until we're able to build and purchase our first piece of property, and then the Section 8 is gone. So
there's nuance to every situation, right?
Well, hold on. So, and that's yes.
Yeah, I didn't know
yes.
you weren't done.
Exactly. Yes.
So
And so
8
that's
minutes, bro. 8 minutes.
Everybody's situation is not the same. It's so to me disingenuous to try to hold people to the best part of your situation. What about the worst part of your situation, right? What about all the things you didn't check the box on for a minute, right? But then you finna go tell the 18-year-old he need to check the box on something you checked on at 38. That's not how life works, man.
Would it be more middle class people that existed, like as a caveat to what you're saying? Are there more middle class people that exist, or are there more people in poverty?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's more middle class people.
Yeah, it'd be more middle class. So there are like caveats and nuances towards these things or whatever. It's like generally what we can do is what we should do. We should generally do what we can do. And I don't think the excuse to not do should be put first. Like
it's not about doing it, brother. Let's have this conversation real quick. It's not about
that should be at the bottom of where you stand. Like that's the bottom. Like I can't do any of this, but what can I do?
Listen to this. In 1960, right? I think we might have mentioned this before. In 1965,
that's when everything switched.
Wait, no. In 1960, most people will tell you that Black people were married at a rate of 80%. Now, I think that's too high myself, but I'm not going to argue with all these people that say it, right? Mm-hmm. The average Black man earned $9,900 a year in 1960, while the average white man earned $17,000. That's an $8,000 difference. Now, the average Black man earns $45,000, and the average white man earns $52,000. Still the same $8,000 difference. But the narrative is that Black men don't make enough money to support. It's not that we can't. It's just that back then women were willing to be poor. They were willing. How many times have your grandmama told you it was 2 kids in each bed, one to the foot, one to the headboard,
and the dad was providing
on cots and mats and all of that? They accepted more, right? Because family was the most important thing, not how it looked, but the fact that we were together. Now with this 45, and it's really more than that, because I did a poll with an average Black man. I think I had like maybe 100 people that responded, and the average Black man said that they was working 50 or more hours a week. So when you add in the overtime, it's a little bit more than that, right? But that's considering you having to do the overtime. But the point is this. Right now, I have it can be considered a 2-bedroom, but it's a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm downtown Louisville. My rent's $700 a month, right? So I could move a woman in, I could feed a woman, all of that. I got a car, I could do whatever, all of that, right? But it wouldn't be good enough because I can't buy the purses, I can't buy the shoes, I can't take her to Jamaica, I can't take her here, I can't take her there. And before you scrunch up your face, I will literally give you my information. We can do a show together, singled out, and I will pull all the Instagram, all the TikToks, all this other stuff of women saying, why do I want to be with a man that can't do more for me than I can do for myself? That is the equivalent to saying food, shelter, and clothing is not enough. I need trips. I need clothes. I need bags.
We got really back in, y'all. Like,
the answer to that is to not marry.
Hold on, Smitty. I just want to make sure we stay on the child support topic because we kind of going everywhere. I'm gonna let you answer what he's saying, but we want to bring it back a little bit because we
okay. Well, the thing is not to marry the woman who wants the access. It's if you want a minimalistic lifestyle, then marry somebody who wants a minimalistic lifestyle. That's not hard to find. That's a conversation away.
I agree. And I think my issue with where the conversation's going, and if you want to clarify podcast, cool. I don't see what that has to do with men not doing their part to take care of their child. You're saying a woman
most men I'm gonna tell you how it correlates.
You're
Because
saying a woman
men
doesn't want a minimalistic lifestyle. That has nothing to do with you taking care of the kids. So if you could explain that.
But it has something to do with the child support. Because most men that are on child support ain't on child support because they don't take care of their kids. That's y'all. You cannot have these conversations on these topics if you're not gonna do a little bit of research, bro.
I didn't see where that
men.
If I could play devil's advocate with him just for a hot second.
Wait. Answer this question when you do. Answer this question to me. What percentage of men do you think are on child support because they don't take care of their kids?
Because they don't take care of them?
Yes.
I think it's low. I think I brought up the numbers last time because I think it said like 76% of men actively pay child support. 9% of men pay child support, like on and off, and then there's like a 15% marker to where people just try to avoid it altogether.
Mm-hmm.
How does that connect to his point about women wanting too much?
I kind of forgot where I was gonna go because
we're on a different conversation now, bro. It doesn't. It
does correlate. Do you not understand what I'm saying? We're
talking. All right. I remember what I was gonna say. There was a clip that I was actually gonna try to share, but ain't no point in me sharing it because you all probably know about it already, which is the new child support card, which is they will limit what women can do with child support, such as like buy weave or go on trips, like use it for flight, use it for rent, and things of that nature. So
I would give you that argument, Smitty, and we can even go there after, but I still would say that's a deflection for Lil Podcast because he doesn't want to pay at all.
Who? I pay my child support every month.
Well, I'm basing it on the discussion of the fact that I said don't want to though. You have a problem.
No, I don't.
Pay it. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't need to be on child support.
Whether or not we have a card that dictates it doesn't change that fact. You still don't want to pay it.
Because you don't need to be on it. That's the point I'm trying to make to you.
No, I'm just making a point that argument for Smitty to bring up wouldn't change where we're at right now.
True, but I'm saying to what you're saying now, when men say they don't want to pay child support, let's get this understood. Because I want for all the viewers to see why for whatever reason it's okay to bash men, right? Don't bash women, but it's okay to bash men. Watch this. For whatever reason, when a man says that they don't want to pay child support, we equate that to I don't want to take care of my kid. When you just heard this man give you the statistics on men who pay child support. So it's not about not taking care of your kid. It's you don't want somebody else dictating it. You don't want somebody else telling you how much it's supposed to be. You don't want somebody else taking the money out of your check. How do you feel when they take taxes out of your check? You don't like it, right? You prefer it if you was able to give them the taxes on your own instead of them just taking it, right? That's the same way men feel about paying child support. We don't want you to just take it or give us a number that you think is the right kind of number. That don't always work out to people's benefit. I know men who they were asking 50 and 60 to 70% of their income. When I first got put on child support for my son, they was asking for 72%. I went to court. The state said, yeah, this is too much, Your Honor. The judge said, no, I'm not going to drop it until he pays something. What? The state is saying they okay. They realize they got my check stub. This is too much. We asking for too much. And she said no. So that's
wait. You said
the kid. You just don't want to pay the state.
Right. Hold on. It's hard to formulate an argument against you because you make 8 points at once. Like, let's try to give me 1 point so we can respond. Go ahead, family values.
You said that the judge said that she's not going to change it until you pay something. So it was still in your hands. She was willing to drop it as long as you paid something, because it sounds like you weren't paying anything or wasn't. Right. So
that's happening right now. I want to do it, so I'm going to make it an unfair issue or some kind of inconsistency with it in order to justify not doing what I don't want to do. And I think the judge ain't want to play that game.
No, the judge didn't have a game to play. The minute I got a letter saying, hey, you've been on child support for 6 months, I went to court immediately. Hey, this is my check stubs. They asked me to bring them. I brought them immediately. I did exactly what I was told to do when I was told to do it.
What made you
for
start?
whatever reason, y'all always want to make the man the bad guy. And you're doing it again right now, which I'm not mad about, because this will be more evidence that the system is rigged against men, and our own men are programmed to view us this way.
What made
the very moment that I was instructed to do something, I did it, and they still didn't.
What made you start paying it now? Since you
Because I got the reduction that I asked for.
Okay.
Yeah, reduce it. That's all I ever wanted. Hey, make this make sense according to what I make. That's how that's supposed to work. Then you just hear singled out say that. She said they take her income and the man's income, and that's how they figure it out. With me, they pulled a number out of their ass and said, this is what you're supposed to have been paying for the last 6 months. No, I'm not doing that. Nobody else don't got to stand up for me. I'm going to stand up for me. Period. We just heard of him. The man just told y'all, they told you about the man that went to jail for paying more. So I don't understand what more do y'all need to understand that the system is rigged against men, bro. It ain't taking care of your kid. That's the problem. You don't want somebody else dictating.
The only issue with that statement
is as a man to have somebody else dictate to you how.
The only issue with that statement that you're making is women didn't create child support. That's the only issue with that. Women didn't create child support. Men did.
True.
And if you don't want to be on child support, don't have sex with women and have babies. Or if you're going to have sex and have babies, have them with women who's not going to put you on child support. Provide for her so she wouldn't even have to do that in the first place. You're dealing with these type of women that are the first thought on their mind is put him on child support. These are actions that you could take. These are all choices that you've made.
I mean, I'm going to say one thing though. I have seen situations where these people ride or die together for so long, it get ugly and nasty, and the person uses their emotions to drain or get whatever they can. I've seen that. It's definitely out there. But I'm going to go back to what you said in the last podcast, which was, if I ain't got it, I ain't got it. That is the mindset of why I feel like child support needs to be around, because the kid doesn't stop living because you don't have it. However, you then explain that you still made a way and always took care of your children. But when you make statements like, if I ain't got it, I ain't got it, I shouldn't be put on child support, you shouldn't dictate, blah, 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 it kind of doesn't correlate to somebody that is taking care of their kid.
It don't make sense.
All right. This is what I want to say about the child support thing, like in general. And
hold up, because y'all keep talking over the host. First of all, how do you make a way if you don't got it?
He was saying that he asked family members or whoever he needed to, that he made a way to make sure his kids didn't go without. Okay. But his viewpoint and stance on, if I don't have it, kind of doesn't correlate with someone who is doing that. So that's why it makes you think differently. It's like, oh, well, you ain't, because if I ain't got it is your attitude. But then he said, no, like if I had to call my mom, if I had to bring in these resources to make sure that the kids was taken care of, then that's what I did. That was what he said on the first.
I understand what you're saying, but this is the problem, and I hope that this registers for you.
And Smitty, go in right after him, bro.
Everybody ain't me.
Right.
I got a mama. My dad don't do nothing for me, but I'm just saying, my dad is still alive. My mama is still alive. I got cousins, brothers, family members, nieces, girlfriends, baby mamas who have looked out for me in my time of need. Not everybody has that. The whole point is this. I'm going to say it again. Poor man, poor woman, come together, make a baby. Why does the woman get everything? Why don't, if it's all about the kid and we keep saying how important fathers are to these children, then why aren't you making sure the father is straight so he can be in the kid's life the same way you making sure the mother is straight? Why does she automatically get full custody? Why don't you just automatically say, this is how we're going to do this? Two things. Either we're going to give both of y'all your own crib and both of y'all food stamps so you can have a place for the kid and both of y'all can feed the kid, or we're going to give y'all one crib where y'all can be together and put y'all grievances and BS bullshit ego to the side and understand it ain't about you no more. It's about this kid, and do the best that y'all can to provide a healthy environment for this kid. Why do I gotta go to jail?
You wouldn't need the court to be involved, period.
Hold on, let's
say that one more time.
Hold on, let Smitty get back in there. Smitty has something. We've been holding him for a second.
When it comes down to the child support system or whatever, the thing is you guys are seeking support. And economically, the guy isn't always going to match the female. So when it comes down to it, if you're only getting $50, say a month in child support, how exactly is that supporting you?
So prime example with my father, because he was on, and I don't know how long he was on disability or what the situation was, but I guess he worked for a little bit while I was young, and then after something happened and he was on disability, whatever his payment was, it switched to $50 when he was on disability because you still have to help. And so what my mother did with that $50, I don't know. When my father couldn't pay the $50, it accumulated. And what happened was when my father got into a situation where he sued somebody, that money came to my mother and my mother took care of me. Like that money went towards
that's amazing.
Making sure the stuff was good.
But without settlements coming in, so for 18 years, $50 coming in a month, you could do the math on that. How much did that help you raise that kid?
Exactly. But who are we talking about? Somebody that's on disability, or are we talking about somebody who has the ability to go out
somebody
and work?
Who's not economically at the standard?
Why are they not? Why are they not? Because if you can work.
But for 18 years though, for 18 years, the only standard you've made it to is the standard of $50 a month. That's an issue.
And if you're capable of working, if there's no disability, if there's no issue, why, if that statement of if I ain't got it, I ain't got it. Well, the question is, why don't you have it? Because you have
at a lifetime earning for Black men, I mean, it's like $45,000 to $50,000 a year, and then you try to chop that down into $300 payments, and it's like let's take $330 a month, and what's 330 times 12? How much is that?
It's about 39, somewhere around there.
39.60.
That's taking care of your kid.
That takes care of my kids' tuition.
It's better than what you would have without it.
That takes care of my kids' tuition.
And then what I go into is the institution in and of itself. If you're just paying for tuition for kids and you're not generally helping a generation of kids grow up to do better, then what exactly is the institution there for?
Hold on, you're not going to help a generation of kids grow up to do better anyway in a broken home.
Yeah.
So this is a band-aid. We understand that. This is not going to replace the nuclear family unit. There's no way to do that.
And my original statement is good.
Because $50 a month is like $600 a year. So are you just saying that it's nothing, what she should just do without?
All right. Well, I said this on the last episode or whatever, because we generally talked about where we stand at. I think that things start in marriage. I believe that a lot of systems are put in place to catch women when they fall. If you remove certain systems to catch women when they fall, and then they had to get back into their intuitive systems to where they're like, I have to make the best selection and who I choose to mate with, then you would change an entire generation of people. But when you have a crutch in order for them to fall on, along with a bunch of other crutches, then you don't fix a generation of people like that. It's like, you raise a kid in a household to where they have running water and stuff like that. But then the thing is, the kid is missing so much because the only thing that the kid might get from the father is money.
want to hear Grizzy thoughts on that because you made a good point. Actually, I would like to hear what he thinks about that.
Well, I mean, it's for me. I've seen things, that angered me with like the whole like child support thing and assistance from the state. Because I remember when I had a co-owner of a bodega, like we would have a lot of women who would get, like $2,000 and come in and try to sell it, for cash. So they would give like, they wanted X amount, and so they'll tell us like, I'll sell you $200 for $100. And I'm like, shouldn't that go towards, you feeding your kids? And I would never do it. But you have, a lot of people, who buy food stamps, in the store, and it takes away from that point. You know what I mean? So it's like, what is it really going for? And that's always been my argument. Like, if it's for a legitimate reason, to take care of the children, then yes. But if it's just for you to have it as an ATM card to swipe and as you please, then it's just like the father who has to work two jobs to pay his child support. Meanwhile, you're doing X, Y, and Z with the money. Then how does that really help anybody in the situation? Because again, you have these kids, who go to school, they're hungry, their clothes is dirty, they're not being taken care of, but yet they're receiving child support money, they're receiving assistance from the state, and it's like, where is it going to? So again, like what we talked about with like the whole regulation aspect of it, I think that is something that ought to be looked into.
So y'all are convinced to go to that topic. So let's just go ahead and do it.
No, I mean, I would just giving my.
No, I'm messing with you. We need to go there though. Should there be a regulation on what child support can be spent on? And this ain't got to be yes or no. You can elaborate. I'm gonna start with you, Lil Podcast. Or yeah, go ahead.
To me, it's all about whether or not the parent receives assistance from the state. So if she does, yes. If she doesn't, no. Because whatever, Savannah, you still my op. Like, because the reason why is right when I look at somebody like, and I'm halfway assuming that singled out works for a living, right? Doesn't receive any assistance.
Correct.
And so let's say she getting child support. Well, if she takes the child support, right? Let's say, because they would say it's okay to use it to pay rent, right? So let's say she getting $400 a month, and she used that to pay for half the rent. Well, the $400 that was gonna come out her check, she can use that to go buy her a bag, a purse, or whatever with, right? So it really wouldn't make a difference at that point. But if you're talking about somebody that's getting assistance from the state, yes, 100%. All of your money should be going directly to the children themselves. And the thing about it is, on the child tax credit, you only get like $3,000 a year. So they already know that most people in general ain't spending this type of money. You have these conversations, and women be like, "Well, my son is in football camp." Well, your son is 17, man. We talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds. You're not spending no gang of money unless you're one of them mamas that want to go buy your son the Jordan releases every week. Then that's you being irresponsible. On a regular, you ain't spending a whole bunch of money directly on the kid. It is what it is. If they in your possession, you should be able to house them and clothe them and feed them on your own. Everything else that comes inside of the house should be extra. If you can't do that, then the child needs to go with the other parent. Simple as that. Now, I do have one final question for Singled Out, though, because you said you ain't married, and yet you said your husband is supposed to be the provider. Mm-hmm. So this is just a simple question, yes or no. Right now, if you can get rid of 50% of your bills, wouldn't that be a great thing for you?
You mean go half?
No, I'm asking you specifically the question I'm asking you, so you can't outsmart me. If you could get rid of 50% of your bills right now.
I like to read the fine print on that, sir.
Exactly. That's my point.
That's my point. That's my point. Half you, my roommate. No.
That's my point. Thank you.
Oh my God. I just want to take the time to say I finally agree with you on something.
Yes.
Part of it, Little Podcast. You start losing me at the end. But I do agree with you to the point, and I never thought about it this way. I do agree with you to the point where if housing vouchers, food stamps, everything is being provided, then I wouldn't have a problem with saying the child support should be specified for certain things. And it was a good point that you made. So I definitely agree with you there.
I agree. This is the first time I agree with
That
him.
was a really good point.
That
I
was
never
good.
even thought about it that
That was
way.
good.
But if you don't get any other type of subsidy, and it would be similar to like just an additional income, then it shouldn't matter to how you use it. So I agree, and I was shocked that I agreed, but I agree.
No, that was a good one. I mean,
Yeah, it was. I never even thought about it that way.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
So does anybody disagree?
Well,
Wow,
you made a solid point.
Wow.
So then for the final topic, then let's go here. Since we're talking about the morality of the child support system, let's start with the ladies. Do you all believe it gives incentive to break families and ultimately should be dismantled for that reason? I mean, when we're weighing out the bigger picture, we understand what we're dealing with, but which is more pressing on the balance beam, I guess you should ask. Either of the ladies, whoever want to jump in there.
Yeah, I think actually if we do away with welfare, if we do away with child support and a lot of these incentives, we will see more nuclear families. We will see women and men making better decisions. But I will say though, I believe that there should be like a special case situation where it can be investigated. So for instance, if a woman did it the right way, gets married, and then that man just disappears on her and goes create a family elsewhere, and maybe she was a housewife, maybe she didn't have a career, I think that's when the states should step in and be that mediator if she can't get anything out of the father of the children.
I want to have Smitty respond to you before we get to other ladies on that, because you made a good point that I didn't think about, because his argument presents the basis that it'll require women to make better choices of men, but without that fear or oversight, what stops the men from saying, "Well, I've had enough of you. Fuck it, I'm out of here." Smitty, what's your response to that?
Well, in response to actually what you said, it's like this: who would be the person who would mediate between those two? And I'm taking Lakia's point with that argumentation. Like, who would mediate as to why that dude left? And the same reason why we don't have like a concrete answer as to why most females leave like marriages and things of that nature. So it's like, well, yeah, we can come up with like a nuanced way, but I kind of feel like a lot of people would use the nuanced way and everybody will become nuanced within that. What stops men from skating? Usually, unless a man wants to have a family, usually they don't want to start it. But there most definitely there's a caveat, because there's a bunch of fatherless homes out here. I don't think that child support is the thing that rings them in. I think that there are women who have values, who are like, this is the type of man I want. These are the things that I'm looking for in a man, and I accept nothing less than this. And then you come down to an agreement. And then there are promiscuous women out here who have sex with men. Kevin Samuels put it way better than I ever will. Women give us provisions to sex, men hold relationships. So be careful who you let in. And then the men will vet you after we let in and figure out whether or not we want to marry you or not.
Okay.
But you mentioned something in the beginning of that. You were saying that if that man was to leave, who is it going to judge why he left? Why does it matter why he left? The point is that he left and is no longer providing for the children they made together.
I would
It
take
doesn't really matter why.
it does because I would take one of little podcast points because domestic violence is really really high from female to male, like for real. And how many
So
times?
domestic violence should say, I'm not going to take care of my kid.
No, no, no. Well, I don't stand there. I'm just saying, like, well, for us to not be in the same household, because if I hit Christine, if me and Christina get into it and I hit Christina in the face, I'm paying the heavier consequence than she is.
Right, but the point was about child support, though. You use that as a
Yeah, my caveat to that is always to try to agree. I don't want the courts involved in anything that I do. I've literally, like me and my wife have gone through spouts, like going through it. And in the middle of us thinking that we weren't going to be together anymore, we came down to agreements amongst ourselves about our kids. As a matter of fact, as she walks to the door, you remember when we got into it before and we talked about how we were going to do things with the kids?
Yeah, we know that's the best case scenario of how to do it. The point, though, that was laid out is that men leave without doing that and skate on the family. How do we rectify that as a society? And then you brought up, well, we need to know why he left.
Okay.
But the question now is, does why he left dictate whether or not he should have to provide for his kids?
Well, if you create, you should have to provide.
Okay.
The problem in which I have within this whole conversation is because of where I stand in the conversation, which is I don't believe in child support at all.
Okay.
I don't see it as a societal good,
And
I never.
So even in extreme cases like the one
it sounds like what he's saying is that those cases are just going to have to be collateral damage because you can't solve every problem in society.
That's what the church is for.
That's what the church is for. There you go.
Let me ask you a question. What if a woman decides to leave a relationship because she wants to do OnlyFans and not be a wife and a mother anymore? Should the man still be entitled to pay child support?
Amazing question.
No, I think that he should be getting custody of his children.
Okay. That's where I was going to go next. I think that there needs to be more options for the man to be able to get the child in those situations. Women should not be able to just up and leave with my children. I don't think that's righteous.
I think a beautiful
financially responsible.
I think a good follow-up to this conversation would be, and I know we're not at the end of it, but we should do research and go down the rabbit hole to see why are men and women leaving each other? Like what's going on with that?
The problem with that, Smitty, is that would assume that most men and women were together when they procreated, and they're not.
That's the truth. But then even figuring out why they're not staying together, like why is it now? Like coming up from my mom. My mom was way older. I was raised by my aunt. She was way older than me. Wasn't raised by my biological mother. The story for another day or whatever. But they came from households to where if you got pregnant outside of marriage, you were shunned. There was shame in that. Like you didn't talk to people about that. It wasn't oh well, I'm pregnant, da 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 da, and you were shamed, and then you had to go and live out with those consequences.
No, you're right. You went out of town and you came back and you had a sister.
But that's the thing, bro. You have to think about that. Like, what is shame anymore? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think people really have the sense of
things are the same. Things are the same as they always used to be. People are just trying to redefine what the truth is. The truth is still the truth.
That's true. That's true. Let's move into this question.
Lee just brought that up.
Hello, Jenny. Jenny said, question, should a spouse also be responsible for her spouse's child support from a previous relationship?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead into it, Lakia.
No. No. So I was in a situation, circumstance, whatever you want to call it. My husband had a daughter when I met him. A lot of people don't even know this, but that's just because I don't advertise my business and my life to the world. But I'm transparent. So he had a daughter when I met him. She was 1. Needless to say, that entity felt entitled to my money and lifestyle because we joined as one. No, I don't feel like I should be responsible. I don't. And I know it's a we when you come together. I totally understand and get that. But when your child has a bedroom at my house, your child was offered to live in my house, your child can come to my house and be here on any given day. She can just knock on the door, whatever the case, and it is open to her. But you don't get to cut it out. Sorry. You don't get to dictate where my money goes. And yes, it's a my, because when we first got together, we weren't married. We weren't married for the first 7 years. Okay. So it was a my, yes, it was. And once we got married, that should have been handled and taken care of. There's a lot of stuff in between that. I feel like there's a lot of broken communication that former relationships take out on the new spouse and everything else, and expect the new person to handle the old baggage and everything else. So I'm just going to say I don't feel that way at all. What were your arrangements or agreements that you were okay with prior to me coming into this picture? And now all of a sudden, because you see that I drive this, I live this way, my kids are doing this, that, and the third, that it's acceptable for it to be different.
Let me jump in there because I got some experience with this too. Jasmine came into the relationship with 2 kids, and there was a point early in the marriage where she had gone through a custody issue, and somehow the conversation came up, or I don't know if just doing my research, somehow it came up that, like you said, our income could be considered one maybe, and with her not being working, we was wondering, will I have to pay the child support? Let me tell you, that would have greatly put a stain on our marriage. And Miss Family Values would not be a housewife today. She would have somebody's nice job. but that's an amazing point to be brought up, because that would be a problem. I'm not paying for nobody's child. Now, in a sense, I already am. I'm fully providing for these kids. They're under my roof. They're eating my food. Shit, you know what I mean? I'm already doing so. But to have to shell out, let me say this. To have to shell out income to pay for a child I didn't have the pleasure of creating is absolutely out of this world.
Can I ask you a question?
The podcast about to jump in.
Hold on before you get going. I know
you do is let people talk, bro. That's all you got to do.
Let me ask you a question. Was that conversation had before marriage? Was that all figured out before you guys got married?
I never thought that could be a possibility. I didn't know that could happen.
What?
That I could be held responsible for child support.
Okay, so if you would have known that prior to marriage, would they have had a...
If I would have known that prior to marriage, we might not have got married, 1, being all the way honest. 2, if we did, that would have to be rectified long before we even pick out a dress or talk about a marriage. I would have to know what the paperwork is on that scenario.
Yeah, I would have had a job.
See, this is where this word called empathy is supposed to come in at, right? You see how he said, I never thought this was possible. You know how many people can apply that to their situations?
Mm-hmm.
But in conversation, we don't want to do that for each other. We just want to say, no, nigga, you should have known, and you should have chose better, and you should have known better, and all of that. But when it's our own situations, we real quick to say, no, I didn't never think that could happen, man.
I'm not going to give you that, bro. I'm going to tell you why. Because there's a major difference than being expected to pay for someone else's kid and being expected to pay for your kid. We reaching with that one.
It's not about reaching, bro. You're trying to single it out to this situation, but it's not the same. You can be with somebody, bro. I know people who've been in relationships for 7 years, right? The relationship ended. The woman want to put the man on child support.
It's still your child, though. That's not a surprise.
So they went back the whole 7 years.
That's your child. That came from your sperm out of your body. It's not the same as it being another. How would you don't want to pay for your own damn kids. How you gonna feel paying for somebody else's?
This shit is amazing. Did you hear what I said, Driscoll?
You're not listening to the topic and the question. You're responding to something that is not. No, you're not listening, and you keep throwing us off with your whatever you got going on there?
Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
He was in a relationship for 7 years. He was taking care of his kids. When they broke up, she filed child support. He was 7 years in arrears.
Okay, but you walked away. We went further a step. We read the comment. Can you re-put the comment up there?
I just saw the comment.
Okay, so the comment is about taking care of somebody else's kids. It's Beans, right?
I saw the comment.
He doesn't want.
Okay, so this is not. It has nothing to do. We're talking about child support, but we have moved on. We did what you
I understand his arguments now.
I'm talking to him about what he just said out of his mouth. I'm addressing what he just said.
When he said he didn't know it was possible.
And when you asked him a question, he said, I never thought that could happen. And what I'm trying to get him to realize is I want him to be more empathetic towards men moving forward, to know that a lot of men have been in situations where they never thought something could happen.
That's
they
ridiculous.
You see a man, he's behind in his arrears, and you thinking it's because he don't take care of his kids, but the whole time he was in a relationship for a long time, and because he didn't keep receipts of everything he bought his kids, like a fucking child, right? Because he didn't keep receipts, now she done filed for child support, and they going back to the birth of the kid. They not even caring about the fact he been providing for the kids for 7 years. They going back to when the child was born. And that's what I'm saying. We don't never apply these things.
I'm not going to, because it's not the same. I'm not going to conflate that. That is one thing to not know my rights. I'm going to explain it. You don't want to hear it. It's one thing to not know my rights when it's something that I am responsible for. And it's another thing to be held responsible for something I'm not responsible for. You are responsible for your child. That's not even close to the same.
What does that have to do with not knowing that something was possible, bro? Not knowing that somebody would
child support is possible for your kid.
No, you don't know.
There's no way, bro.
Okay. I wish we could find somebody that don't know nothing about child support and ask them, yes or no, do they think if you take care of your kids for 7 years and then the mother files child support that you owe the 7 years?
I'm telling you, I'm one of them people that don't know that. I don't know that because I know from different interactions with people in court systems that it goes like from the time you file. So unless that person filed when the kid was born and they kept that undercover all that time, I've never heard of them saying we gonna make
just so I can get an understanding of your question.
How it work, Grizzy?
I said I didn't know that. I didn't say that's how it works. I said I'm admitting to my ignorance and not knowing.
I'm not even addressing you. I'm addressing Driscoll. Grizzy, is that how that works?
No, I just wanted to give an example of what you're talking about. So this happened to my cousin. So he was with a girl and they had a baby. They were in a relationship for, I want to say 9 years.
9 years.
From birth, she never worked, never had a job. He always took care of, his daughter and her, and was paying, the bills for her mom. So he was taking care of the whole household that he didn't even live in. So when they broke up, she took him to child support, and he was like, well, I've been taking care of not only my kid, but of her mom, that whole household. So then they told him, well, do you have any receipts of anything that you're saying? Because her argument was he never did anything. And his argument is like, I've been doing it. He brought witnesses, and they still told him he had to pay back child support from birth up until from like she was 8 or 9 years old. So that was like, and it devastated him because he was like, yo, I took care of you, your mom, my kid. And because he didn't have any receipts, they told him that he had to pay back child supports. And that was
Boy Driscoll's argument is that he should have known that was going to happen.
Okay. So Beans, just asking you this, just so I can understand what you're trying to say.
That was never my argument.
So are you saying that if you took care of your kid by yourself in totality for 7 years, and then you ended up like say sharing custody again with the mother or something like that, that you shouldn't have to do it? Or are you saying that you took care of your kid for 7 years by yourself?
No, what I'm saying is what Driscoll said out of his mouth about his situation was that he never thought it could happen. My only argument to that, not even an argument, was just that I just want him to carry on more empathetically when dealing with men, because that's a lot of men. A lot of men are going to tell you, I never thought that could happen. That situation. Why would you be, wait a minute, why would you be sitting around thinking I'm providing for my kid and the kid's mama, and at some point in time she can go file child support and get back years of child support when I actually was? That's what I'm saying. Just move more empathetically when it comes to men. A lot of men can apply the whole.
I don't think he's being empathetic even to himself though. Yeah, I don't think he's searching for empathy within his thing. He's like, if the kid was mine, I'd take care of it.
I didn't ask for no empathy. I said
no, I'm asking you to move with, when you open your mouth. Let the words of your mouth
ask for empathy
towards men, bro.
Why do I need to show others empathy when I didn't show myself empathy? I said this is what's going to happen to correct this. I ain't asking the world for empathy.
Wrong, though.
I mean, the ugly truth behind all of this or whatever, because I'm not trying to make it a man versus a woman conversation or whatever. Do trash men exist? Beings? Do trash men exist?
Yeah.
Same as women over there, right? Yeah. And then there's a different nuance to where each one of us what's Jada Pinkett Smith's word? We entangle with one another. You know what I mean? But the overarching fact is you take care of your children. You take care of yours. And then the gift is if you have kids outside of marriage and then you get somebody to take care of your kids that wasn't a part of that previously, that's a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the question that I saw on the screen was, should a woman be responsible for, or I don't think it said woman, I think it said a partner.
Exactly. You keep making it men and women.
I don't know who hurt means because he's coming after.
I literally just corrected myself. I literally just said, I don't think it said a woman. I thought it said partner, but it said spouse. Should a spouse be responsible for? But look, immediately women like, no, but it's okay for a man to step up to the plate and be a stepdad, though.
I mean, I understand. I come up from a household to where I wasn't raised by my biological father, nor was I raised by my biological mother. So I've had failures on both sides or whatever. But then when you see failures on both sides, doesn't that insinuate that you need to stick up for something? It's like, if I didn't have my father, shouldn't I want to be there for my kids? Shouldn't I want my mother there for my kids too because I didn't have her?
Yeah.
But the issue isn't having somebody. The issue isn't like if I when I get married, my husband helping support my son that's not his. The question was, should he have to pay child support for my son that's not his? We're already in the house taking care of us. Like, no. And even no, he shouldn't be responsible to pay child support. No,
he's going to though. The way it goes.
Well, is that the mindset that women have today though? Because like, if you look at it, like I don't know if you saw in that video a couple months ago where there was like dude was out on a date with a chick and she was like, "You gotta buy me food, my kids food, and all this stuff." You know what I mean? Now is this like this stuff like this?
Wait, she went on a date and asked that?
Yeah, so she went on a date with the dude and she told the dude like, and she was like, "Oh, you gotta buy my kids a steak dinner." She had like, I forgot how many kids she had, and the boy was like, "I'm not paying for your kids' food. I'm paying for you. I took you out on a date." She was like, "What do you mean? Like, you're supposed to take care of me, my kids, and this, that, and the third?" He was like, "No,
a package."
It was like this whole thing on social media about it, where it's just like, well, he a bum ass dude for not wanting to do that, and blah blah blah. No. So now it's like this society is this entitlement where it's like you're supposed to do this because of what your role is as a man. If you're going to take care of me and date me, then you got to date me and my kids.
I'm gonna go a little further.
The difference is take care of. You're supposed to take care of your wife. Right. You're supposed to take care of your wife and your family. We're dating. You're not my wife.
Correct.
So I think it's the girlfriend boyfriend mentality asking for husband wife treatment, and that's the entitlement. Like, if first of all, was the kids on the date?
No.
Hold on, wait a minute.
They were though. They were going hard in the comments like that man was really supposed to buy.
Like, girl, your kids don't eat steak with you. They're not about to eat steak with me. No.
Even the waitress jumped in on it. She was like, "But yeah, if you dating her, like you should buy her kids." And she was like, "Throw it on the bill." And he was like, "Listen, you throw it on the bill. I'm not paying it." You know, but it was like this whole thing about it, where it's like this sense of entitlement, where the man's supposed to do X, Y, and Z because of, you know.
To Jenny's question, right? On the screen.
Hold on. I want to respond to you before I forget. You said when a man step up to the plate is expected or something of that nature. I feel like
a stepfather, he said.
Huh?
He said to be a stepfather.
Mm-hmm. What about it? Like it's not a problem with being a stepfather, but the women had an issue with taking care of a man's kids. I feel like it's whoever is willing to take on that responsibility that's not theirs should be applauded regardless. It's not appreciated.
Hold on, let me clarify what he said. He was saying in response to Jenny's thing, the fact that y'all don't think y'all should have to help with a man's child support is unfair, considering y'all want a man to come in and be a stepfather. That was the point he was making.
I won't even go there because I don't know how. I can't relate. I know on the opposite end. I know on the opposite end, I was young, and that's not something that I had to necessarily deal with. I chose to, took full-fledged responsibility. We didn't have our first child for 5 years.
You talking about being a stepmother?
Yes.
Right.
And I wasn't even married.
That kills this point already then, because you were willing to do that.
Yeah, and we weren't even married yet. So that was.
Yeah, that's my issue with your arguments, Lebach, as you conflate separate issues for men and women. Appropriate thing, I'm gonna tell you, an appropriate comparison would be that women don't want to be a stepmother, but they want men to be a stepfather. But that's not what you present. You present paying someone else's child support as the equivalent to being a stepfather.
Hi. Okay, time out. This is what we saying. We telling men.
Hey, give us 1 point. We got to argue with you 1 point at a time.
1 point at a time, please.
We're telling men that child support is taking care of their kid, and they should be willing to pay it. So how is it not the same? It's taking care of the kid. If it's taking care of a kid when the father does it, it would be taking care of the kid if the stepfather or the girlfriend or the mother or the auntie,
I'm gonna answer your question.
Whoever pays the money will be taking care of the kid. That's what they will be.
It's going to the mother. It's going to someone
this
else.
Is how it's not the same. In order for me to pay child support, that means the money's going out the house to the other parent's household. Being a stepfather is me taking care of my house and the kids happen to be there. It's not the same as the money going out the door to someone else's house.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying as a stepfather, stepfathers don't spend any money directly on their wives' kids.
That's not what I said, bro.
Okay, then. Thank you. That's my point. It does not all. Don't just start with rent, light, and gas.
No.
You know that stepfathers buy clothes, put food in their stomach, take them outside, take them on trips, all kind of stuff.
If they want to. If they want to, though. But there are stepfathers out here that don't do that. It is not a requirement. Child support is a requirement.
I think y'all kind of saying the same beings. I think he kind of saying the same thing. Like y'all taking care of your household and taking care of the children inside it, regardless if they're your stepkids or your biological kids, is gonna happen because it's inside the same house. I think it's more of the issue is the child support goes directly to the other parent that's not inside the house.
He literally just said that stepfathers don't always do that. It's not a requirement for them to buy their shoes, buy their clothes, take them here, take them there. He literally just said that.
It's
out of his mouth right now.
That's
my point. If as a stepdad, you're expected to provide for their kid, not just pay your rent, not just pay your light, not just pay your internet. You want me to pay they self again? Remember, singled out said I was supposed to have to work. I'm supposed to sit on my ass all day.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't put that in my mouth. That's not what I said.
Well, that's what it is when it's a man doing it.
That's not what I said. I said what I said, and if you're gonna repeat repeated
You know
verbatim.
what? You're
I
right
didn't
about
mean
that.
to say.
You're right about that. You're right about that because I don't like it when people mischaracterize me. What she
Beans,
said
let me
was,
add-
I'm entitled to not be a slave while my husband be a slave. Right?
That
So
ain't what I said.
are you
Oh,
okay
she ain't
with
said that
going?
either. She ain't
Are
said that
you
either. I'm
okay
just
with
saying.
paying another? All right, say me and you have a kid to get.
Hey,
Me.
now that's what I'm talking about. We got a boy. I want a son. I want another son. I want a do-over.
Said a do-over.
Anyway, sir.
You know how much more food stamps they gonna give me? Girl,
You know
when
what?
get out this kid.
Oh,
Hey, you said they gonna give you a 3-bedroom voucher now.
Yeah,
And we're gonna keep passing it down to every kid and make sure that they're good for generations to come. Okay.
bro, are we on a
Think
panel,
about that,
bro,
Driscoll,
or is
that's
this
a good
fucking
point.
Looney Tunes, dog? Is this Looney Tunes, dog? Like,
I'm
what are we
just
doing?
saying, like, see,
Love
honestly,
connection, man. Love
don't
connection.
make me sick. Honestly, if me and you met and we both have not even okay, I have a kid, I got kids already. Are you comfortable taking money and handing it to the father of my kids? Are you going to take your money that you earned and give it to another man outside of your house? I'm not talking about what you do inside your house. Are you going to go and hand that man the
You
money?
know what you saying. He
His
trying to be
household?
That's
he know,
what child support is.
I haven't
That's what child
responded
support
yet.
is.
What are you talking about?
correct, Smitty. That's the point we're making. That's
That's
why
what child
Can I
support
say
is.
something?
Look,
Yes
what
or
I'm telling
no?
you is this. The answer to your question is no.
Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank
That's not
you.
it.
That's what we agree.
That's
We
not
agree
it.
with one another.
Keep it real and
I'm
single
not
out.
responsible to put money into another household. When that
Okay.
child is at my house, she is cared for, hair done, got every clothing piece
Right.
of food that she needs.
Yeah,
She got
that's
a
a
home.
bad argument, Beans, because if your child was at my house, your child gonna eat my food, and
But
they not my
this
responsibility.
what you got to understand, though, Driscoll. A lot of men are making that argument about child support. They're saying this about their own kid. Like, why the hell do I have to pay her rent and mine? That
Because
don't
it's
make no
their
sense.
The kid
kid.
lives there. The kid lives
I'll
there.
say this, like, because in accordance to what Grizzy said, what Grizzy said earlier was he had his daughter a majority of the time or whatever, and he had an agreement. Now, what ends up happening when it comes down to child support or whatever, though he did have he had a settlement that he came down to, that doesn't lower the amount of child support that he has to pay because his daughter lives with him. And would you say that that was fair or unfair?
That's not true. If he
Unfair.
fought
And
for
it
that,
is
a lot of kids have, a lot of men have seen that change if they fought for that.
It's
I was
considered,
gonna
but you
say,
have to
did
get
you
the
go?
custody,
Yeah, I was about to say,
which is why
did
I
you
agree
go?
with custody and child support needing to
Men
be
just
together.
men just don't like
I
going to
keep
court.
telling
We
men
don't
they
fight.
got to fight for everything. We
But
got to fight for
you know,
everything.
I would love for you to poll that.
Yes, you
I would
do.
love for you to poll that idea because I think that's like I think that's entirely anecdotal and not entirely the truth.
It,
I don't think generally. I don't think
that.
if 76% of men who are on child support are paying child support or whatever, and are doing so, like I don't think that a majority of men aren't showing up to court.
Well,
It's
It doesn't mean it's
doesn't matter
willingly.
what you think. What matters is what is. We don't know the numbers, but I know that I've talked to multiple men, and you know this to be a fact, that didn't go to court. That's all I can go off. I'm not.
that's not a majority of people that
Oftentimes,
I've
you know,
talked
they'll
to.
think that they're not going to
And
get hurt.
even my anecdotal take on it or whatever is like, well, my thing is to get rid of it in general. And when I say that,
Facts.
people generally take what I'm saying and they're like, well, you're just trying to let deadbeats get away. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say let deadbeats get away with it.
Man,
All I'm saying is that it's wrong from the get-go. And there's a different corrective measure that needs to be taken other than child support.
yep.
You said prayer.
So I would agree.
Well, it's going to take care of the child financially, Smitty.
Go, Grizzy, get in there, Grizzy, because you've been trying to eat for a minute.
No, what I was going to say is earlier, Jenny, that's my wife, the one that made the comment. And from the moment she and I started to date, she took on that motherly role for my daughter. Like, though I didn't, she brought him in, beautiful.
So women,
So, but from the very beginning, she took that role. And there are times where my daughter's mother felt jealous because my daughter has this connection with her based on how active she is and how involved she is in everything in the relationship that they share.
So
So,
women do that. You're saying that's what you're throwing out there. There are women that do that.
yeah, and you know, and there are often times where she buys my daughter things, and she'll go to her mom's house with it, and like her mom be like, "Oh, where'd you get this?" And now it's got to the point where it's okay because I had to establish that respect amongst everybody. Like, look, me and you were married, it didn't work out. You're her mother. This is where your role is. This is who my wife is, and this is what her role is. And everybody's going to get along. And if there's a problem or a disagreement, it's my due diligence to make sure that there's, no conflict, amongst everybody, because I know what my responsibility is as a dad. That has nothing to do, with her income or, her doing anything. That's my due diligence. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to.
I'm so happy you said that. I'm so happy you said that. I feel like there should be a whole topic in itself about children, about stepchildren, and
we're gonna do a blended family show. We're gonna do a blended family show.
Yeah, that should definitely be a topic.
Yeah. So can I respond to Smitty's?
Please. We gotta save podcast for last. Go ahead, single it out.
So I think with the idea of getting rid of child support, I think my take would be on that: if get rid of welfare. If you remove welfare, that removes the need for, or the safe haven for a woman to go out and be provided a house, be provided food and everything like that. The whole system, as we all know, was created to divide the family. So is child support going to be the saving grace? No, the saving grace was the original family unit. That was the saving grace. That's where it needs to get back to. But unfortunately, because we all know it's only going to get worse, these were things that were put in place. My opinion is get rid of welfare. Mm-hmm. A child support should be in place for those who, men or women, who do not do their due diligence to help provide for the child that they created. I do not think, and even if we can't get to that point, if it's like, boom, you're on assistance, like we said earlier, there should be, if you're getting assistance, then there should be some structure as to what's being spent, where it's being spent for. Even if it's a once a year we come together, we see your records, what was taken care of, what did the kid need, where was it going? That's extra accountability. You do have deadbeats. You do have trash women who use the system, who have kids out of wedlock on purpose because that is their job. Mm-hmm. That's their resource. So that's never going to change until we change the mentality of the role of a woman, the role of a husband, a wife, a male. There's a difference between a male and a man. And unfortunately, there are a lot of males and a lot of girls creating babies, and not women and men and husbands and wives.
That's a fact.
That's where it comes down to. So
I'm with you in totality on that. I'm with you down to the T. So look, I am not sitting in here like, hey, let's get rid of child support, but keep the food stamps. There's so many federal things that I would roll back if I had control, because I think that there are things that were in place before the Welfare Act came into place that kept people in check, which was dependence upon one another. Dependence upon one another. So a wife depended upon her husband. A husband depended upon his wife in order to raise good children. Mm-hmm. And then the system would repeat itself. But then what ended up happening was a system came to be a crutch to people. Mm-hmm. And then men got kicked out of their home. Mm-hmm. And man, I'm sorry to quote Kevin Samuel so much in here, but Kevin Samuel said this, and I agree with him. Mothers have failed their daughters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Bro, somebody got upset with me because
I said, next after you, Grizzy.
Yeah, somebody had got upset with me because I said that I'm raising a wife. As in relation to my daughter, I'm raising a submissive wife who's gonna understand, what it means to be, loved by men, but also to be respectful and things like that. And it was like, so basically, you want your daughter to fail, and I'm like, what? How, in what way? You know what I mean? Like, and there was like, well, you know, like you should teach your daughter to be independent and this,
No,
that, and the third. And I'm like, what does
it's
independent mean?
ghetto.
What does independent mean to you? Being a single mom and all of
Exactly.
these things, being so emotionally hurt and broken that you're upset at the fact that somebody comes to you and give you a compliment, you think it's somebody trying to smash. Like, I'm choosing to give my daughter a lifestyle that I believe is going to help her create, you know, a change in the generational curse of divorce in my family. That's what I'm trying to break, you know. But you find that it to be insulting to say, well, you know, you're raising, you know, a woman that, you know, a guy's going to step on and blah, blah, blah. So the mindset of a lot of some of these women, you know, is very, you know, effed up because, like, again, just like to use like the media, like that girl that tried to sue Drake because she went to go use the condom that was in the trash and he had put hot sauce in it, and she used the turkey baster and got hot sauce on her cooter. You know what I mean? So she was like trying to sue the man, but you went to go take a condom that was in the trash. Now he put hot sauce in it. What you got is what you got. But you were trying to get, you know, a meal ticket. So there are those out there as well.
Yeah. But that's what the dating, I think that's the purpose of dating someone, is to find out their character. Like, so many people rush and are not okay being, and I don't even like the term lonely, because when you're single don't equate lonely. But they don't take the time to be single, to be still, and to watch and listen. Like, it's an evaluation. Dating is an evaluation. Let me look at your fruit. Let me see what you're producing, because if this is the person I'm going to have kids with, I want to make sure they produce good fruit. Yeah,
I agree with you on that as well. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Produce good fruit. What does that mean?
like children with character, with integrity. Like they duplicate. When I have children, I want my children to resemble my husband because he has good character. He's a man of his word.
Let's be honest though, singled out C. Who goes into dating straight up making clear that their intent is marriage?
I think serious people.
1%.
But I think when you say dating, what dating is a season. Like, are you like, it's not a one time thing. This is something you need to be watching over the course of getting to know somebody. And it's not, I don't care what you say. It's what are you doing? You can tell me a whole bunch of stuff, but what are you doing is what I'm looking at.
There's this separation between dating and courting. Courting and dating are two different things. I think courting is the visual, you visually trying to see who your husband or who your wife is going to be, because your mind isn't necessarily set on sex or like lusting after another person or whatever. It's like, all right, the dude is like, well, how do I continue my legacy? The woman is like, how much can he provide protection and safety for me?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you meet down in the middle of that road, then you have marriages that last for a lifetime.
Absolutely.
Quick question. How long did it take you to know you wanted to marry your wife?
Oh, dude, like right away. As cheesy as it may sound, but it was just something about her character and her demeanor that was just, because I was done after my first divorce, like, and I lost everything. Like, I had told everybody, never again. I would never do this again. And people tried to hook me up with people. I'm like, nope, I'm for these streets. Never do it again. And then when I met, but when I met her and Driscoll, you know, you was at the wedding, you know, and it was like, it was genuine from day one. It was genuine from day one. And then also the important factor was the relationship that she had with my daughter. Like the first time they met, it was like they instantly clicked. And for me, that was important because I wanted to have somebody who was going to be an example of what a wife should be. Not what I was dealing with my ex-wife, but what I wanted my daughter to get an example of what a woman of integrity should be. And she had that.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that I don't believe it takes a man that long to know he wants to marry you. I don't.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I
I
We
think
moved
knew.
in together a month after
No,
we met.
no, I didn't.
in West,
No, I didn't marry Chrissy.
hold on,
Like,
let me finish.
go ahead, my
I
bad.
think in
I'm gonna mute myself until you speak to me.
I think in Western society, you next, so don't mute. I think in Western society, we have dragged out this idea of dating, and I don't think nobody's really intended to marry. I don't, in my experience in real life,
Oh, should they
we
should.
string women along. Just being honest, we string
Mhm.
them along, and we deal with them however long they giving their ass up.
As we should.
But if you really
This
know,
man. This man.
if you really know you want to marry, I'm gonna start having the conversation to see where your mind at within 30 days.
Yeah.
We at least gonna be talking. If marriage ain't even been on the table,
Mhm.
I don't think it's because the man want to get you off the market
Yeah.
before somebody else snatch you up. Go ahead, Smitty, and then podcast. I don't know if you're trying to.
Me and my wife, well, we knew each other a little bit before me and her actually started dating. So I ended up moving to New Jersey. I ended up coming back and we started dating. After we started dating, we 2 kids out of wedlock, but still with the same woman. You know what I mean? So had 2 of them, but I knew I wanted to marry her. I was just trying to do it in this overly religious way
Mhm.
that I didn't have to do. Instead of just giving her like, hey yo, this is me. I know who you are. Let's go ahead and do it. I was trying to please other people in that. And if I could go back in time and get married sooner, I would.
How long was it, Smitty?
We started dating when I was 17 and we got married when I was 19.
Okay.
So I couldn't even got married at 17, but like when I was 18 or whatever, you know what I mean?
Good though. That was y'all were both
Yeah.
still young, like teenagers. I met David when I was 19 and child. It was 7 years, okay? 7 long years, okay?
How did
And
marriage end up on the table then after 7 years? How did that happen? Did you push the issue?
This is
so
gonna be good.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be truthful because that's what I do. No shame over here.
You became traditional.
No,
No? What?
no, old heathen, as Driscoll and Family Values would say, and ratchet. No, I wasn't. So I got out of the military. I was out of the military for maybe 2 months, and I met David. I was attracted to him. It was physical, like that's what it was, honestly. And then from there, we spent every weekend together. Everything was great. I met his daughter early on. I was like, I didn't have that. Nobody could tell me nothing. I didn't care. This man could have had 10 kids. I didn't care because I was so infatuated. And then we were together for like 5 years, and I was like, where do we lived together? We moved in 9 months in. We moved in together. And we started playing house. And next thing you know, like it's 2 years, 3 years, but he was going out. He was supplying the community. I'm going to be honest. He was out in the streets, and I didn't value myself enough to leave his ass alone.
You was
And
trying to lock him down.
huh?
You was trying to lock him down with marriage.
And I was just like, if I could do things differently, I probably would. Looking back, hindsight is everything. But so a lot of heartache came with that. And then when we were together for 5 years, I'm like, I don't want to be an old mom. Like, I want to have a baby of my own. I'm like, I love her, but if she still goes to her mother has so much input. Like, it was such a negative experience. I'm like, I want my own kids. And obviously he was open to that. And we had our daughter. We planned her, we had her. And then when I got pregnant with our son, our second child, I was like, I'm good. And that's when I started applying the pressure. I'm like, I'm good enough to play house with, to lay up with, to keep having your babies, but not to have your last name. And I'm like, listen, if something happens to you today, tomorrow, they got to call your mom or your dad. They're not calling me. I know everything about you. I started running it down, and I was. But I got so fed up and drained, I actually left with my 2 kids, and my son he was 6 months old. And I remember having a car seat, moving into a 1-bedroom apartment, and I'm like, I can't do this. I'd rather be by myself than keep feeling played or inadequate. Like I'm doing all this and we're not even talking about marriage year after year. So when he came and got me 2 months later and I went back, I was working at the casino and I went back. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be by myself with one kid that's 3 and a newborn baby. Like I don't want to be alone. I want us to make our family work. But honestly, I got tired and fed up of feeling like I was begging. So I stopped. I stopped talking about it. I was just like, you know what? I would prefer to be here if we marry, if we're not. I stopped talking about the situation and started just being in the moment more than anything and stop hounding and hounding. And then on our son's first birthday party, he proposed. And I was like,
so you let it be his choice again, and then he made the decision pretty much.
Yeah. Do I think that me leaving and him seeing how it was and how it affected me and things like that probably played a role in his decision? Yeah, but that's how it happened.
And when me and my wife took time apart as well, and us taking time apart or whatever. Like I don't ever want to have to do it again, but I most definitely like learned quite a bit. Like, man, I really don't trust people. Yeah, I really don't trust people, and I have a trust in her that I can never ever give to anybody else.
And when I say it don't take a man long to know he want to marry you, that don't mean you're gonna be married in a month. I'm just saying he knows, and he starts to move differently. Like it still could take a year to get the proposal, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, I just
when we had that conversation down, he's transparent and he says, like, I always knew I was gonna marry you,
right?
But I was stupid and I was playing games and. That's just what it was. Like it's no other reason, and it used to frustrate me.
No, there is a reason. The reason is because you allowed him to. If that pressure was on in that 6 months, either you do or you don't, and then what's gonna happen? He got to make a choice. I think the reality is that today we all are so lackadaisical about our how we see marriage and dating that people really think that dating is the same as marriage. People say that all the time. It's just a piece of paper, this and that, and they don't feel any need to set those standards. And as men, we gonna do what you let us do.
Listen, my dad told me. My dad was real with me. He said it when I was about to move out. I was like, Dad, I got a surprise. Like I was all excited that we were getting an apartment and we was about to shack up. And my dad was like, "You getting married?" And my dad always he's been the realest person, but I couldn't accept and understand him a lot until I became older because my mom used to drill in my head. My dad didn't want me. He didn't want nothing to do with me all my life. So until I was able and I was an adult and I was able to have that conversation and break, my dad was just like, to this day, we'll talk and he'd be like, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had to deal with that. And I am thinking you just calling me when you want something. I'm like, yeah, you don't know, like being in a toxic environment, how your kids are going to see things. So I feel like if I was in the house more with my dad, because I ended up moving in with my dad when I was 15. But if I like grew up in a house with him up in like all that time frame, I probably would have understood. It would have been more in my head, marriage is important, things like that. But it wasn't. So when I told him we were moving in together, he was just like, get married. He's like, that's the accomplishment, not just moving in. And I'm like thinking like, I'm just the youngest, I'm the baby. He always got something to say, blah, blah, blah. And then I start understanding. I'm like,
I'm gonna tell you why Dad felt like that as a father, and my kids are young. The idea of my daughter, this is how I would view it, being somebody's play toy that he could throw away when he's done and tired of it is repulsive. There has to be a level of accountability where he stood before the community, before his friends and family, and said, I vow to her my life. That's important to me as a father and my ability to sleep at night, rather than you just being up in there playing house and that nigga can throw you away when he tired of you at 35 after he done wasted and had all of your youth and your good years, and now you got to struggle through the dating life because you know what I mean, because you allowed that to happen. That's how I would feel.
Most definitely a game that men play. Not not to be offensive to women or whatever at all by the statement, but I mean it is a statement that is said. Why buy the milk when you can get the cow for free?
Absolutely.
Totally
So
agree.
it's
Totally agree.
So it's like, what are you generally like working for?
And I don't claim to fame and be, say I'm this hardcore traditional woman that I've always been this way. No. Like literally recent, maybe up until 2 years or something ago. Like before then, I never, in my mind, I'm a work, I went to school, I accomplished this, we gonna do this, blah, 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 assertive, aggressive. That's who I was. But it came down to when we was doing like conversation and David was there, and I think Phil and asked the question like, would you prefer like she be a stay-at-home mom or something like that? And I wasn't expecting him to say yeah. He said yes, and I'm like, I just shut up because I'm like, well, we got some talking to do. And when we finally had that conversation and he said that okay, well, I'm gonna put that in motion. I'm gonna put that, and then I started getting, more into my faith and everything else. Then my mindset shifted. That's why I can understand from both perspectives. I didn't grow up in a religious household. I didn't grow up in any type of faith at all. I didn't grow up with that guidance. I didn't grow up with a marriage. My mom and dad never married. Like my mom told my dad no. My mom no.
I saw this clip on TikTok, and it was like one of the realest things that I've ever heard a woman say before. She said, "Stop calling us strong women. Said we are women in need of support, and women need to step up to their role, and that they need support. A woman who looks strong does not get support. They don't get it because everybody." Huh?
That last part. Say it again, please.
Women who look strong don't get the support that they need because people tend to figure out that you have it figured out already. You already know what you want. So what do I have to support? To you. You already got it. Go ahead and figure it out by yourself. And then you're wondering why the person that you're strongly attracted to isn't necessarily like rocking with you, and it's just because you're trying to carry all these burdens by yourself.
Mm-hmm. And I seen something
real quick. Family values. That person that we were talking about last night in that conversation, and I said that look that they have that make a man feel like that's Smitty just said is what the look is.
Oh, a woman who looks strong.
That's the look. If you got it, what the hell I'm there for? Mm-hmm. What am I there for? I'm not about to with that.
And I don't need you to take care of me. I got it.
But there are men who look for those type of women because they don't want to do the
work. But not marriage-minded men. Those men aren't coming to marry you. They coming to
what the fuck? They marry him too. They marry him too because they realize they're marrying into their wife's money.
I gotta get off of YouTube.
It's like,
I'm sorry,
that's coming from somebody who always felt like I had to be strong all the time, or I always am the one everybody come to for everything. I gotta be assertive. I gotta do all of this on my own because this is the way I'm carrying my household. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's not coming from, and then that built resentment towards my husband because I'm like, damn, like, can you please like take the lead? Why do I feel like I gotta carry every load and all the burden? You know what I mean? We don't have the vouchers to be passed down over here. So
Miss Singled Out. Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Who's more marriage minded, black men or black women?
Black men.
Black men are more marriage minded.
I would say that's tricky because I think we've done a disservice to women. Like with the taking it back to the whole system thing. You remove the man from the household, you remove the man from the house, and the house will fall.
Ooh, hold on. Why you trying to build up the train? Because
then you bring women, you have women raising women that we don't need men. And then you have songs like IND. No, that's ghetto. It is ghetto out here. Listen, I was made a woman because I'm supposed to be covered. Like I can't, I remember one time I was struggling and I was like, why is this so hard? And I was praying about it. He was like, you're trying to fill a role that you're not equipped to do. You're not equipped to be a provider. I didn't create you for that. Say less, fam. I'm gonna go ahead and take this step back to where my role is so that I don't have to carry this burden. So I think today, in today's society, I think men, not males, men are more marriage minded.
Plus, you got all these beta men that's spewing the same thing. That's
you
like
gotta stop that. You gotta stop that.
What, beta men? You don't think betas exist?
Yes, because what's at the top of the food chain?
You can do alpha, or you can also do omega.
What's right after alpha?
Huh?
What's right after alpha?
It would probably be beta.
Right. And how many more positions after that? 3.
Well,
3.
Well, hold on. Well, hold on. Because your chain ain't my chain. Bitch made niggas exist too. So we could talk about them if you want to.
Bitch made niggas ain't on the list of alpha and beta. So come on. That's what I'm saying. We gotta stop using YouTube talking points to try to make men look bad, bro. Beta is not even bad.
That's not how is that making men look bad? How is that making men look bad?
Beta is not bad. That's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
alpha in this perspective to me. And if you want to look at it on an outcome basis or an economic basis, like economically, an alpha would be Jeff Bezos or what Bill Gates economically. But if I was to look at like people that I know that are alpha, like I would put Driscoll at the top of that list because he takes care of his fucking family. I will put Grizzly on that list.
That's my definition right there. Yeah.
Well, the problem, I'm a rock with podcasts on this one a little bit, and as I know this may shock y'all, the problem with the alpha beta discussion is everybody has a different definition of what's alpha. There is no consensus on who's alpha, and everybody thinks they alpha.
Well, the same thing that you use to rule on men about the child support thing, like the people who are likely to show up for court and the people who are less likely to show up for court, that would be alpha and beta.
No.
No, I'm talking to Phil. Actually, people don't know about that, like because there are different ways for you to fucking do it or whatever. Like,
stop doing this, bro. Words exist for a reason. We don't get to change them.
Alpha, and alpha is a word, and then also beta is a word as well.
It is, and it don't mean what people on YouTube making it mean. It's not what it means. So that's what I'm saying. Like we use every word it is to try to make men look bad. They call me beta, not beta. Like
but when you have other men making other men look bad.
Hold on, Grizzly, real quick. Think what I'll say. Let me ask you a question. Do you think women should be allowed to work any job that a man can do?
Are you asking me?
Say that again.
Who are you asking? Me?
I'm asking singled out.
Why I keep getting the damn questions? Okay, what's the question? What's the question?
Do you think women should be allowed to work any job that a man can work?
Why would I want to?
That's a good answer.
Should women be firefighters, police officers, in the military?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I got more faith in a man doing that job than a woman. I told you, I don't believe in inequality when it comes to men and women. I believe
you work.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I am in the medical field. I'm a clinical assistant.
Again, so that's why I'm asking you. So you think women should be allowed to work in the medical field?
Sure.
But
you said You said firefighters. A firefighter.
I made a bunch of stuff. And
it's too very extreme. A clinical assistant. I'm coming in. You coming in, and I'm getting your blood pressure. I'm not taking your ass out of a burning building.
And once upon a time, women weren't even allowed to do that.
I would actually rather a female nurse, though, if I'm honest, than a male nurse. Because
the whole concept of nature and nurture.
Yeah, I feel
Okay,
more taken care of by female nurses.
So here's
Even
my
even if you ask the women this, it's like, well, if you got pulled over, would you rather get patted down by a male officer or a female officer?
A woman patting me down? Is that what you said?
Yeah, would you rather get checked by a male officer or a female officer?
Patted down, I would rather get patted down by a female officer.
Yeah,
I would rather
they still have their roles.
So you think a woman should be able to be a police officer then? So here's my question to you. Why is it that you think women should be able to work the same jobs as men? And I'm assuming you think they should get paid equally, but you don't think a man should be able to have the same job as a woman.
What's the job he's trying to have?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to have nothing.
What's the job
you
trying to have?
You said you don't think men should be quote unquote homemakers. So I'm trying to figure out, why do you think women should be able to work the same job as a man, but a man shouldn't?
If you, for me, again, what works for Podcast House is Podcast House. But for Christina's house, whoever my husband is, we're going to have to be on the same page. You not staying home, bro. Who gonna pay these bills? I'm not paying a mortgage. I'm not providing a home. If that's the case,
I'm a good
I'm a lesbian. Like you're no.
All right, single it out. Single it out.
So
hold on. Let me.
So do you think women should be
real quick? Podcast. One question, and then I'm gonna turn it back to you. Singled out.
Yep.
Would you allow him to whip your kids?
If he's their father, like if he's the father?
No, the kids you currently have.
Right, the stepdad that's coming in taking over.
That's where we have a dilemma.
Wait, because this I have experience with this. This is the thing. Okay. Discipline without love breeds rebellion. So you have to love my child, like first, and then the thing for me is like, I don't know how to answer that because I'm not opposed to it. Because you're going to be the disciplinarian in the house if you're the husband. Like,
I don't think
to be the perfect scenario in order for it to work out.
And Podcast's defense, and this ain't what he's saying. I'm just adding my caveat. It's definitely not righteous, in my opinion, to expect me to be provider, but not give me authority over the career.
No, you got authority. Like if you my husband in the house, you have authority. But my thing is, I guess if we're married,
notice what you said. You said, "Is it his kids?" So that means my kids would be treated different than yours.
No. Yeah.
No. You still haven't said yes. What are you talking about? He asked you a question and you still haven't said the word.
Love my kids. You're saying love my kids as your own, but don't whip them as your own.
No. I said discipline without love breeds rebellion. And the reason
you didn't say that when it came to his kids. You said if it was his kids, it was just a simple yes.
Yeah.
There's extra.
Because I know you automatically love you have a love because those are your kids.
Okay.
Yeah. So that I don't have to question, but like there's situations where I've seen situations where people get married, they have kids and the kids are treated differently. Or it's like there's a different standard. Like if our kids are our kids and they're equal and you look at them as they're equal, and I can, first of all, I'm not married to you if I can't trust the way you're going to lead. So if I trust the way you're going to lead, I trust the way that you're going to raise, like to discipline our kids. So you have authority to discipline. So I guess the thing is, if I'm married to you, yes.
I'm not providing for nobody I can't correct. I'm just saying, I'm not providing for nobody I can't correct.
I'm saying
I gotta be able to correct them the way I see fit, not according to your boundaries.
You ain't gonna be like abusive, like
right? No, but see, then you're undermining.
It's all abusive though.
But I think that's stuff you talk about before. Like that's something you need to have.
But everybody has a different line of what's abusive. Some people will say me yelling at them is abusive. So what I'm saying is, if I can't do to them what I do to mine, we got a problem.
You should do to them what you do to yours, because I don't want there to be any difference.
Correct.
And I have something to say really quick, just that, just to be a devil's advocate. Do you believe that you should be entitled to a man that's fully providing for you when you have children outside of the marriage? Now, if it happens, that's a great blessing, but should you walk into this relationship with your kids and say, hey, you got to take care of me and my kids if you want to marry me? Do you think a man is going to be happy to jump into that situation with that with that expectation on him.
No, and I don't think that's I don't think that's a reasonable expectation, because this isn't your child. This is this, and at the end of the day, if you want me to be frank about it, because I did not wait until I was married to have children, now I have this child that I'm bringing into a situation. You may not want to date somebody with kids. This may be a situation you've never been involved in. My child is my child. If we're dating, like if if it's an interest, that's for him to decide. I would never put that. No.
I think though, based off of what you're saying, in general, I think that what you're asking for off rip is a stepfather.
Well, yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah. So you're asking for a stepfather first. Anybody who gets involved in that is a stepfather before they're a husband.
Yeah, she already stated that she's not a man coming into the house and paying only half of the bills, right? They roommates at that point. Forget the fact that she got these other kids in here, right? That don't even matter, right? You have to be what you're supposed to be as a man. I get to be whatever I am as a woman. I get to bring to the table whatever it is that I'm bringing to the table, but you have to be exactly what you're supposed to be as a man, according to the Bible and all this other stuff.
There's a caveat to that.
Brothers, run.
And if you look at people who make median income, who are middle class citizens, it's usually two people working. Usually, that is generally the truth. There are usually two people working. And
Smitty, drop your low, bro. Drop your low, bro. I'm on my way, bro. You stole my talking point, bro. You ain't no good, man. You're dirty, man. You stole my talking point. That's what I was waiting to get back in to say.
Yeah, bro. But that's generally the truth. Is both people are usually working. I understand. Like me and Driscoll talk on a pretty regular basis, and me and him kind of share a lot of the same ideas. We're also really cool because we don't share a lot of the same ideas, because me and him are willing to not sit into an echo chamber with one another and go back and forth about where we stand on certain things. So it's like where he stands is, I'm provisionary. I'm going to do all of this, and at the back end of this, and not saying this is your thought in totality, but he doesn't have to deal with a contentious woman because he takes care of her.
There's more to it, though. You're right, but I think this also gets lost. It's not me saying I'm gonna take care of everything. It's us dividing responsibilities. I don't lift a finger to touch a dish. I don't touch shit in this house. I barely take my shoes off, and that's the caveat that gets missed in this. It's not that I'm doing everything. It's that when it comes to the house, I ain't doing anything.
Yeah.
And this is my issue with that, right? Not with your situation, but my issue with people who think that that's the way it's supposed to be. If I go to the hospital and there's a male doctor and a female doctor, and they both can do the job equally, they're gonna get the same amount of credit. When you put a woman in the house and she washing dishes and putting DVDs into the DVD player, the greatest thing since sliced pie. Ain't nothing better than this. She make everything go. Oh my God, housewife, what could you do without one? Take a man and put him in that position. This lazy, no good nigga on the couch, ain't doing nothing with his life.
I can't argue that point. I can't argue that point. And I will give this to you. If you look up statistics and what we consider to be bad in today's era are raised by single women. That's flat out a fact.
Absolutely.
Flat out a fact. Everything that women disagree with, women are raising. And if you don't pay attention to that fact, then you're lost in the conversation in and of itself.
Also, a fact is that I'm not presenting that I'm the standard, because I think 90% of marriages don't even agree with me on the point I just made. Men to go out here and do all the work, provide, and come home and help with the kids in the house. To me, that's completely unfair, and most people live like that. So,
Yeah, bro, I'll go out and work, and I'll come home and cook. But it just so happens to be one of those things to where I enjoy cooking.
I'm considered unreasonable to both sides.
Well, you're not unreasonable to me. You worked for what you have around you, and as long as you and family values have a system that works for you two, then overall that's what's important or whatever. Now, I still say this because I really come from a biblical standard. Do I think that men should be provisionary? Like, of course. So if you can't provide money, nigga, you better learn how to build houses. Nigga, you better learn how to do it in whatever way. Like, do it on a skill basis. You figure out like the same way that people look at child support or whatever. Just even really jumping back into the caveat of the conversation, you figure out how to support what's around you. That's the important factor.
I agree.
This is one thing we didn't mention about that though. What have any of y'all, I don't know if anybody was in here was raised by their mother. I guess it don't matter. Was there ever a time during your childhood from 0 to 18 that your parents couldn't provide you with something?
I grew up on
had those moments.
And my mom.
Let me just make my point clear what I'm saying this, Smitty. I definitely had those moments where my mom would say, I can't do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? She didn't owe me nothing. There was nobody keeping track of every time she couldn't do something for me to say, well, you still owe this. That is another problem with child support. You're taking the human element out of it. And you're saying, if there's ever a time where you can't do something, no, you still owe it.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not right.
I still ain't forgot my angel tree Christmas. I was hot. I was hot. I ain't asked for none of this shit.
Right. Right. But look, that worked out for me though, right?
I think on a common ground basis, all of us in here being parents, I think all of us want our kids to be provided for. It's to what detriment? And to me, the detriment to me is not by government society. The government does not provide the same thing that destroyed us, does not provide us the healing method.
That's a fact. Man, stop stealing my token points.
I feel like more people would reconsider their circumstances and stay with one another and talk to one another and figure it out if they didn't know that that's cool because now I'm gonna go get this and I'm gonna get that and that's everything else. So I think that is a major part.
But that's another thing we got to be honest about, sis, because people see your story and they see family value story and they think, oh yeah, it'll work out for me too. No, because y'all ugly, right? Because y'all out of shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we gotta start being. Let me tell you something.
What did I just walk into?
I don't even know.
I like being transparent, bro. This is the truth. Right now, I got Section 8, right? My voucher covers my rent and my light bill. Okay. I got the free government phone and I get food stamps, right? So somebody will look at that and be like, this nothing ass nigga. But here's the thing. I ain't homeless. I ain't carless. I got a 2019 outside. I could house a woman and feed a woman right now.
Why you got
somebody gonna take it? Hold on.
Government shit.
There's women out here that's gonna take it though, bro.
As they should. Okay, so that's what they qualify for. They qualify for a nigga who can let you can come in. Listen, when my lady come to my crib, Driscoll, you know what she say? She say, "What you want for dinner?"
So, I know what I want. Bro, you strip out an entire caveat when you make that statement because you got to go back. Like, look, The destruction of our community isn't that old. You go back to the 1960s, bro. We're not even talking a century ago. It's not even a century old, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what would you do if that didn't exist? You would have a skill. What did we do? What did black people do after slavery?
Wait,
we were the most skilled tradesmen in the land. We built our own homes.
Why did that stop? If you're gonna bring it up, because this is important. Why did that
welfare stop? Bro? Welfare.
No, that's not why that stopped. So the reason why that stopped
all right, before you go into this, dependence upon government, bro. And I'll give you a couple of books to read on this because I didn't read on this. You go read Basic Economics by Time and Soul. You go read Color, Communism, and Common Sense.
Mm-hmm.
You go read Discriminations and Disparities by Time and Soul. And then you read Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Time and Soul. Mm-hmm. It'll change your whole perspective on the past.
Okay, so listen.
It's not
as a person, who's done their own research.
Hold on. Because these are not books about perspectives. These are books with historical elements in them.
You're assuming that I haven't done my own research. What I'm telling you is what I said. I was
giving you more research to do.
Wait a minute. What I'm saying is this. I asked you, why don't the men have those skills? That don't have anything to do with government assistance. It has everything to do with the fact that they took those vocational trainings out of the schools. That's why the men don't have those skills anymore.
I can go to Job Corps tomorrow.
You could go to Job Corps. That's not school.
Still, it's still a trade, bro. A trade is a trade. It's still
that's not the point.
I get where you're coming from.
Listen, if you had the trade actually in your school, then you wouldn't have a need for Job Corps.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Because they don't even have making schools anymore.
What I'm trying to get you to realize is this: a lot of those men from back in the day that we always love to bring up, the back in the day men, a lot of them men didn't even graduate grammar school, and yet they still had skills. Why? Because on some level, the fathers were handing down some of those skills, teaching their kids how to do things. And then on the other level, it was in the schools. They had automotive training, plumbing, electrical work, carpentry work. They had all of that in the schools. So you were.
Are you telling me that vocational education altogether around the United States doesn't exist? Because vocational education exists. That's how I know how to work computers and things of that nature so well. Because I was failing. Listen to me. I was failing high school. I went to New Jersey to graduate. And the only reason that I was able to pass on time was because I went to a vocational school. Mm-hmm. It taught me how to break down computers. Who taught me how to build computers from like the ground up. Now, do I use all of those skills to this day? Like, no. But then if a job needs to be done and I don't use the skills that I have, is that my fault or is that?
Are you listening to yourself? You just said you went to a vocational school.
It was free. It was public school.
What I'm telling you, Smitty, listen.
I get where you're coming from.
Back in the day, you didn't have to go to a vocational school because the vocations was in all the schools. That's what I'm trying to get you to realize. The average person in school was coming out of school, dropping out of school to help pay bills around the crib with their mamas when they was young, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, because they knew how to work on cars. They knew how to do plumbing. They knew how to do electrical work. They knew how to do these things because they were learning it in school. So even with the absence of fathers, they still were getting the knowledge. Once they took that out, there was nobody around to teach us anything. So my mom uses Mexicans every time she has work done on her crib. Hey, Jill.
Going back, bro, like before vocational schools were developed or whatever, bro, slaves already knew how to build houses because they were building homes without school.
The same thing. In a way, y'all saying the same thing.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like he not. He trying to debate. He not listening to what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that the welfare itself is not the basis of the problem of us not having the skills. If those things were still in school, we'd still have to take them.
No,
If it was the
welfare
curriculum, right? If it was a
isn't in place for
prerequisite or
us.
something,
Welfare isn't
if
in,
I could finish my sentence, maybe you will understand what I'm saying.
bro. You
If the
go on like
vocational training was
8-minute
still in the
monologues,
schools,
bro. So it's hard for me to hold everything that you say.
if the vocational training was still in the schools and it was a requisite, right? The same way how they forced me to take math when I really just wanted to take philosophy in college, right? If they was doing that in the schools, the middle schools and the high schools, like they was doing prior to the 1970s, we would still have those skills. That's what I'm saying. Whether our mamas was poor or not, we still had to go to school. So if we at school and we still getting that training, now we have something to come out to that we can use our bare hands to create a livelihood for
All
ourselves.
right.
The
Well,
problem is too
we can
often we are
we
looking
can
at other people that don't
we
look
can
nothing like
use
us
school
for
as
employment.
that. We can use school as that or whatever. But then also what end up happening, especially if we're going to talk about black families, what ended up happening in the 1960s, particularly like between 1964 and 1965, was Lyndon B. Johnson passed the Welfare Act, and then women en masse start putting men out of their homes.
What percentage of women? What percentage of women was that? What percentage of women qualify for welfare at that time?
It was between 70 to 76% of women between 65 and 75. Between 65 and 75. Not on that year on that basis. Because even the marriage rates dropped from 80%. We went from 80% marriage rates to what, 60? And then from 75 on, it continues to drop. And I think we marry now at a rate of like 40 or like 35% to 40%.
What year did we drop from 80 to 60?
Well, it was on a decade. So it didn't happen all in one year. So it wasn't a year thing.
By the time we dropped down to 20%, we were already about to hit 1980. 1982, at the beginning of the crack era, we were already down 26%. So the marriage rate was dropping about 1% per year. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. In the beginning, at the beginning of them installing welfare, we're only talking about 20% of women requiring it. So that's what I'm saying.
Well,
it wasn't
that's
the
thing that
welfare.
I've already said within this conversation or whatever. There's the things that you see, and then there's the invisible things that happen. The invisible things that end up happening were women en masse put men out of their home. And over a decade to 2 decade span, it did bad for the black family. The nuclear black home was destroyed between like 1965 to 1985. So that's like 2 decades.
But listen, bro, that is listen.
It's the same thing that would happen if we were to abolish welfare.
I am all
it would
about
happen in a certain amount of time.
I'm all about holding women accountable. I believe that feminism is the brainchild of white supremacy, and I believe that feminism itself has been the greatest destructor to the black community.
I agree with you on that as well.
But what I'm not going to do is say that in mass black women were putting men out of their homes because they didn't have the power to do that. We're talking about a very small minority of women who required the government assistance in the beginning.
So explain the black home to me in 2023.
If you would just let me finish a sentence. What I'm trying to tell you is this.
You want to talk?
They weren't putting them out of their homes,
bro.
Listen, they weren't putting men out of their homes. They were putting men out of the homes that the white man gave them. That's not accounting for the other 80% of women who were married, living with men. So it's a bad narrative to say they were putting men out of their homes. That sounds like they were kicking men out of homes that men were living in and paying for, which is not true. We just got to be careful how we word things.
How about this? You got a show, right?
I do.
Add me, and then we could do a whole last podcast about this, so that way we don't derail this entire conversation.
We're gonna agree on more things than we're gonna disagree on.
Excuse me, fellas. Can we pause for a second? Grizzly has to go. If you like to give your last thoughts, you can now. and where to find you?
Well, my Instagram is at Wolf Photo.
Look what just happened.
Yeah, I have. Make sure that's the right one because I just recently changed it. Yeah, Wolf Farmer's Photo. But my last thought on the matter is, first, thank you for having me on the panel. I really enjoyed everybody, and just the different perspectives. I think, in a lot of sense, we're saying a lot of the same things, and it's just, I guess, how we're wording it. But overall, I think the important aspect of the dynamic of the conversation is, number one, understanding the importance of who you having these kids with and the family values that you're trying to, the standard you're trying to keep together. Uh, I think oftentimes, like we get so derailed with, making a point in a statement that we look at, we miss the overall picture, like how does, child support and welfare and all these things, coincide. But at the important basis of it is like, what are these kids, how is it affecting the children? And we can see how this whole conversation, it goes to a whole different thing where these kids out here killing each other. And what are we talking about with that? Like how are we fixing that? We can go back and forth on the whole thing, but again, I feel like this conversation has gone to a point where we're missing the outcome of the debate, and it's showing again with the violence that's going on in these streets, where you have like 11-year-olds killing each other, you know what I mean, because of what they see or what they think it is. And I think, yes, to some degree, child um is important to have. The some people need the welfare. I'm an immigrant. My mom didn't qualify. My mother worked 2 jobs to take care of my sister and I. She tried to apply for it. We didn't get child support because my father was still in Haiti. I'm one of 30 something kids, so we didn't get any of that. And my mother still made it through. But there was one thing that she did, and she carried that bitterness of what happened with my father into, oh, all men, is terrible and blah blah blah. It was my decision to say, you know what, I'm not going to live to that standard. I'm going to be better. I'm not going to be like my father, and I'm not going to be the kind of man that my mother talked about. So for me, it was me having to do my due diligence as a man in order for me to make sure that I take care of my kid. So that way she doesn't get derailed and she's not a statistic out here. And that's the most important part for me. So again, we talking about all of this, and we're saying the same things but just, debating it in different words, but it's like staying focused on what the matter is at hand and how important it is. With that, I appreciate being on this panel. I would definitely like to be
Hey,
back on.
before you leave, I got my show about nothing getting ready to pop up soon, and I know you like to jump into the conspiratorial and Bible prophecy as well. I want to talk about the Euphrates River, so do your homework on that, and then we'll link up soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send me that in the messenger, so that way I can.
I'll send it to you on Instagram. As a matter of fact.
Okay.
Love having you here, bro. Love you, man.
Like love y'all too. Appreciate it. It was definitely a pleasure.
Appreciate you coming out, bro, man. You always welcome.
If you really care about the nuclear family, you'll cut your hair off.
I smell a hater.
I'll cut half and make a wig for you.
My man.
I appreciate y'all. Have me on whenever, man. I'll be happy to jump on, Driscoll.
All right, man. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, Beans, man, I ain't messing with you with this comment, but
what
y'all was making, bro. Y'all good. Y'all not derailing. Y'all was making some good points.
Yeah. That's what men do. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why people be
iron sharpens iron, bro. Iron sharpens
iron.
What's
up, baby? Cakes, what's going on? People showing up. I like that.
Anybody who wants to talk about that, I don't know if anybody in here is in Bible prophecy or whatever, but if you guys want to talk about the Euphrates River before I derail, then I want to do a little something about that. But back onto this child support thing. Let's get rid of it.
Monetized again.
let's get rid of this child support thing so that way we can create better children.
No, listen, this is what I'm saying though, because he said, yo, the kids out here killing each other, right? But the original topic was child support. Them two things don't go together. These kids ain't out here killing themselves because men ain't paying child support, right? That's just me making light of the statement.
Young men are killing each other because fathers aren't in the home.
That ain't true.
Oh, that's a debate there.
That's what he was saying.
That's a debate there. We got to hear you on that podcast. Why isn't that true?
Listen, bro. These dudes is out here killing themselves because of feminism, bro. It don't
young men now
see, of kids that gang,
bro. Look, listen. Me and you can reach so much common ground. And then when we reach common ground, right. Then you say the craziest shit ever,
because numbers matter, bro. So listen, the numbers are telling you, right, that, okay, I talked about this the last time, I think. It's a New York Times article that says 2.5 Black fathers are living at home with their children.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 5 million Black fathers.
Mm-hmm.
So what percent of Black fathers are living at home with their children? 50. So that's not it. Bro, listen.
So who's killing each other then?
No, the shorties shooting. I'm not gonna lie, they shooting, but they got daddies too.
Yeah,
right.
It's
It's such a small percentage of them though that's really involved in this. Is the point.
No, it's not though. It's not, because Black people are on large, and I ain't talking about Black men, but Black people are at large the highest on the homicide rate.
Which means what?
Something's missing if we're killing more people, and then especially on that homicide rate, that we're killing each other more so than killing anybody else.
How many homicides are there a year?
Depends on what state you're talking about. What state you want me to look up?
The whole country. Just give me a number. It don't even matter. Pick the most outrageous number you want to.
I would imagine that you would have a number, but I don't want to hold up the conversation.
Let's say it's 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
We know it's not, but let's say it's 10,000 murders per year, right?
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of Black people is that? It's 42 million Black people in America. 10% would be 4.2 million, which means 1% would be 420,000.
54.5% of murders in America are committed by Black African.
But you're not looking at the number. Look at I just gave you a number that's not even true, right? Just to show you something. If 1% of Black people is 420,000, and there's 10,000 murders every year, then what percentage of Black people are committing murder?
Well, that's a lot, and then this a whole nother conversation. But when you add abortion to that number, then it's insane. That's an insane amount of people that are being killed.
Let me bring it back a sec. While on that topic of bad kids and why they're bad, Smitty said because fathers ain't in the home. Bean said because of feminism. Right. I got a video that's kind of on this point that I want to show real quick so we can get the discussion a little bit back on track.
If you can't share it, then send it to me, and then I'll just share it on my end.
We already shared, baby. Can y'all see this?
Yeah. I can see that. Good.
Why, Daddy?
Talk to your mama. Talk to your mama. Don't talk to me. Talk to your mama. Say, why your mama wanted no money and she thought she wanted child support and she think I'm gonna continue to do for y'all? Nah, that shit dead. Talk to your mama. Don't call me for nothing. Y'all don't even have to call me no more. Talk to your mama, not me. Deal with your mama. Now call your mama and talk to your mama about it. Ask her why she did what she did. And that'll explain why I did what I did. I will not be coming to get y'all no more. Yes, I am home. I'm not coming to get y'all no more. Don't tell me. She don't care about how y'all feel. She don't care about the kids. They're home. So that shit. I'm not coming no more.
So I think we all got an understanding of what we just watched there. What are your thoughts, and how does that align with the points we're on now?
Why did that sound like podcast? No, I'm just playing. All right, go ahead.
Oh shit! Like, yo.
my kids love me. I don't know what nobody else talking about. I'm the reason my daughter got a 720 credit score. Not her mama, me.
I'm just messing with you.
He said this, yo. He said, "There's a reason that I'm not talking to y'all no more." Which, being responsible, and I don't stand up for this. I think if you create a kid, I think you should take care of it. So I do not stand up for men not taking care of their children. So that's not where I'm going with this. But he said, talk to your mama, and then you'll understand why I'm not talking to you anymore.
Because she put him on child support.
Yeah.
She was asking for more money.
He definitely, one, he has a right to feel that way. Two, he has a right to make that decision. Do I think he's wrong? No. Do I think there's a better decision? Yeah, of course. Because kids, right, don't do anything necessarily to not deserve having relationships with both of their parents. But we live in a society where no woman I've heard yet say that they are against adoption agencies. So as long as women can
the reason that you don't get the pushback on that is because it doesn't necessarily equate to what we're talking about. Adoption,
bro. Listen, he's choosing to not be in his kid's life while still paying money. I think that's better than somebody that's choosing not to be in his kid's life and moving on with it and ain't even thinking about it.
Yeah. See, well, this is why I believe in the abolishment of child support, because I don't think you should necessarily chase after a man for money. I think what you should do is create a family that works for you.
Smitty,
ain't argue with that.
I agree. Okay, on people making better choices with their lives and things of that nature. But what, to be realistic, things happen.
Okay.
People change, things change, circumstances change. It wasn't what that initially was. Look at people that are married, got divorced for whatever case. They did start out the right way, so they didn't automatically fail in the realm of, doing things the right way. Sorry.
You're good.
What? But what how can you just generalize it and say like they shouldn't chase after somebody for money? Like, it's not like the kids aren't entitled to having support from their dads. It's
but you
not.
don't know his economic standing, so it's like this is the point.
You don't know the mom's economic standing either.
That's
she
the
always
fact,
hands the kid, and the dad can go wherever.
I got you, and this is what I'm saying. You don't know if this person is going the average. If you can easily Google this, the average payment for child support is $330 on average. You can easily look that up if you want to, if you think that I'm wrong or whatever. That does not make, like, if my mom was missing $300, it wouldn't have changed her life. It wouldn't have changed her life. It wouldn't have changed my life. Like, maybe that month I probably would have had a little bit more McDonald's or something like that because my mom was a working woman. So I didn't grow up because she raised me by herself. And this is my aunt that raised me. If you
$300 could have got you 2 outfits and a pair of sneakers every month.
Yeah.
Or contributed.
That sounds helpful to me. That sounds helpful to a struggling mother to me.
$50 is helpful.
Hey,
anything is helpful
I-
more
I-
than nothing. Is my point.
Hey, you heard what I said last time.
But it doesn't.
Hold on, bro. If she made it with a $50 nigga, dollars is righteous. That's righteous.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. And all I'm saying is, if that's righteous to you, then it doesn't fix the inherent problem. It doesn't get rid of deadbeat fathers.
I can
It doesn't do it.
I don't think it gets rid of deadbeat dads. I just feel like
Women in entirety have to do that. Like, men aren't going to necessarily, and not saying because podcasts just set up and like, hold on, you about to call all men trash. I ain't saying all men are trash, but I'm just saying if the dude is trash or whatever, like a child support thing isn't going to make a man stand up. It doesn't make you stand up. A prison sentence doesn't make you stand up. As our sister said here earlier or whatever, what it ends up turning into is into a tax subsidy, which in general doesn't fix the family at all. So if the name of the thing is the morality of child support, there's no morality in it. It's just a fiscal responsibility.
I'm gonna challenge you a little bit though, Smitty, and I heard this from the court workers themselves.
Go ahead.
In fact, they instructed my wife when she was going through a custody situation to not file for child support because most men fight to see their kids more when they got to pay for them. So to say that it does not fix the issue of men being better fathers, that's kind of not true.
No, that's just anecdotal.
It's not
it creates.
Hold on. That's not anecdotal because this is the people who work on all of the child support cases in that city were saying.
Okay.
Right, but that's
that
not
doesn't necessarily put the man in a position to where they're going to take because all right, one of your arguments is a lot of men are on child support because they don't go to court cases. And then for you to take that as for you to take that as a secondary point, it's kind of like antithetical towards one another.
Well, the point was actually that a lot of men are on unfair child support sentences because they didn't show up. They're gonna be on it anyway. But the men that complain that they didn't take my income into account or it ain't my baby, they got screwed.
And my pushback to you on that is family court. And then you would have to look up this, which is the family court statistics, and where it's unfairly in the mothers. And psychologists, this is like, well, science isn't monolithic, but a lot of psychologists state that as a fact.
Let me say something.
Like Jordan Peterson even stated that as a fact. And Jordan Peterson is my dog. He said that the family courts aren't necessarily on the sides of men. But he also
unfair is an opinion. Because some would argue they're not on the sides of men because women are the nurturers and it makes sense since they carried them to have the child. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying
you can't say it's right because you can't say that and then at the same time say that single motherhood is the reason for the way we see the Black community look right now.
Because the question that I would
obviously what the mothers is doing is
I would have to ask singled out see this. If your baby father was to hit you up today, right? And he was like, yo, I want to get my child support lowered, but I also want to spend more time with my son. If I held my son for a week and you held him for a week, would you be willing to do that?
Like if we split 1 week, pretty much half and half. Yeah, I don't. My issue is if the guy is responsible, if he is actively taking care of his child, he should not be on child support. And child support is to hold you accountable when you.
But would you hand over custody of your child over to your child's father for a week? Or would you be like, well, let me fiscally advise or let me see what he does for a week? Because this is another part that plays a part in child support. Right. Because if a man wants to be a part of his kid's life, a woman will be like, well, I want to see where this dude is right now before I release my kid to him.
No.
That's true, though.
I mean, for me, Like, if you're asking to get him, I'm gonna help him pack his bags. Where you want me to be?
And that's
hold on, Smitty. That's a nuanced conversation though, because singled out C, what if it's not too personal? What kind of relationship do your child father have with the kid now?
My son is there now.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. In a situation like that, why would she see what kind of dad he is if he's already active? That don't even make sense.
Exactly.
Well, your determination up on the act is to check and see where the man stands, and you're not like, well, all right, well, maybe this nigga might not be a not shit nigga. It's like, well, give him custody irregardless, because you both created this life, and if he wants custody of him, like, family court would be reduced to rubbles if men had the ability to just get custody of their kids. It should all be custody. It should always be custody. It should always be custody. And it should never, ever be a monetary thing, because if $50 a month was the fix-all to it all, then it would be fixed. But it's not a fix-all to it all. So
I think we agree to that, though. I think
is it different in different states with custody? Because where I'm from, custody isn't even established until you go to court. Like, it doesn't come out the.
That's how it is in every state. That's how it is.
Okay.
Let me ask y'all something though. Two things. One, why don't we care about how that man felt in the video?
How about what?
Why don't we care about how that man felt in the video?
Because he's a sucker.
I don't care how he felt to mentally abuse your child like that.
I don't get to tell my if I argue, if I got into a full-fledged argument right now with my wife, if I had to talk about custody or anything of that nature, which I don't think is the time or place to do that, but it's like, hey, if you want to come with me, come with me. It's never ever to seclude your kids, especially when you're talking to the kid about it. That's why he gets frowned upon, because we don't hear the mother on the phone saying like, well, hey, well, fuck your daddy, go figure it out with your daddy.
Look, you just see her recording the kid crying on the
I
phone.
was just about to say that. Just about to say, why on the stage she could have said something, ticked them off, and then press record, just for the fact that it was too convenient. But I was going to say that.
I wouldn't have allowed
to get my son out of America.
You think because I have a nuanced take, because like I feel the same way Family Values feels about it. Like I do feel like in certain circumstances, and I mean like extreme circumstances, like we're talking extremes, maybe child support should exist, but just to allow it to exist as it stands currently, nah, it don't work. It don't work, and it's not ever going to fix anything.
Hold on, but back to
and then even in that, it's like, if y'all can give me any semblance of a sentence that shows me that $50 a month or $330 a month is going to change your life,
I'll show you. Send me $50 a month. I'll show you.
So wait, so with that, with the child support that comes in for my son, I was able to pull him out of the public school system and put him into a homeschool system that goes with my beliefs. Had I not, and even though it doesn't cover, it's like just half of what I like. It takes that half, and it gives me that opportunity to take my son out of public school and put him in homeschool. Mm-hmm. So it does do something. It doesn't cure everything. It's not as beneficial as if we were still together and we were both doing it together and we were both cohesively parenting and under one roof. No, but that's the right way to do it. Obviously,
I'll even say
this. Can I have your verbal permission? Real quick, man. Can I have y'all verbal permission to use this to react to this video?
Yeah, go ahead. You got my permission.
I got a question for
you got my permission to use my audio.
I gotta do it. This video And it's not even, I don't even think it's I know it's not intentional, right? But the lack of value for men in general, from what I'm
I
hearing.
don't understand where you see
Earn
that.
their value.
Like the overarching fact is fathers are missing.
Amazing, bro.
Okay, before y'all get on the tangent, can me and Family Values ask a question about what Singled Out C said, please? Go ahead, Jazz.
Nah, you go ahead, because I have something to ask Beans. So you go ahead.
All right. So my question for you is, because I don't know the arrangement or why you felt the need to go to child support. I don't know if that was your last resort or whatever the case. If your child's father was willing to pay directly to the school for the tuition or whatever, would you cancel the child support? Because if he's with the dad now, like, and y'all have like a working partnership, do you feel like the child support formality is necessary?
So I'm gonna give the history on that. One, like I said earlier, he didn't go on child support until Omari was 3, and that was for the purpose of he wasn't consistent or reliable. With him, Omari being on, with him being on child support from the age my son was 3, I didn't start receiving payments until maybe like a couple years later, a lot more years later. And more recently, where they've been continuous, I would say in the last 3 to 5 years. If he was reliable, then I would have no problem doing that. But because of the history, I don't trust that I'll have the accountability of him doing it, because with the support that comes straight from the check, I don't have to wait for you to give it to me. I think if I had to depend on him to do it, I'm not fully confident in that aspect.
If the school is allowing a financial guarantor to be set up, and he's the one, so it's on him. What about that?
Yeah,
or do you feel like
I feel like if he has the accountability to do it, then that's fine. If my thing is, if you're gonna do what needs to be done, you shouldn't be on child support. You shouldn't. If you're gonna do what needs to be done, which is take care of your responsibility.
Is he doing that essentially now? Like, is there a agreement? Like, he gets your son, right? He gets your son like on a specific schedule. Like, are things going well? And if it has been going, I'm not trying to be. So just stop me if it's like getting too personal. How long has it been since things have been like on track to where it's like, can we kill them being all up involved in this? And now, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So my son, with COVID, everybody had to go to digital. My son went to his father, which is in a different state. And there was no, my son went A student and came back F student. So that was one thing. 2, that was what, 2020. So this is the first year my son has gone to visit since, and not even on my account, on him deciding he didn't want to go the last 2 years. He wanted to go with my brother to Kentucky. So this is the first time he's been gone in 2 years over there.
That has nothing to do with child support.
I mean, my thing is, I would never. I'm just calling it how I see it. I don't feel like, as knowing somebody and personally homeschooling my son, I don't know. I didn't know it cost that much. I don't know if the states are different or whatever the case may be. So I can't tell you what your reason is, or, for the child support or whatever. But I do feel like women get comfortable with that reoccurring payment. And no matter, once it's going and it's an expectation of what's coming in, I don't feel like they're ever going to stop it, honestly. Even if how active the father is or consistent after it's already started. I don't see anybody.
I can agree with you there. I think most women would, but I also kind of can understand her stance. If she's
No,
saying,
I understand it. I understand. I'm just saying, what does it? I'm trying to gain a perspective as to like what does it take if
But remember,
a relationship changes
Briscoe,
for them to come off.
but remember,
she just
it has
said
to
the man has been consistent for 5 years.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You're not.
No, I didn't. See, and that's what I was about to say. The whole thing is with the consistency, you have to remember you're only getting that money if they're going to work. And then you have to take into account when they start to have other children. If those mothers put them on child support, that takes away from my son. So then you have to put into account all of these things. So it's like, I guess it goes to Smitty's part. What is it really doing? But it's like, I can tell you the months that it comes in, I'm like, oh, thank God I could pay that half of the tuition. At least that I could put that there. And the months that it don't, I'm like, God dang it. But then it's all on me and his tuition still gets paid.
Gotcha. Understood. That's where I was going. I was trying to figure out like if you start one way with somebody and it's necessary, this needs to be established because you're not doing it voluntarily or whatever, and then things improved. Are we now looking to, is the goal to get off of it and just communicate, or is it like this is just what it's going to be?
That's a great
I think the goal is to communicate, and if you can communicate and come to a agreement, and that agreement is upheld.
How long do you have to beef with somebody before you can come down to an agreement? Like, if your child is 6 months, do you have to pay child support up until they're 18 years old before you come down to an agreement upon taking care of that child?
That's dependent on the individuals.
Yeah.
Their exact words were, they've been consistent for the last 3 to 5 years. So if you meant something else, I guess so, but that's what you said. That's what I was responding to.
So there's been breaks there. If you want clarity, there has been breaks in the support. There has been a decrease in the support because, and I'm trying to protect his situation because that's not my story to tell.
It's all
but
good.
There's situations where there's other children that were
it happens. Life.
So again, my responsibility is to my kid, my kid. And so in that sense, if the question is, would I ever take him off child support? If he was reliable, yes, absolutely. Because if you're reliable and you take care of it, yes. But the question is, would he be paying it if child support wasn't taking it out?
What if he asked you for his son in totality?
I'm sorry?
If he asked you for his son, if he asked you for sole custody.
Let me tell you something. I've had that conversation 3 times. And every time I had that conversation, because me and my son with the transition to homeschool, it was hell. And it was like, oh, I want to go live with my dad. I want to go live with my dad. Cool. Let's call him and have a conversation about that. I'm open for whatever is the best interest of you. Like, will it hurt my feelings that you're going? Yes, it's going to suck because I'm used to having you here. You my road dog. But is this going to benefit you? Let's work this out. At the end of the day, it's not about me. It's about how can I help you? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to have my biggest thing is with raising a child, I want him to be able to function in society, know how to handle his business, know how to manage. And if his father can help me do that, if we can get that accomplished by him going to live with his father, let's have that conversation.
So you would hand over custodial parentship over
if that was the best interest of my son? Yes, absolutely.
That's deep because that's like a loaded answer too. Because what does that mean?
That means one is his father willing to receive him. That's number one. So prime example, my son went there for Christmas, and my son called and was like, "Hey, I'm homeschooled. Can I just stay another week?" Sure. Let me talk to your dad. Is their dad okay with they got stuff going on? They go to work. Just let me make sure that's cool. His dad, yeah, that's fine with me. Cool. That's the conversation. The times that we had to talk about him going to live with him in full transparency. The last time I called for him to go live with him, I called him 5 times and never got a call back. And the first time I called him, Matter of fact, the first time I mentioned it, I sent a text and I said, I called him, his phone went to voicemail. So I left him a message and I said, hey, your son wants to talk about coming to live with you. We need to discuss that. Give me a call back. My son texted him and said, hey, Dad, I want to come live with you. Is that something we could discuss? He said, sure, I'll discuss it with your mom. I called him 4 to 5 times, left 4 to 5 messages, and never heard back about the situation.
Mm.
So it's not on a lack of, will it suck for me? Yeah, that's my road dog. I had him when I was 18. I'm 33. Like, we grew up together. That's my son. That's my, that's my ace. But if it's going to benefit him to be with his father, absolutely.
I don't think that that's a shared thing amongst the women, though. I don't think most women are willing to relinquish their custodial rights of their children to their to the child's father.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask this. For raising a child, for me, it's about integrity and character and everything. What if that person doesn't have, and when I say integrity, character, what if they're not honest? What if they have, like, what's a good role model, I guess? Like,
to answer your question, especially for a little boy, I don't think that matters. He needs his father regardless, even if he's a liar or he doesn't have integrity. I think having that male, that male figure in his home, and I'm sure you know this, will definitely be more beneficial for him in the long run as a man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you get to place integrity in people's lives. That's
let me tell you something, man.
That's a difficulty. Like if your thing is, all right, well, before I drop my child off at this dude's house, his integrity has to meet this stage. It's like, well, what stage is that?
No, I think that'll always change depending on you.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair.
What about you?
I don't think that's fair.
Golly, bro, like this.
I don't know how.
But for me, I went to custody. Like, we went to custody court. Like, it wasn't the judge looked at both of us. The judge and my son's father signed off with, like, there was what is it called? Mediation. And in fact, we didn't even go to custody court. There was mediation where we came up with a plan. And it was, are you okay with this? Are you okay with this? This is how it's going to go. This is, and everybody was okay with that. So before you even get to court, there's mediation. You get to court with mediation.
You know what, though? But you know what, though? I'm not going to lie. Just listening to you, and this might not be the best way to judge people, right? But just listening to you, I would assume that you're a good mother. You see what I'm saying? Just listening to the way you talk, the things that you understand about your son's needs as a boy child, right? The understanding that you have about what he needs, that's pretty big. I would credit it probably to the fact that you're older now, right? You're not a little girl who's running around with this naivety that it's all about you. You have a level of understanding about what your son needs. But the average age for a Black woman to have her first child is at 22. And most of them at 22 don't have that understanding. They don't get it. And like I said, this conversation alone has proven how we devalue men. We minimize them to paychecks. We minimize them to money. Just like the brother said earlier, like, man, it's way more that men/fathers bring to the table than just money, right? But
I think we all agree.
All we talk about is the money, 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 money. And even in this situation, right? I'm not finna call nobody out personally. But all y'all know where you, quote unquote, fell short of the glory of God, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody know what you didn't do that what could be expected that you should have done, right? So there's some people that would throw rocks at you and stone you to death in some places in the world for some of the things that you all have done. But we sat on this panel and was quick to say that man in that video.
You're missing, but you missed the point though.
You think
that it's the tossing of stones? You think it's the tossing of stones when in actuality it's just people being honest with each other. Like,
it's accountability. It's not tossing stones. It's accountability. This is an injustice. This
I
child
said,
has
I
had
said,
this
hey,
child
I'm sorry.
this child had nothing to do with their situation. He didn't ask to be here. And
Right.
his father took it out on him to
Mhm.
do something to his mother. It was manipulation. There is
How did you take it out on
any
him?
sympathy that we would have had for that man is thrown out the window when he attacks his son and emotionally abuses him. And I don't even like using that, but
So,
that moment that son went through, he's gonna remember for the rest of his life, and it will affect him.
so you said three things. You said took it out on him, attacked him, and emotionally abused him. How did he do
Absolutely.
those
Yeah,
things?
and hold on before you jump in, because like I'm not
I'm asking
speaking
her a question. How did he
directly
do those things?
opposed. I'm not directly opposed to anything that she said. I'm kind of like adding to what to what she's saying or whatever. You upon yourself as a grown adult have the responsibility to take care of what you create. And anybody who runs away from that, to me, I consider you to be weak. That's just being honest.
I
That's
agree.
weak.
I agree. And Wolf Grizzly wanted to clarify his statement too. He said, real quick, I want to finish my thought in response to podcast. Thought I was trying to convey is that the lack of fathers in the home has created a lack of respect for authority. In some cases, with some women being bitter and placing the father on child support out of spite will cause the father to not want to be around the mother, or in some cases, the child.
The
I'm not,
universe provides. I don't even gotta say it.
he said, I'm not saying it's right, but what I'm saying is some men remove themselves from the situation because of the drama with the woman or the brainwashing of the mother. And to be fair to his point,
Jesus is so
all we
good.
saw was a video of a phone call and a caption. We don't really know the whole story. We don't know
Jesus is
how
so
difficult
good.
that mother could have been giving him a hard time with this and that. I don't know. But if the situation is that I'm not coming to get my kids because she's trying to raise my child support, that's a garbage. That's a garbage man.
If my wife caught me in my lowest points, to where when me and her were arguing, and no, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the kids, but it's like if you caught me at my weakest point with me talking to the person that I trust the most, and I felt betrayed by that person, and you just took a clip out of that, yo, you can make me look like whatever.
Oh, I'm a monster. Yeah.
I wish I could be. I wish I could be somebody else so people can actually hear what I'm saying and not
But
see.
see, you see, like I think
This man
sometimes
said it's
in
from
beings,
y'all.
like
I wish I could
I've
see.
talked to you like two separate times or whatever, right? And then like on certain shit that you say, I agree with you
Shut up.
because I have a nuanced way of thinking. And I'm not taking away from my bro Driscoll or whatever in his nuanced way of thinking, but like sometimes I think you conflate his political views to
I sometimes every time.
who he is as a person.
Every
Like,
time. Every time. Real quick, I want you to
But right now, all I'm talking about is the fact that
yeah, but
that's why I was
hold
addressing.
real quick, Smitty,
Like,
you gonna finish that podcast. I just want to say bye to Singled Out because she got to run.
oh, okay.
Singled Out, C, we appreciate you for coming out, sis. We appreciate you for being so open and honest and transparent with your situation. It takes a lot of guts to get up here and just lay your life flat for the sake of the conversation. So thank you. You are always welcome back here. If there's anything on your heart you want to discuss, just let us know. You want to let people know where they can find you, what it is that you do, whatnot.
Well, thank you for having me. This was awesome. I loved to just get everybody's thoughts. So I think we all have the same heart, which is restore the family. So it is awesome to be around like-minded people, even if we don't think exactly the same way. You can find me on all social media platforms at Singled Out C, where I educate, equip, and empower women on how to walk through the single season. Peace, y'all.
Hey, good to meet you, sister.
Bye.
Salute
Thank
to
you.
you,
Bye,
sis.
y'all.
Your
Nice
voice is
talking to
appreciated.
you.
Have a great night and enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Thank you, y'all. Bye.
Irony.
All right, Smitty, you can continue, bro.
What was the last words I said? If anybody
I
will remember.
don't recall.
Everybody be
Yeah,
nuanced.
apologize to me for fucking chance.
Oh, well, Man, yeah, I understand the nuanced takes or whatever. And then I was saying something that Phil said, and I was saying something that
You were saying that he always conflates my political views with my art.
yeah, that's where I was going with it. So I think sometimes you misconstrue uh his political views with who he is as a person. He's a conservative, but I believe he is a Christ follower first. So it's like it's easier for me to get along with him. Me and him do not get along on most times. Like I'm pretty sure Jazz then heard me and him argue time and time again. And Jazz was like, "Shut up! Tell that nigga to shut up!" Like, and me and him, like that's why we're cool. And
I
then
had to
that's
go
kind of
outside because we hollering.
yeah, and that's why, like, bro, look, even in the first thing, I was like, we're a little podcasting. I wanted to get chaotic back in here too because I wanted him to bring in.
Oh man, this would have been too wild.
Yeah, I wanted him to bring in his craziness or whatever. I don't live in echo chambers, bro. Like I like difference in opinion. So it's like I'm not against you or whatever, bro. But it's like, do I want child support abolished? Yeah. Are my reasons probably different from yours? Yeah. But would I fight for your cause in order to fight for my cause? Yeah. but would I stand up on a tree? Would I stand on a tree with you of ideas to where I don't necessarily believe in those ideas? It's like no, and it's like much love to you because that's why I'm like, yo, let's have a conversation.
Bro, listen, this is the problem. My professor told me this was gonna happen to me when I was in college. I think way deeper than most people. It's not me bragging. It's part of my anxiety. It's a curse and a gift at the same time. I overthink things, but it's not always good. And like I said, we looked at that clip and we saw that guy and immediately piece of shit. But
who said
I
he was a piece
interviewed
of shit
Family
though?
Values, right?
Yeah, garbage.
Let's go with Family Value story. I don't know the rest of y'all stories, so I can't speak on y'all. But I can say, based on our backgrounds, them and me, there are things that in certain parts of the world that we have done where we would have been stoned to death. So that's why, to me, it's like, bruh, in every
That's
case,
why we heathens over here.
In every case that you possibly can, remove your feelings from the situation first and look at what's going on, right? Try to have some level of understanding, try to have some level of empathy. Now, in certain situations, you can't do that, right? They show a video of some people breaking into a room, and it's a 44-year-old man in there doing inappropriate things to a 6-year-old. It's nothing to think about, right? We ain't removing our feelings. We ain't trying to understand it. Nigga, you dead. If we can get our hands on you, that's how that's gonna work. This ain't that kind of situation. This is I laid down with this woman and I made these kids that I'm supposed to be able to love, that are being used against me. They are being used to attack me. Right? You've never been in that situation before, then you don't understand. And it's very childish for you to jump right to the narrative of he ain't shit, he ain't this, he ain't that. It's more than one person, it's more than a child in that video. I know we want to say protect kids at all costs, but at the same time, we want to say kids out here killing people, right? So, and then if the kid kill your kid, you want that kid to be treated like an adult. Man, make up y'all mind. Which one is it? We need to have sympathy across the board, right? Compassion, understanding across the board. We're talking about regular, normal stuff. This happens on the normal. I know what that's like. When my daughter's mom first put me on child support, I was the same way. Don't call me or ask me for nothing. You're gonna get what child support says you can get. You can't ask me for nothing more than that. That went on for like 2 years. I didn't want to hear it. And then my daughter called me and asked me for something. And I was just like, okay, right? But it took me a minute to get over it. Again, people could feel whatever type
Doesn't
of way.
make you right in the time. For you to have to get over something, that means you acknowledge that it was wrong, though.
No, it's not about it being wrong.
Then
don't
why
have
get
anything to
over it?
do
Why
about
not
it being
continue with
wrong.
it? Why not continue in it then?
Because I want to do something different. I want to, if my daughter calls me and asks me for something, I want to give it to her. That don't mean during the time when I didn't feel like I wanted to give it to her that I was wrong. That's just how I felt in that moment. It is what it is, right? Because at the end of the day, let me show you how you know that's not the truth. My dad wasn't in my life. That's something I had to get over. I wasn't wrong for him not being in my life, but I still had to get over it, right?
That's selfish.
So it does not make me wrong, right? Because I felt some type of way about him not being in my life, but I got over it, right? With my daughter's situation, well, I ain't gonna lie, with my son, it was never like that. But I had the benefit, and that sounds crazy using the word benefit, but I had the benefit of experiencing it with my daughter. So I didn't go through the same thing with my son that I went through with my daughter. Unfortunately, my daughter was my guinea pig kid, so to speak, right? Same thing with my mom. My mom went through all these different changes, made all these terrible decisions with me, but then I watched her correct those decisions with my younger brothers.
Terrible decisions. Keto, terrible decisions. You're acknowledging that and saying she corrected it. Yes. This is the difference between us. You're trying to say in other places, people would look at us according to their standards and say this. No, they don't have to. Let me make this one point. They don't have to. I call this church a Heathens for a reason. I acknowledge that in a lot of ways, I have been garbage in my life, whether it's as a father, as a husband, or as a man, and I continue to make those mistakes, but I don't call them okay to justify my actions. That's the difference. I acknowledge that I'm wrong right now in this, and it needs to change at some point, even if I'm not there yet. That's all we're saying.
Yes, but Driscoll, not everybody thinks they're wrong, and you can't make them.
But you're saying that the man.
It's okay to yell and cuss at your kids. We were talking about this earlier. I'm sorry, family value. Earlier, before Single left out, you had said to her that some people think it's wrong for you to yell at your kids, and she was like, "No," right? Well, guess what? We just played a clip of a man who was basically kind of yelling at his kid, and we said he was a piece of shit.
Not for yelling at his kid, for telling his kid, "I'm not coming to get you no more because of what mama did."
So he told him the truth, and that makes him the bad guy.
Yes, because it shouldn't be the truth.
Why shouldn't it?
It's selfish. It's selfish.
But who gets to decide that? Why shouldn't it?
Why shouldn't
it?
The decider of the truth in that matter is exactly it's put upon you. It doesn't even matter about what other people think. It's the responsibility that you have as a father.
This is the issue, bro. This is where we all gonna fall in different places. Mm-hmm. When you create your own standards and when your standards live outside of you. That's what we talked about on that episode with you, Smitty. That's where the dividing line is right now. If you can create your own standard of right and wrong, then nothing is off limits for you. It's all in how you feel that day.
Exactly.
So I can understand where we're disagreeing now. And we're probably not going to have common ground there because we have a standard that exists outside of us and not based on what
But that's what I'm saying. To me, the way I view it is this. The Bible says, thou shalt not commit, thou shalt not kill. And yet we both know there's justification.
It says thou shalt not murder. That's
murder.
generally it.
The Bible tells you
murder and killing are different because you can actually go in the Bible to where God ordered people to kill people.
Exactly.
So that's why there's like differences in language. Like language.
Oh, now language.
Wait, you going down a bunny trail. Hold on. That's not what he continue just what you were saying, podcast.
My point was that we all know there's justifications for it, right? What I'm saying is this: don't yell at your kid, right? But some people say, no, it's okay to yell at your kid. Well, he was doing that. Don't lie. This is one thing she said. Oh, what if he's a liar, right? Don't lie to your kid. He was telling
yelling. The yelling isn't what was wrong, though. What? So if you listen to us,
hold on, Smith.
What was the wrong part? Well, like, what did we say? Like, as a because I was a part of this
collecting, bro.
What did we say as a collective that was wrong about that statement? Was it because he was a man? Was it
What you
that the
talking about what he
woman
said in the
was
video?
100%?
No, I just wish you would ever let me finish a sentence, bro. That is,
Bro, you talking 8-minute dialogues. This is
I'm
really
not.
hard.
So that's why I don't even know why you're saying that, because you talk
All right.
longer than everybody. And since you gave me permission to
Word.
use your audio, I'm gonna prove it.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna prove that, bro. You make a good point. He do cut people off, but he definitely don't talk longer than you. That's not true.
Okay, we'll see.
He cut people off.
He gave me permission. When I prove it, all I want you to do is say, "All right, Beans, you got it."
All right,
But this is the point.
I'm gonna cash out.
What I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, bro, it's not much in this world that I haven't been through. So because of that, when I look at situations, the very first thing I do is put myself in it. Before I just start judging people, because I'm high and mighty, because I'm better than somebody, because they doing something that I would never do. I look at the situation first. I try to understand what's going on with all parties involved. Then I can make my determinations about how I feel about it, right? But my response to it is going to be of a situation like, yeah, I can see why they would feel that way. Like I said when we first played the video, do I think he was wrong? No. Do I think there was a better option, a better route he could have took? Yes, I can admit that. But that still don't make you wrong.
Why do you present the idea that it makes you high and mighty to judge something is wrong? I've stolen in my life, and it doesn't mean that now stealing is right or okay. And I don't see why the two have to.
Is there ever a case where stealing is okay?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
That's why
I say this. I don't think so. But is there ever a case where I will do what's not okay? Yes.
That's why. Thank you for answering your own question.
Right, though.
That's why, bro. That's
Just
why. Put yourself in that situation. Figure out, man, is this something I know you would never catch me in bed with a 6-year-old?
I let you.
There's nothing to think about
finish
for that
out
for me.
your monologue.
You see that? It's nothing for me to think about. For that.
But with your mindset, you would say that it's okay for that man to do that because he decided to do it.
I already said that earlier. We all know that that's not okay. There's nothing to think about. That's universal.
Instead of adding everybody else.
But listen, family virus, what I'm saying is this. There are some things, though, because they happen so often that we ought to try to put ourselves in somebody else's shoes sometimes to be understanding. Not say we would do the same thing, but just to have a level of understanding and compassion.
So, Beans, what did I say about that video? What did I say myself personally, without adding anybody else into it? What did I say personally to attack that dude as a man? What did I say?
I don't remember you saying anything.
Yeah,
I don't remember you saying anything about it. I just know the consensus that we all, like everybody was saying he was wrong. That was the only thing. But like I could have sworn I heard something.
So do you
trash or something like that?
Do you feel as though you should be able to yell at your kid over something that your baby mother did?
Yes.
Should you yell at your baby mother, or should you yell at your child for something that your baby mother did?
It's not about the yelling.
It's not about
the yelling. It's about what he said to his child. He said, I'm not going to be your father anymore. I'm not going to pick you up. I'm not going to spend time with you because your mother wants to take money from me. It's her fault.
So let me ask you this question. Do you think
it's her fault that I'm choosing to be a trash father to you today?
Right. So let me ask you this. Do you think it's better for him to let the son think that he is going to be coming around and promise him he's going to show up and never show up and keep telling him, yeah, I'll be there and never show up? You think that's better?
We're picking lesser of two evils. What he did was better.
See, this is what I'm saying. I have a brother, right? My dad, for me, my mama kept me away from my father's side of the family, right? But my brother, his mom didn't do that. And what happened? My dad used to tell my brother all the time, I'll be there and never show up. That hurted my brother for a long time.
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
The point is that he's going to do that regardless. The point, where'd he go?
I guess it got too personal for him.
Right, but
well, just record, we didn't drop him out. He either left or lost connection, or the Lord.
You can give him time to come back.
The Lord might
like the thing to me is, all right, let's hold women accountable. If that's what you want to do, if that's your thing, let's hold women accountable. But even if you hold women accountable, that was still a poor act,
Right.
and that's the simple factor in that thing. It's like, well, if me and Chrissy were to go and start arguing right now. Oh, he said his internet. All right. But if me and Chrissy would have started arguing right now, I wouldn't go outside and be like, well, y'all never go see me again.
Right.
Fuck y'all. You know what I mean? Like,
this is where I'm a feel him. He wants the sympathy or the understanding. I understand where you can be pushed to that place, but it doesn't make it right.
Right. We can call a spade, but you get upset for us calling that spade. You want to say it's a crooked circle instead. No.
I'm not saying that it should never. I'm not saying that I don't understand how it happens. I can be pushed to that point of doing that. But I'm just also, as adults, we have to acknowledge that that's not okay. At that moment, I was a garbage man. If I did that,
if all right, so I'll say this to you, podcast, since you're back in here. So the dude yelling that at the kid is what made him trash. If he said that to the baby mother, like on some like just being angry and spiteful type shit, then that's a whole nother can of worms that we have to open. But yelling that at your kids, bro, that's kind of like unacceptable.
Right. So if he would have just said it very nicely, like, listen, son, I'm not going to be able to come around and see you anymore.
I think he should get his kid. That's the most nice thing.
Your mom is doing this so wrong to me and everything like that. And so, you know.
Well, when it comes down to this, and I'm for the abolishment of child support, but if it just so happens that you get put on child support, it's like, well, your argument isn't with the kid, it would be with the government and the mother of your child. It's never ever with your kid. Right. It's never ever with your kid, and you got to pay attention to that part. So that's
let me tell you something. You know why I don't usually let ugly women on my panel? Because I wouldn't be able to respect them.
But what women on your panel?
Ugly women. I wouldn't be able to respect them, bro. I wouldn't be able to appreciate them, bro. Right? That's me admitting that. Does that make me wrong?
No, that's your opinion, though.
Right. So
but that's like
that's not the same.
That's so far derailed from.
Hold on. Watch this. Pay attention. What do you think an ugly woman would say? Do you think she would say I was wrong?
She wouldn't.
She probably gotta think she ugly first.
Let's assume she does. Do you think she would say I was wrong?
Man, you coming with the horriblest.
Thank you, Lakia. You are now my favorite trusted person on the panel. Thank you. It's okay to just be honest.
That's not fair compatibility.
It's not about comparison. What it's about is this, Smitty. What I'm trying to say is this.
But you're comparing, though. You can't say it's
not comparing the situations. What I'm trying to get you to see, step out of your own way for 1 second. Open your mind. Use your third eye. What I'm trying to get you to see is that in every situation, bro, something can be perceived as wrong. That don't make it wrong. What I'm saying is, do I think there was a better way for him to do that? Yes. Here's the thing, though. When something is upsetting for you, you're not going to talk about it like this. Son, I'm sorry. I can't.
So what makes it not wrong?
See how you cut me off right as I'm trying to say it? Look how you cut me off. When something is upsetting you, you're not going to talk about it like this.
Well, it's not about even the tone isn't the corrective level
like that.
It isn't him yelling it at his kid. It's so much as what he said. Like, hey,
I'm not going to be around.
I'm going to remove myself from you because of your mother.
Yes.
And
explain to these podcasts why that's not wrong.
Is going to look at you like, what the hell does my mom have to do with me and you?
That's why they kids. They don't understand.
And the child was emotional as hell.
That's a fact.
How you as a parent are deliberately hurting them because you're hurt. That's selfish.
Not only that, the man said, hold on, podcast. The man said, I don't care about your feelings. He said that. If you can, because they had it written in the caption. He said, I don't care about how you feel.
It's the truth, though.
Even without him saying that, it was shown by his
Play the
action.
video back. If he don't say that, cash out me 500.
And if he do,
he
you
not.
gonna send him 500?
Right, you gonna send me 500?
No,
I can use it.
I don't got no wake up money. Look here, how have you ever whipped your kid? Have you ever whipped a child?
Yes.
So you intentionally hurt a child?
Absolutely.
It's discipline. Because of what the child did and not
we got an excuse for everything. It's discipline, it's love, it's all this other. Whenever we want to do something, right? You got a nice word, clean it up and make it nice and make it justifiable for us.
No.
But when somebody else do it, then we can twist it and make it like come
Spanking your children.
Hey, well, look. Let me say this to you, bro. If it was a woman that yelled that exact same sentiment at her son, I think we would all still say, like, yo, that bitch was trash. Like, fuck her. Like, for real. Like, on that, there's a quality in this room. And there's
so mothers who give their kids up for adoptions aren't trash.
That's not comparable, bro.
How isn't it?
Comparable.
They're foregoing their responsibility to be in their kid's life. So because they ain't yelling it to the kid, it's all good.
No, it's about justice and injustice. Disciplining your children is justified because that child did something. This child did nothing. His mother did something and he's paying for it. That's an injustice.
Let's say I agree with you. Do you acknowledge that there are people who say there's no reason to hit a child?
Do I agree with them?
Do you acknowledge it? Do you acknowledge that there are people who say it's wrong to hit a child?
Right. Yes.
Okay, then. So every time you hit your kid, you're wrong. No matter what reason you did it, you're wrong.
Okay.
Well,
that's what we're saying right now.
What you're saying is true.
You're stating that every
nuance complex that exists in this world was to challenge every generalization in this world and was to be taken to be correct. Would the nuance outweigh the generalization? No, the generalization would outweigh the nuance. And it does on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Generalization outweighs nuance on a regular basis. That's.
Do you think that an accomplice to a crime should be? Do you think that an accomplice to a crime should be charged as the person like that was with them?
Hell no.
Of course.
I don't even think
it wouldn't be
the fact that if I drive my homeboy to the store and he go in the store and rob the store, I don't have no knowledge of him doing this. They're still.
You feel like he's wrong for doing that and putting you in that position?
Do I think he's wrong? Hell yeah, he's wrong for putting me in that position.
Same thing.
It's not, because if that's the case, you're blaming the mother because she's the one who put them in that position.
She is the wrong person in this.
Right. So it's not the father that's wrong. It's
the child is not wrong. That's the point.
The child ain't wrong. Neither is the father. The mother is wrong.
The point is wrong. He should be directed.
He should be taking whatever issue he has with the parent, not with the child that was put in a situation unbeknownst to the child. Just like the person, the accomplice didn't know what was going on, but they're punished. It's the same thing. Okay. Why are you taking it out on them?
Wait, so Lakia, so are you telling me, even though you are fine with adoption, that a man should not have the right to decide for himself, I don't want to be a father anymore?
My kids were loud. You said something about adoption. What?
Are you telling me that you don't think that a man should have the right to decide for himself, I don't want to be a father anymore?
Anymore, as in already have the child? No, okay. Not a parent, not a man, not a parent.
Okay.
I'll ask the question at a finer point. If you had a one night stand with a dude and the dude didn't want to have a baby and you chose to have the baby, should the dude still have to take care of the child? It's pretty much what he's asking.
No, it's not.
Because you have the ability to put the child up for adoption. especially like
he's totally against adoption.
You have to have the father's permission to put a child up for adoption, or his lack thereof. If he's not around and he's not claiming the child, then okay.
In the Bible Belt, actually, I looked up what C said. What was her name? Her name was Christina as well. So in Atlanta, you don't have to do that. In Kentucky, like pretty much around the Bible Belt, you don't.
On my nerves.
Huh? Who getting on your nerves?
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
Cutting people off all the time. I can't get the word out. It's always him cutting me off or somebody. Good gosh. But go ahead. I'm saying I done lost my thought now.
Let's look, FV, check this out. Smitty, that's not what I was saying. I'm gonna tell you. When I was 14, my mama said, I don't want you anymore. I can't tolerate you anymore. She took me to the police station, gave me up. They put me in the foster home.
Just like that.
Just like that.
That's crazy.
I don't hear anybody talking about my mama right now.
I didn't know you could.
Anybody calling her?
I honestly think your perspectives and the way that you think and the lack of accountability and the victim mindset is all stemming from a bitter single mother.
How is it a lack of accountability if you're literally saying, I'm asking you yes or no, are you okay with adoption? If you're okay with women saying, I don't want to be a parent anymore, why shouldn't it be okay for a man to say, I don't want to be a parent anymore?
Hold on. If you were in your father's care, could he not go to the police station and do the same thing?
Probably, yeah.
So then that's an invalid point you're making.
It's not, because I don't carry one feeling for one gender and not the other. That's what
neither do I. That's the point you keep trying to make. I said a parent shouldn't in general, whether it be woman or man. You keep trying to make it seem like I'm all for women.
I'm not trying to make it seem. I'm asking you a question and everybody keeps interrupting so you don't get to say yes or no.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I don't feel like no parent, I thought I said that already. No parent should say they don't want to be a parent anymore.
Okay, cool. So because you say that, then I can accept, right, your stance on the situation involving the guy. But in anybody else that would say, no, I think it's okay for a woman to just say, I don't feel like being a parent anymore. Guess what? Then he has a right to say, I don't feel like I want to be a parent anymore. And if the child calls the phone and he respectfully picks up the phone in an emotional situation, trying to explain to his kid why he don't want to be in his life anymore because of something that's being done to him by a woman who's using his own seed against him, and he has no control in the situation. We don't care about how things affect men. Do you know that our men, I'm gonna watch my mouth because I ain't trying to get y'all show demonetized. Do you know there are men that delete themselves over this?
Yeah, I do. And I know there are more men, like the way you always trying to say like men are not cared about. There's more males, like 80 to 90% of males are that seek care in the VA for mental health issues, and like 10 to 15% are women. So it's out there. They get more benefits for their mental health than women do.
Yeah, but you realize what you just said though, right? You said in the VA. Right.
That's because I'm gonna tell you why I said that specifically, because that is where I have the experience. I don't know. I don't talk about outside factors. I'm just giving where I know that my knowledge is factual. That's all.
I respect that. And I respect you. But that's what I'm saying. In general, most homeless, 70% men. Self-deletions, 70% men. Prisons, 80% men. At some point, we got to stop pretending like because you have a penis in between your legs that all of these rules have to apply to you, and we don't supposed to have no empathy and no sympathy for your situations.
Taking care of your kids.
That's why the kids are killing. Y'all don't want to talk about that though. They killing because when they look around, they can see don't nobody care about them. Don't nobody care about how they feel. Don't nobody care about how men feel. At some point, they're going to become the very men that they hear their mamas talking trash about all the time, that they hear their teachers talking trash about all the time, that they hear other men talking trash about all the time, that they see the media and the movies and the music talk trash about all the times. They know this is their future. Therefore, nobody else values men or men's life. Why should I? That's why they don't value lives. That's why they kill.
They don't value lies because of fathers like what we saw in that video.
Thank you.
Man, please.
Rejection from your own father is what causes
you right. You right. I'm wrong. Little podcast don't know what he's talking about. He is wrong. Hey, Murder said, now why you lying on your mama like that? I ain't lying on my mama. My mama was a good mama. She ain't perfect. I can talk about all the bad stuff she did. But when I compare my situation to a lot of other people's situations, I realize I had it a whole lot better than a lot of people.
So she gave you away.
Vacuum cleaner. I definitely had it better.
She gave you away and everything, and you still got empathy to your mom, but not to your dad.
No, I had way more empathy for my dad than I did before my mama. My mama used to be so upset and ask me like, I don't understand, how can you get over what your dad did? And I was like, Mom, because my dad acknowledges that he's a dope fiend. He acknowledges that he wasn't there. He acknowledges that he didn't do shit as a dad. You keep making excuses. Well, I was this and I was that and I was this and I was that. It was like, okay, I can understand why you did what you did. But what's supposed to be coming out of your mouth is the accountability that you did it, acknowledging how it affected me, right? Then once she started doing that, our relationship took off to a whole nother level. It's a very big mutual respect between us now because she was accountable. And that's
right.
All
so the accountability piece to you is important, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. So regardless of a parent's personal battles or addiction or anything like that, as long as he was accountable and told you the reason for his absence, that was good enough.
I can't say that's across the board, but for me, when I met my father, well, not met, I didn't see my father for a long, long time. When he came and got me after my mama put me out, and I got to be with him for the first time at 15, and I'm walking down the street with him, and he picking shit up off the ground, looking at it, hoping it's change and coins or something. I saw the whole dope fiend that everybody had been telling me my father was, right? But it's still, the great thing about him coming to get me was that now I got brothers, older brothers, I got cousins, I got a grandmama, I got uncles, I got all of this other family that I had went without for 15 years. All them years that I was being bullied, I would have never have been being bullied if I would have had this family. You see what I'm saying? And so even though you a dope fiend, you can't do a lot for me, you coming and get me and bringing me into all this other family at that time was more than my mama ever did for me.
So you're acknowledging that the father in the house or the father's impressionable on you is important, just like we've been saying.
Yeah, because
this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Evie. I'm in control.
Because there's a sense of identity that you gain because you get to know all this other bloodline that you never knew. That's why we're saying that boys that are rejected by their fathers, like the one in this video, end up growing up bitter, angry, and don't know who they are. They have an identity crisis. Mental issues, and they end up killing each other, killing their and getting into gangs and things like that. That's why we said what that man did was trash, because he doesn't realize the detriment on that little boy's life that he just did. That man is like God to a little boy. He was just rejected by God. You see what I'm saying? That does something to him.
I do, but see, this is what I mean by when you go through things, you kind of have a perspective on it, right? I would be willing to bet good money, and I probably got about $63. I would be willing to bet all the money I got that don't end up being a situation for that little boy. You know why? Because somebody that has a father that's that honest with them that early, when they get older, he's gonna. Let's say his dad don't talk to him no more. When he get old enough, 14, 15, and he start realizing how much he need his father, he reach out to his dad gonna be there. They're gonna have open honest dialogue because he's already showing you, I'm going to be as honest with you as I possibly can. This is a lesson that's going to be hard learned for you right now. You want to talk about carrying something into your adulthood? He'll carry that into his adulthood. My daughter told me this. Me and my daughter had this same conversation, family values. That same conversation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nah, y'all can't call me and ask me for nothing. Yo, mama put me on child support. This is what the child support said is, I'm paying that. You can't call and ask me for nothing. But guess what? When my daughter, she still maintained a relationship with me. But when my daughter got old enough and she started really realizing that I was right about her mama, you know what she did? She started calling me.
But quick
Every
question.
week, hey dad, I seen what you was talking about. Hey dad, I see what you was saying. And you know what that led to? Man, I don't want to be nothing like this. I don't want to be a single mama. I don't want to have 3 different kids by 3 different men. I want all my kids to be by the same man. I see what you talking about, dad. I was the same one, even though at that time I said, I'm not going to give you no extra money. I'm the same one who added her to all my credit cards, which is the reason why her credit score is 720 and going up now, right?
That's awesome. But I got to
put has that relationship with me, and she understands now. Like even if you go back then, I understand why he did what he did when he did it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna last forever, but in that moment, I'm going through a trauma. I'm going through a pain. My blood, my flesh and blood is being used against me, and it's nothing I can even do about it. I can't even stop it. When I look at them, I gotta see the woman. They look like they mom. I gotta see this woman that is using y'all against me. When I look at you, I gotta know you being used against me. I don't even want to see you because I don't even want to feel the feels that I'm feeling when I'm looking at you.
Okay, so that
you can't consider that because he just supposed to just.
You touching on something big right now that I want to talk about after family values point, but you making some big points that we got to address. Go ahead, family values.
I just wanted to ask, you told your daughter that you're not going to do nothing else for her, but did you also say that you're not going to come see her anymore? Did you say that me and you and our relationship is done? Did you say that?
I didn't say that part.
That's the
because
fact.
that's the point.
The heart of it.
Yeah, that is the issue. It's not that I'm not going to give you no more money, son. He said, I'm not coming to get you anymore. I'm not coming to see you anymore. He's saying, I don't want to be your father. I don't want you in my life.
Let me hop in there, right? Because that little boy at that age with them tears that I seen, he don't give a damn about no money. He won't ask your daddy for no toy. He just wanted daddy time. So with that said, I do agree with you though, Beans. I think the passion that father had, I think he's gonna be in that kid's life. I don't think this is the end of their relationship. I think he did say this out of an angry, hurt place. So I 100% agree there. And on the point you made though about your situation where you was upset about child support and like I ain't paying no more, I probably would consider saying and doing the same thing. Being all the way real. Everything my kid gets after you put me on child support gonna be when they come to my crib. And they're gonna leave the clothes here and they gonna come back in their PJs and you let them wear what you bought.
Facts.
I would probably do the same thing if I was in a bitter baby mama situation. Now, in a good working relationship where I don't have to be like that, I don't know. But
and you're not even gonna be on child support anyway because they know you're gonna do what you gotta do.
Exactly.
That's
so you're not all the way wrong. But you also
I know that pain. When I heard him, I'm like, I know that pain. You know what I'm saying? I know it. That's what I mean.
Big though. You also touched on the fact that it frustrates you that they look like her. Yeah. We gotta go there. Yeah. We gotta go there. That's a big thing with co-parenting relationships outside of marriage. The beauty of bearing children with somebody that you're with and you love and adore each other is you look at your child to see them.
Yes.
Now, when you don't have that love for each other no more, I got told all the time, you just like your daddy, you look like your daddy, and that frustrated my mom more. And no shade to her, I get it. And it sounds like you get it. And I mean, if that ain't a testament to why it's so important to marry before we carry, that's the biggest lesson to take from this.
My dad always told me that. My dad was like, act like your mother, you look like your mother. And I used to be like, I'm just being punished. Like I ain't do nothing. Like I ain't
touch you nothing.
Opinion. I can't even have an opinion without being compared to my mom.
Yeah.
Whatever it was a trigger for my dad.
Yes.
And this is like, I love my mom and I love my dad, but when my mom is hard to deal with, that's why I ended up ultimately moving out and moving in with my dad when I was 15. And it got to a point where I balled up my fist. I was ready to put hands on my mother. And that's when I knew I got to get the hell out of here because something going to happen. I don't know what it is, but something going to happen. And I don't understand why I don't know why I was raised the way I was. My mom's mom and dad were together, had 7 kids until each of them passed. So to go from that to like my mom, total opposite. But when I moved in with my dad and we started talking, like we didn't start talking in the beginning. It was very odd. It was weird. I felt like I didn't even know him. You know, the times that I did spend with him when I was with my mom, it was only on a weekend basis. So I only got that portion of my dad. But the day-to-day dad, I was like, oh, like he don't talk, he miserable, he angry all the time. What is going on? And then I got older and started talking to my dad. I'm like, I am just like him. Like,
listen, you know what I'm laughing? I'm laughing because I know my kids will have that same story.
I'm like, damn, like he's so angry, he's so mean. It used to be like if my sister, because my sister is my dad's child, so we don't have the same mom. If my sister would be over there and we would be over there together, if she stayed the night or whatever, and she'd be like, go ask dad, like, what we gonna eat? And I'm like, why me? I'm younger. Like, you know what I mean? He ain't gonna yell at you. Like, it was one of those situations. It was fear, but I started talking to him as I got older, and it's just like eye-opening, like, damn, I wish I had that rapport and that connect with him for all them years that I never had.
I just went off on my dad the other day. It ain't been the other day now. It's been probably a little bit over a week.
Because it's fresh on your heart. It feel like the other day.
Say that one more time.
It's fresh on your heart. It feel like the other day.
Yeah, that's a fact. Like, because I've been thinking about it every day. Because I went off on him because he keep calling me, asking me, man, tell your mama to call me. And I'm like, dude, like, I get it. You older. You feel like you're on your last leg. You don't know how much time you got left. I'm trying to be empathetic, as I always am, to other people's feelings. The problem is, don't nobody give a shit about mine. You're not considering at all how it's making me feel that you call my phone and all you really got to say to me is, did you ask your mama to call me? That's it. You ain't really caring about nothing else. You ain't trying to step up and be a better father. You ain't trying to step up and be a better grandfather. You ain't trying to do, all you want to do is just talk to my mama because she's this bright spot from your past that you're trying to hold on to, right? But you got to call me and ask her to call you because you don't even got her number. I said, bro, I don't got my baby mama number neither. Something you just got to get over. Do I want that to be the type of relationship I have with my baby mama? Hell no. This woman gave me my son. I'm 45 now. That's probably the only son I'm going to ever have. On top of all that, she light-skinned with long hair. You think I don't want my baby mama number? But at the end of the day, guess what? I don't got it. Oh, well, I move on with life, man. It is what it is. You calling me, you know, and I kind of went off on him and hung up on him. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad. And I want to be like, man, bro, whatever, my bad for doing that. But here's what I know. Nobody don't apologize to me without me screaming on their ass first and demanding it. I've never in my life had nobody just come to me and be like, yo, you know that thing I said, or that thing I did, my bad. And part of the reason, besides the fact that women have big ass egos and don't ever really think they're wrong, but part of the reason why that is because in general, we feel like men are supposed to just take everything.
Yeah, because you look strong.
Get over it.
That's true. Me and my brother just had this conversation. I told my brother I wanted him to come on here, but he'll listen and he'll debate, but he don't have he hot-headed. So somebody would say something, he going off on a whole tangent.
I mean, we on the internet. He can do his thing. It ain't like he can hit nobody on the screen.
I know.
Well, like, I want to know is about your sister, though. Because you said you got a sister by your dad, but y'all don't got the same mama. What I want to know is which one of y'all look the best.
I was about to say, they don't got the same mama. She might not look the same. That's a risk. You're gambling.
Did you take after your mom or your dad?
Huh?
Who do you really look like when you look in the mirror? I got my dad. Who you got?
My mom.
Okay, so you got your mom. So does your sister look better than you?
She looks just like my dad.
She look just like your dad.
She don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, she don't want. So that means yes.
Anyway, so when I was talking to my brother.
No, wait. Look, it's important. I'm asking you because I'm trying to get to the bottom of something. Seriously,
what
would you say men would choose her over you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh,
so that's confusing to me because you said she would come to you to holler at dad. The only reason why I would see that being the case is because when you're the oldest child, that's usually how they go. They are more aggressive with you. They realize where they need to calm down at, and then with the following kids, they just start getting more and more and more softer, right?
next.
So, but when it comes to the way the kids look, right? When my son look like his mama, my daughter look like her mama. To me, everybody else says she look like me. To me, she look like her mama, right? But I'm a little bit. I think I'm a little bit more concerned with my son because he's a male. I'm probably nicer to my daughter because she's a female. I'm not yelling at her as much. But she's my oldest, right? So I was tougher on her than I was with my son, right? Now I'm tougher on him because I want him to step into manhood the right way. So that's why I was trying to figure out what that dynamic may have been. Was it a age thing? Was it a you look like your mama, she look like him thing? Like what would have made it to where she felt he would be more lenient towards you with you asking him for something?
Well, first of all, honestly, no matter how many ways you ask me that question, I would never give you no type of answer. Like I don't do that. That's not in my character. So I will spin that and spin the block a million times. I'm just not like that.
So which question you talking
about looks and all of that, and I'm not like I'm not that person. I'm not going to do
that. Means her sister is not the fairer one, but she's being a good sister. That's what she's saying.
Your sister dark skinned?
She is.
You a hater. You a hater. You are a hater because you didn't get no
honestly, honestly, I feel like it's a soft spot there for my sister because my sister, my brother got killed when I was 12, and my brother and my sister were the same mom and dad.
Okay.
And it ultimately left her like in that void. Like, and I have a brother from my mom. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, I feel like they shared that connection with my brother because her and my brother were only a couple years apart, whereas she's 8 years older than me. So, you know what I mean?
I'll do it.
So,
hey, y'all touching on something. My 2-year-old, the kids have realized that she's the favorite, and I caught on. They started blaming her for everything that goes on in the house because they know she
don't get in trouble.
I'm like, yo, these kids.
Do you acknowledge that she's
very attentive?
I acknowledge it to y'all. I don't tell them that, but they can tell. You know, kids ain't dumb.
Yeah, they very man. Listen, kids pay attention to their parents, bro. That's what I'm trying to. My mama be trying to tell me like I never said that to y'all. Be like, Mom, don't gaslight me like that. That ain't gonna do nothing but send me off. Don't do me like that. I can get over that you said it as long as you acknowledge that you said it. But when you try to say you ain't said, like I should have flushed you. That hurts you when your mama says them type of words to you. I should have flushed you.
That's
take
awful.
that with you.
That's difficult. That's awful.
Brother Dusto in the building, man. What's up with you, bro?
Dusto, I should have flushed you.
Bro.
What's good? This nigga
Dusto, you muted, bro.
Yeah,
no, I'm muted. No, my parents love me to death. They was out here a couple weeks ago.
What's your thoughts on child support, man?
It's bothering you from a couple weeks ago? They was arguing?
Huh?
You said they was arguing a couple weeks ago?
No, I said they was down here a couple weeks ago.
Oh, they was down. I thought you said they was arguing a couple weeks ago.
Oh, no. Child support. Don't have kids out of wedlock. Do the best you can to vet the best woman that you can. Otherwise, don't have kids.
I like that stance.
The system thing and the system's out to get me. Don't sign up for it. Do your best not to. Be in the small percentage of people who fall victim to system stuff. Don't be in the majority. You know what the system is, the same game, the same thing, the same way. You know what a courthouse is. You know who the women are. Why would you sign up and stick your meat in there? But I just had to dust off some dusties earlier today on that same thing. But it's the women. You voluntarily got in the car, drove up the interstate, spent 30 minutes sweet talking. Oh, baby, I'm the best. Oh, baby, I got this wood, and I love that sparkle in your eyes. Went raw, and then you blame us, and it was the government's fault. Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Then it's what
That's so you are in conjuncture with take care of what you procreate?
I'm in conjunction with there's a small percentage of people that try to do things the right way and end up on the other side. But there's a large percentage of the people doing dumb stuff and getting stupid prizes.
Yes.
I think that a larger part of a smaller percentage of men are having babies by the same type of dudes.
Yes. 20%.
I don't know if I agree with that statistic. I know that gets thrown around a lot in these spaces, but ain't nobody provided that number yet.
Bro, what?
Now here's the deal. I don't care what percentage it is.
Oh, nobody also threw around the ideal that the majority of men don't show up to court cases. That's still anecdotal.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, but you do. That's your argument.
I've corrected that argument 5 times in the past 2 lives. I'm not doing it again. I never said that.
So you haven't said that tonight at all.
I've corrected that tonight.
He said the ones that do show up or don't show up, sorry, that are not getting fair treatment.
Correct. The ones who complain that they're on child support for a kid that ain't theirs, the ones who say they didn't take my income into consideration, the ones with the excuses that feel like the system did them dirty are the ones that weren't proactive and didn't show up to court, is what I said. I didn't say
supposed to have to.
It perfect prove my point. That's what I'm saying.
You ain't supposed to have to. Look, the women are arguing, right? We shouldn't have to put men on child support.
So what is the divisionary ideal?
So why don't we get to argue that we shouldn't have to?
What is the divisionary?
I didn't get to hear you because Smitty was talking. Say it again.
I'm saying
I'll be
women
quiet.
are arguing that they shouldn't have to put men on child support if they just take care of their kids. So why shouldn't we be able to argue what we shouldn't have to do? I shouldn't have to come to court. I shouldn't have to do any of that. I shouldn't have to fight. You're telling me that because I laid down with this woman, I have a responsibility to the child, but then at the same time, I have to fight for a right to have custody of the child. Like, no,
yeah, pretty much.
None of that should be the case. The black woman is God. Right? At the end of the day, the black woman is God. Okay, she's the mother of civilization, right? We need to hold her to a higher standard. Period. If you lay down with a dude and you make a baby with him, how about start a family with him? How about don't tell me how much money he don't get? It's too late for that. You made a baby with him. Y'all get together and do y'all thing, whatever that is, but do it together. And leave the system out of it.
If that's the case, propose before you go wrong.
Yes, and you say that as if every man. You say that as if every man out here making babies wants to get married.
They do.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, but once you stick your meat in there raw, you're relinquish all right.
You gonna make the every man argument, knowing damn well I ain't talking about every man. I'm gonna just go right along with you and say, yeah.
I don't believe the majority of the men out here making babies out of wedlock want to marry the mothers.
No, I would agree with you.
But they relinquished their rights. When they stuck their meat in there, they filled out an application for system.com. That's the fastest way to get into the system.
And they know this.
And not only that, but the very women that they hate and complain about are the ones they're flying up in the interstate to stick their meat in.
Right.
And they know it ain't their right.
The fastest way to welfare and the father not helping you take care of the kid is letting them stick the meat in you before you get married. And they know this.
Accountability on both parts. Accountability on both parts.
No, but here's the thing. If the man is supposed to be the leader,
to be together regardless, married or not. Y'all had a baby? Go, bro. You know Hey, Driscoll, you know who did that? What's the white boy name that was the governor scam for Illinois? Damn, what was his name? He just got out of jail not too long ago.
Governor of Illinois.
The governor, yeah, he was the
white boy?
Blagojevich. Rob Blagojevich. You know what he did? This was me and my son, mama were still together. He made it an incentive that if you and a woman make a baby and y'all live together in the same household, y'all get free medical. Free medical. He was trying to put things in place to keep families together. And that's the real reason why they got his ass out of there. Because he was doing things like, yo, if y'all gonna be together, all right, we're gonna make sure y'all get Medicaid. Oh, one of y'all don't have an income, okay, we'll make sure you're able to apply for food stamps to support the household as long as your income ain't over a certain amount. Bro, he was doing things to try to make people stay together, right? But that wasn't the plan for the country. And that's why they got him up out of there. Well, and that's what I'm saying. Create some incentives to make people be together, married or not. Y'all always throwing this marriage shit around. 50% of them end in divorce. Not to mention 80% of them is filed by the women. Not to mention the fact that average marriage only lasts 5.5 years in the Black community. At the end of the day, marriage ain't the end all be all. I ain't gonna say it's just a piece of paper, but the thing people argue about the most is, well, if we want it to be over, it can't just be over because it's a lot of stuff we got to go through. So we stay together. So y'all forced to stay together by a piece of paper. That's not nothing to brag about. I'd rather somebody stay with me because they want to be with me, because they love me, genuinely value me and what I bring to the table.
But they're not doing that either. In the outside, in the camp of those having kids out of wedlock, that's not even happening.
I mean, I agree with you that it's not, but at the same time, we still got 2.5 million Black fathers in the cribs with their kids. You said you didn't believe the statistic, right? But 51% of men single and childless. That means only 49%. Let's just say it's 50 though, so we can do quick math. I've done this before. 10 million adult Black men in America, right? So if 50% of them don't have kids, that means 5 million do. If 2.5 is in the crib with their kids, that means half of the Black fathers are living with the kids that they made. Now, it's another way that I can do the math to show you. I will have to pull up the data so you can see it for yourself to show you why the smaller percentage, 20 to 25% of those men are making 70 to 80% of the children, because most of those men only have one kid. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like those numbers, once you really start getting to them, you be like, God damn, they've been lying to us, trying to make it seem like Black men ain't shit the whole time. According to the New York Times article, they are the most involved fathers, right? So the narrative needs to be changed. I don't care if it's marriage or not. Y'all had a baby. This was my mindset. My baby mama called me, told me she had a baby. At first, I was like, I only screwed you one time. How I know this is my baby, right? Then when my daughter was born, I was like, I don't even make girls. I only make boys. That ain't my baby, right? So for the first 6 months, I was like, man, this ain't my baby, right? Then I went and seen my daughter when she was 6 months old. She was sitting on the couch. She looked exactly like me. I cried like a baby, fell down to my knees on the couch, grabbed my daughter, put my head in her lap, and was crying real hard for them 6 months that I wasn't really around, right? And so from that point on, even though I was in a relationship with somebody, I told that girl, like, look, this is my baby. I ain't gonna lie. I want to try to be with my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? I want to be in the same household. I want to be a family with the person that I have kids with. I am arguing, yes, that I believe the majority, even if only 51% of men would do that, they would.
What, they would completely deny their child's existence, do nothing for them, and then wait until 6 months when they have a mental breakdown to say, I want to be with you?
No, they would try to be in a relationship with the person that they had a baby with. I believe that the majority of men would do that. You can't argue that that's not the case, because we keep seeing these baby mamas talking about they was in a relationship with the baby dad and the daddy wasn't doing nothing. So that's proof alone that he tried to be in a relationship. It's just his economics wasn't suitable for her. I got 3 nieces that got kids. All 3 of them left their baby daddies as soon as they got the low income and all that other stuff cracking. Well, nigga, I don't need you. So,
none of them married, huh?
Like, that's the mindset.
None of them married.
None of them are married. One of my nieces just got engaged. She's been with her guy for like 7-8 years. But they build it. They own 3 businesses. He worked construction. She worked for one of them crazy companies as an executive. They got a catering service. They run a what's the place where people come and throw their events at? They got one of them. They own their property. They building though, so they did right. They got together young, and then they built it up, and now they engaged to be married. The wedding is be this year.
Well, I don't know if y'all familiar. In Hungary, they had an initiative they came out with where they was giving married couples 30 million euros if they have up to 3 kids. So they were kind of incentivizing marriage rather than out of wedlock children. I thought that was a pretty cool idea. I know some people still are just like, I don't want the government funds going to other people's responsibility at all. But if we're gonna have it go out there, I would like to see something like that.
I know that's hypocritical, but for me to say it, but I agree with you.
We got a good question. Wolfster asks, if a man signs the birth certificate under the idea the child is his, but then DNA test shows he's not the father, should he still pay child support just because he signed the birth certificate? Ladies, I'm gonna let y'all start that off.
I don't feel like he should have signed the birth certificate if it was any doubt to begin with.
I think, I mean, I agree to a certain extent. I don't think he should be on child support if he finds out he's not the father. No, I think that's wrong. But at the end of the day, if you know that this could happen to you, maybe you should make sure the baby is yours if you had doubt.
I'm gonna also put a little spin on it too. There's people that, my cousin being one of them, knew the kid wasn't his, decided and vowed to be there, and signed the birth certificate. So what if their relationship goes sour? He knew and signed up from the gate, and now he's like, well, I want a DNA test, knowingly that it's not his child, and now he escapes the responsibility that he said he would take in the beginning.
Now you want to change your mind.
But see, this is the irony of that, right? Because you said very condescendingly, right? You said very condescendingly, like, oh, so what you think most men would go 6 months without claiming that the child is theirs and then have a mental breakdown and all this and that, right? And then at the same time, now you're saying, I don't think a dude should sign a birth certificate if there's doubt in the beginning.
Yes, I did. But I don't think they should wait 6 months either. You knew the child was here when it came in the world. So my point with that was, you decided to live your life with the knowledge that you had a child out there, and you didn't take the steps or accountability to go find out if that was your child until you decided to look at the child 6 months and have that visual confirmation. That's he is selfish, number one.
So what would you say to somebody would you say somebody said you were being selfish because you waited so long to get married and had kids out of wedlock?
What?
Carry on.
It's a question. Can she answer it?
I was in a relationship with the father of my kids and married him ultimately. So I don't understand your question, how it has any relevance.
The question is simple. If somebody said that they think you were being selfish, right? Because they could have went left, right?
I heard you. I said I'm not answering it.
Okay, right. See, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
saying. Am I wrong for that, or is that just my opinion?
It's so easy for us to do that. See, that's what I'm saying. When we look at situations that we ain't in, we would never be in, or we've never been in, right? It's
that was such a reach.
Say, oh,
it's always a reach. It's always something so out of it doesn't even make sense. Like,
what would make it selfish? What would make it selfish if she's with the father of the children? You saying that it could go south, marriage
and taking care of a stepchild.
That's what we were just talking about. We literally have people sitting on the panel saying, marry before you carry. Why? Because if you don't, it can go left.
But what was the selfish part, though, is what I'm asking.
Why not marry? Why not carry before you marry?
Go for it.
Selfish, though.
The system awaits.
I'm not saying it was. I'm asking her what would her opinion be, right? If somebody said that she was being selfish, would she say that she was being selfish?
What would make it selfish is what we're trying to clarify.
I'm not saying that it was. Okay. My point is that this is what we do. We look at situations that we've never been in or we wouldn't be in, right? And we judge it a certain way. But when we in our own situations, we make excuses for our decisions. You see what I'm saying? We say, well, in my case, it was this. But we sit on this panel, unless y'all change your mind, correct me. I thought y'all was under the excuse before you carry.
Who made an excuse? She told her story. She didn't say it was the right way.
I'm lost.
What?
I actually acknowledged throughout my story.
I'm lost too.
And took accountability. So it doesn't, he's trying to relate it to the fact that I said he wasn't accountable or responsible for his decision to knowingly have a child in this world and not take the steps to go and find out if that was his child until 6 months later when he seen visual confirmation because the child resembled him. So if at that point in time you decided to sign that birth certificate because the child resembled you and then later found out that that wasn't your kid, but you was all emotional just because of the visual, it would have been a lack of accountability on your end. That's the point that I made. So me being in a relationship from the time I was 19 to now I'll be 33 in a couple days with the same person who has fathered all of my children, I'm not understanding the correlation there at all.
The point is this. If you're saying it because it took me 6 months. So
right, that's your take on a lot. It's always so when you're dismissive and irresponsible. That's just what it is.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So why don't you have that same level of vitriol for your decisions? Because what
do you mean?
You were being irresponsible and dismissive by staying in a relationship with somebody who had community.
Who marries who?
The
was
man
I supposed to marry myself?
See how easy it is for me to answer questions. The man marries the woman.
Okay, so what did you want me to do? Put a gun to his head?
Leave and find somebody who was willing to marry you at the proper time.
So leave and be a single mom with my 2 kids and run into a potential somebody like you? I took my chances and I made my choices to stay where I was at. And that was my choice. That was my choice. And you just said earlier, our choices should be empathized with, and we shouldn't be telling anybody that they're wrong.
That's the point.
I know, but yours was. It was irresponsible. I never said you were wrong. I said you were irresponsible.
Right. Okay. And so were you. So we even.
That's fine. We can go there. I mean, if you want to call it irresponsible for having a child out of wedlock, fine. But one thing I can say and stick by is I never ever sat up here and said I am a super religious Bible reading. Oh, you can't have kids out of wedlock. I've never made those statements ever, did I? Because I did just say to you, I started my traditional values and views maybe 1 or 2 years ago. I said that. I also said how I learned a lot of lessons. I was in the military. I had things happen to a whole bunch of stuff that contributed. When I came out of the military, the first man that I was with is the one that I'm still with. So with that being said, my decisions are gravy. Your decision to knowingly not take care of a child that was told to you was yours for 6 months because you were being reckless and irresponsible is exactly that. That was the point that
your decision to stay with somebody who had community dick and not be responsible enough to lead that relationship and find somebody who was willing to marry you at the time when you were still young and fertile was being irresponsible.
Oh, but I'm married now and still with him. And
I have a great relationship with my daughter now. And I have a great relationship with my daughter now. See how that works?
Now. Okay.
Right now.
Briscoe,
please. In this argument.
Right.
Hold on.
We're going to go back and forth all day with that.
You're not going to understand it because
I told my story. Not you. I said it.
Podcast, beans, whatever
you prefer. I told my story.
You have a victim mentality. You want to be the victim in everything, bro. You're the victim in everything.
I told my story.
Your story is all, please feel bad for me. Nobody cares about me.
I'm the one who told the story. I told the story that I wasn't in my daughter's life pretty much for the first 6 months. I told the story. So,
but you want to fall victim when somebody calls you out on your behavior being irresponsible.
I told the story about something that happened.
You told the story doesn't mean you're open to hearing the fact that you're irresponsible.
I told the story about 21 years ago. I told the story about 21 years ago. And I also told the story that when I looked at her and I saw myself, I cried like a baby and felt the guilt of not being in her life for 6 months. So why
it's wonderful that you felt the guilt after the 6 months. It doesn't change you were irresponsible for 6 months.
So why did
if I go and shoot somebody, no, if I go and shoot somebody and take their life and I feel guilty 6 months later, does it make my actions wrong?
That ain't the same thing. So
it is so. It is so.
If I told the story,
bro, you've been preaching this all night.
Did nobody else tell the story? I told the story. Who told the story?
I'm telling the story right now. I had a case.
told the story.
I had a case. Hold on. I'm telling the story right now. I had a case. I put my hands on somebody. I got a simple assault charge, had to go to court. I felt guilty about that shit a year later. Did it change the fact that I was guilty when I did it and I beat her ass?
Is that a question for me?
Did you snatch your wig out?
Are you trying to
answer no questions until you answer mine. If I told the story, right, why did it need your curriculum? I mean, why did it need your 2 cents added to it? I told the story. I talked about being ashamed at 6 months. So why did it need your 2 cents? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Right. This is my point. If we spend more time being empathetic and sympathetic to people's stories,
you want sympathy, not
put
empathy.
ourselves
I
in
think
their
you need to
situations so
really,
that we can be
you need to
more
go to the
understanding.
dictionary. You want
That's
sympathy,
how you operate
not
as a
empathy.
community.
Empathizing with
sitting
somebody
back
is
and
totally
judging
different.
somebody
You want somebody
when
to
you
feel
made
sorry
your
for
own,
you
you
and
made
your
your
lack
own
thereof
bad
and your
choices.
shortcomings. Period.
You
You
made
want
your own
sympathy,
bad
not
choices.
empathy.
Community is dead.
It is dead. Dust told it is
Eventually,
dead.
community
You
is
made your
sympathy,
own
empathy.
bad choices. Why you judging mine?
Sympathy, empathy is
You're the
optional.
most judgmental person on this goddamn panel,
Who did
and
I
you want to sit
judge?
up there and get mad when somebody tells you that your decisions are a certain way, and it's if I did this,
but I
and
didn't judge your
everybody's
decisions.
against us, and the man is wrong, and the woman's always right.
But I
Nobody
didn't
ever
judge
said
your decisions. So why you judging mine?
Oh, Jesus.
What decisions of yours did I judge prior to this? Not one. So why you judging mine?
You're so judgmental with everything, but to me, it's an open forum, so you open the floor up for other people's opinions.
I might be. You might be right. Did I judge you? Did I just? I didn't. Right. See, that right there is called convenience, right? Where you don't answer the questions that you know make my point for me, right? I didn't judge you at all. Why you judging me?
I answered the question. You was too busy talking like you always are that you missed it.
No, you didn't. When did I judge you?
I did. I did answer it already.
When did I judge you?
I really did. I said you can go back to the prior. Oh, I'm talking again and you talking over me. You see how that worked? You can't hear.
I know.
You're not listening.
You didn't. I didn't judge you. I didn't know anything about you to judge you.
This is the issue with the argument you presented, though, podcast.
What was that?
You're trying to align the fact that she was with the man who she had kids with and didn't marry him. And you're trying to compare that to having a baby.
I'm not comparing that.
But you used it to make your argument.
Right, because that's her story. So I don't have to compare it.
Right,
comparing it would be to try to make a story up.
You asked her if somebody said she was selfish for it.
Right. Yeah.
How could that be considered selfish?
That's not the point.
It is, because that's literally this argument.
So what you're saying is this. You're saying you think I was being selfish in the beginning for having doubts about whether or not that child was mine.
Oh, that's what she said?
That's what she said.
Okay.
Even though she just said, if you have doubts,
I said those words out of my mouth.
I
said those words out of my mouth. I said, Beans, podcast, whatever you want to be called, you are being selfish for having doubts that child is yours. That's the words that I use to you.
No,
because
you said if you have doubts about the child being yours, you shouldn't sign the birth certificate.
I never said, did I say those words you just said I said?
Yes.
No, I never said that. You got to let me hear it. Anything that makes me the victim, let me go ahead and present it. I never said that to you.
If she did, she got a point, though.
How?
And I never said it, though.
Signing the birth certificate is acknowledging that you're going to be the father of that child.
True, but what I'm talking about, she said if you have doubts, you shouldn't sign the birth certificate.
That's correct, though, right? I mean, why would you?
Okay, so how was I being selfish in the beginning when I had doubts?
No, I mean, I don't think that's selfish of you to sign the birth certificate to a child you got doubts about. I mean, if anything, that's selfless.
What I'm saying is I didn't.
You didn't
sign
exactly
what she said. I didn't sign anything right in the beginning because I didn't know. So how was I being selfish?
I answered the question that was presented about a birth certificate. Nobody was applying it to you.
I didn't say you was.
You just said, how are you selfish for not signing a birth certificate?
When I told my story, you were very condescendingly judgmental about it. But at the same time, you said if you have doubts, you shouldn't sign a birth certificate. I had doubts. I didn't sign a birth certificate. So how was I being selfish?
Let's segue to this question. Do y'all believe we should have
Right, because don't never let it be said that a woman is wrong. Gotcha.
I say no.
Dustin says no. It's why?
You believe we should?
I
Two
do.
reasons. One, it gives me less people to troll. Two, if you either gonna be with the woman or you ain't. This baby, she pregnant, you think it's yours, then go and do what you do. But what's all this? Well, it might be mine, and it might kind of be it. Why are you there? Make a decision. Y'all gonna be together, or you're not. But automatic, no. But if you want to have a paternity test, honestly, man, these people do what the hell they want to do. It don't make no difference. Why not?
Wait, is all paternity test blood?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. That's a great question.
So they can take paternity, they can determine
can do
paternity
saliva.
without taking blood?
Yeah.
A swab?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yes.
I think it should be yes, because, or I can even add in there unmarried.
I'll go with that one. I'll go with that one.
Because marriage is a union, and if you marry, you're expected to take care of your household and the kids that come along during the time you marry anyway.
But look, you know you got to get pushback on that though, because
that's fine. That's fine. But that's what I'm saying.
That's a fair opinion, and I don't disagree. But at the same
I think people would say that it's what's the word?
Conditional.
Yeah, or they will also say that I'm
it could feel unfair because we know historically a lot of people found out their dad wasn't their dad on the deathbed and all kinds of stuff like that.
Why do people want to know?
I ain't said nothing.
If my dad wasn't my dad, cool. Why would I want to know? And if at this point, why would I care?
Dusto, I'm gonna say this. That's a mature question that I don't think I'm mature enough to handle. I'm gonna be real to say that. That's
I honestly don't think I would want to know either. Like if I found out at this point that my dad wasn't my biological father,
I don't necessarily believe that anything should be subsidized by the government when it comes down to family. Anything subsidized by the government when it comes down to family, it ultimately doesn't end up well.
Well, the families belong to the government now anyway, most of them.
I mean, you can use that, but that's just because people comply to it.
No, Dusto, are you trying to say that most of the families are
that's a compliance or whatever? So it's like, you know,
we had
me and Driscoll argued about before, and we're not gonna have this argument now, but you know, we've talked about like taxes. I'm libertarian in my standing, so I don't believe I believe taxation is theft because you take money that are meant for certain things and then you use them for other things. Subsidized government paternity tests don't make sense to me.
Really? I'm shocked to hear you say that. Okay. I didn't know that would be your stance, but it does align with your other stances.
Yeah.
Family values, you don't get assistance, correct?
Huh?
You don't get assistance, right? Government assistance, right?
No, I don't.
Lakia, you don't get government assistance, do you?
Nope.
The other lady who was on the panel, she don't get government assistance either.
Well, what was his point? Let him make his point.
Damn, you got to stop this, bro.
No, it was a general cheap shot at the fake community.
See, that's what I'm saying. I want to stop that type of stuff, bro. I want to stop the petty conversations and the narrative that we spin about black men and black women. That's not true, bro.
For a moment, bro.
Podcast. All these spaces are based on that.
Yeah, echo chambers. You're right.
Not only that, not only is it based on it, but
that's why I'm so unliked.
It's based on the false narratives, all the dust, and when you give them solutions, they don't want them.
Right.
That's when I come in. Trolling time.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I can send Driscoll and Family Values on one of the dust panels. They talk about how good marriage is, love a woman.
Yeah.
15 dusto crusties are gonna fire up. Well, what was the body count? Well, how old is he? The high value. Then I got to come in and troll. I'm just trying to eat a sandwich, but now I got to log in and start trolling.
Right.
Why? Why can't he just have his wife and everything be like, no, that's not good enough. Dry meat Dan over there chasing one of these Wigosauruses in the street can't get the results he wants, so he got to come taking shots.
Like
I got to
I'm gonna be honest with you, though. Driscoll said it.
Me
I
and
would have
Driscoll,
never thought nobody had no smoke from Family Values, bro.
me and
Then you said, I
Driscoll
was like,
generally
We have smoke for everyone. And I'm like, look, leave the Bolos, the Family Values, and Driscolls alone. Fire off at me. I'm built for it.
Yeah, because podcast. Hold on, you got to think about it. She was a single mom. That's that in this space. That already is shots fired.
I got love for family values, and I got love for Driscoll or whatever. When it comes down to government subsidies, like that's where we like disagree, like on a large scale level, because it's just like, all right, well, let's talk about child support, which is what we're supposed to talk about. And in child support, who gets the top half of that money? When you get child support, yeah,
the state
government gets the top. Yeah, they get the top half of that money. So if your thing is, so if the generalized thing with child support is $330, think about how much the woman gets. So the woman isn't probably getting $330. She's probably getting like $200 and something dollars.
Based off the amount that they take out of it, right?
Based off of the top, because you got to do it through a court system, and then that is the top that is coming off of. You're taking the top for family court, and family court deals with both custody and it deals with both child support, and it's the same court.
So let me say this real quick. Driscoll, remember the thing that we did at the end of the interview?
Hey Driscoll, just if you can answer my question too, because I know he didn't give you
me or Dusto.
Driscoll. If Driscoll or Dusto or Family Values can add anything to my conversation, I don't want to cut you off, but I mean,
I'm sorry.
Anything to add to it?
That's my bad. I thought you were making.
I didn't know you.
Go ahead, Driscoll.
No, you got it, Dusto. I didn't know you asked the question, but if you got a response, Dusto, you got it.
No, my response is this. People do all the evaluations. They can tell you about child support in 47 different states. They can tell you everything about the modern woman, all this stuff. Then they log off the computer and go raw dog one of them. And she got 2 kids in the back sleeping.
Talk.
You knew she was fertile. The wig is hanging up on the door. And you stuck your meat in there anyway.
What do you do when 54% of black men are single and childless?
They can't get these men. A lot of the women, they can't get them, or a lot of them are dusto crusties, and they don't want
that's not. But a majority of them are people who live off of median income, which is just $45,000 to $50,000 to $55,000 a year. There are people who find people who come down to these agreements to where it's just like, hey, my life expectancy might be $60,000 tops. And then it might go lower than that. At what point in time does child support take care of that?
I don't know.
Because I want to stay on subject.
Never been to court.
I know we got derailed and started talking about a whole bunch of different other stuff.
But
on child support, where does that go?
To be honest, I ain't never been to court.
Even a little podcast situation or whatever. So he owes $2,800 to the state. Does that money go to the mother? Does it go to the kid? Who does it go to?
It goes to both. It goes to all of the above, hopefully, but at least goes to the mother and the state.
No, that's not how that works. She does not receive the support anymore. So that's why the money would just go back to the state. She already got it. Put it like that. She already got it.
How does she already get it?
because even though I wasn't paying it, she was still getting it.
What Shell said earlier.
That doesn't make sense. How?
What Shell said
She
earlier
still got
is
it. They
what
don't.
wasn't paid still gets taken care of in tax revenue.
That
So
doesn't answer the question. How did she get it? Did the state pay her that?
yeah,
Yes.
because
She was getting assistance.
of a miss thing, and the reason that he still owes the state is because the state paid that money.
No, he said the reason is because she was getting assistance. That's what I want to clarify.
Right. That's the
Okay.
same thing. Getting
No, but
assistance.
it's still
Same thing.
So the money is still the state. The state is still going to collect that money.
Right.
Correct. No, that makes more sense. But y'all made it sound like the state gave her a $2,800 check, and that I know that's
No,
not.
I said she was getting assistance.
Well,
Right.
So whatever, she was getting assistance. So because she was getting assistance, like, okay, I'm gonna tell it from my baby mama's point of view. From her point of view, she didn't put me on child support. It was the fact that she was getting the assistant, and when they ran my social security number and seen I had a job, that's where the child support came from. The reason why, and I'm saying that's her story. The reason why I know that ain't true because I hadn't even received a check yet before they sent me a letter in the mail saying, yeah, we know you're working, this and that, blah, blah, Skippy, this how much child, well, we're going to determine the child support on this day. You don't have to be in court, but you can be in there. So remember, I got 2 kids. So
And can I be personal with you? Can I ask you a personal question real quick, Driscoll? If it came down, well, you didn't say yes or no. So hold on before
I think he stepped away for a second. I do want to ask a question too, though.
So if it came down to it or whatever, and child support came from whatever entity it came from, given your situation, and values wasn't going to get the money for it, would you chase after it?
Can you ask that again in a better way? I have no idea.
Yeah, I was about to say, you say that again. I didn't get that either.
Well, there's money that is still owed to you because there's still money that's not being paid due to that person having children. And when it comes down to it, if you were to chase that money, the money would go down to any assistance that you had received, whether it be food stamps or whatever. Like, would you chase after that money?
What? I don't get what you're saying. You're saying if me and her weren't together?
No. If you were together, given the circumstances of the stepchildren.
Uh-huh.
Would you chase after the child support money if you weren't going to get it? Like, say it was just to go back to pay back. Say, I don't know if you get food stamps or not.
Wait,
So.
you're saying if the children's father of her 2 kids that she brought in a relationship
paid cash to her, and she didn't get the money, would you fight? Like, would you fight the government for the cash, or would you be like, well, or would you let the state have it? Because that's kind of like,
I don't think that's a fight you win. That's silly. They're not going to give it to you.
But that's a strong reason as to why. Now I understand that there are different reasons or whatever that exist amongst people as to why they should fight for child support or whatever. Because, like, say you live in a house by yourself, $50 a month when you don't have it to yourself is help, irregardless as to the way that you look for it. But is it really? And then that's the real question. So in the question that we have set on this panel or whatever, the morality of the child support system, is the child support system morally good or bad for people?
Are the people doing anything morally anyway? Most of them. Let's be real.
Yeah, you trolling more than I ever made that this moment does.
No, I'm saying when there was raw dog in that Wigasaur, everything was all good. But now the system is involved, we're calling the morals. Well, it's not right.
And
there's a difference between that, though, Dusto.
I'm inclined to agree with Dusto's stance only for this reason, Smitty. Is because I don't believe most of the people that are in that situation got there out of a moral place.
That's understandable. So in the stance of it all, child support is immoral.
Bingo! Child support is immoral. Everybody's in agreement.
That was a whole.
Well, child support's not immoral, but the system is immoral.
Let me ask you
No,
a question.
child support in and of itself, though, bro. Like when you look at the way that it was in, and I would tell you to do your homework on it. Look at how child support came about, and look at the people that it affected most.
And they're still signing up for it. There are people in line. There's actually people scrambling and simping and cutting other men's head off to scramble to the nearest wigosaur to go wrong.
That's a fact.
They're competing to be.
No, it's
no. Listen, baby mamas. Let's just be honest, bro. And I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Two things, one quick. First of all, grown ass women, baby mamas, be looking good. Okay. Every time I go to the grocery store, it could be the 19 to 24-year-old girl right here. And right here, it could be the 27 to 36-year-old woman right here. Okay. The girl over here, she got clear skin. You know what I'm saying? She got the weaves and the lashes and all of that. The woman over here, she got a whole bonnet on. But that cellulite, them stretch marks, them baby mama arms, the fatness of the feet, all of that be like.
No, that's men are not necessarily attracted to cellulite.
Man, grown ass women be looking.
You
cap support.
That's first of all.
Child support.
Yeah, that's you gonna end up on child support.
I'll say this, yo, because like I really want to answer to it instead of doing like a part 3 or a part 4 to this.
Okay,
it's like the morality, the actual morality of the child support system. Is it going to provide more, or is it going to provide less for children? Is it going to provide more for mothers, or is it going to take away less from women? Like, is it a continued crutch to where we can never, ever get to a place? Because it's like this. Say we abolished it. The abolishment of child support to me means that, hey, you better pay attention to what the fuck you gonna do, because hey, if you have a baby by an ain't shit nigga, then that's what you got to deal with.
It would actually get worse.
I agree. That's my dilemma, Smith.
It would. I agree with you. It would get worse, but it would get better.
No, it would get worse and then it would get worse.
No, it wouldn't.
How would it get better?
You don't think women's capacity to grow over time would necessarily grow? So
they're growing all right. They're 300 pounds, but go ahead.
Wow, that's
they already having less kids right now. This is not hard, man.
Well, when it comes down to that, it's who's holding them accountable to that?
Smitty, here's the deal. It's supposed to be over here, the leaders in the community, men.
Mm-hmm.
And men say, man, they are fighting to give up leadership and say the women are the leaders because they're responsible for the kids.
So
didn't you stick your meat in there? Didn't you voluntarily ask and lead and direct and hold her hand and walk her into the bedroom and slide your meat in there? You're a leader then. Then it's victim time. Well, the woman ain't accountable. Fighting to be women and be victims. Now it's the woman's fault.
Hold on.
Now they're leaders.
Hold on. Because I even heard the applause on that one.
No, I'm just saying, I dusted off some sounds earlier this morning on the same topic. Oh, go ahead.
That's the only nuanced take on it, is men aren't stepping up to the plate. That's the only topic. So men are failing.
No, what place are they stepping up to?
Black men have been considered on recent studies to be the most
I'm not talking about all
in their kids' lives.
No, I'm saying the men who are stepping up, either one, don't have kids. They're not sticking their meat in the wigosaurs. The other ones are sticking their meat places where you might actually be okay and you can make a good decision. Sit down and say, hey, let's work this out. I'm going to see Junior Tuesday and Thursday, or let's just try to stay together and make it work. Mm-hmm. Then there's Clown Jenkins and them. Hey, man, let's run a train on the Wiganisha.
That's a fact.
I got next. Condom, what are those? Then it's the system's fault.
I enjoyed every moment too,
bro. Real rap. I say this to you a couple times, Smitty. I just personally, I've never met a man on child support from a woman that he didn't regret.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend like that now.
Well,
he made a bad decision. He admitted
from the same thing. I stay in Michigan or whatever. So I work in like the manufacturing plants and things of that nature. So like I've been around people who've worked in plants for like 17 to 20 years. I've worked around and managed truckers who've worked in trucking for like 20 to 25 years. And life still happens to them. And women can still be like bitter. Now, is it a man versus woman type thing? This is what I said we should have the rabbit hole conversation about, because it's like, well, why are women leaving and why are men leaving? And I think that that's a caveat that we don't really even pay attention to.
Because I feel like it's irrelevant.
Absolutely irrelevant.
It's irrelevant as to why people are leaving.
It has nothing to do with child support.
It has a lot to do with child support.
No, I know what narrative you're about to say is not true.
And the thing to where a woman, where we're talking about statistics, where a woman can walk, where women are walking out of the home at a 70 to 80% rate out of marriage, especially in the Black community. Well, mainly in the Black community, which is where those statistics come from.
Go ahead, and I'd like to respond. Continue.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Son. Go ahead.
Well, if women are leaving at a high level, does that mean that all those men are trash, or does that mean that women expect more? And then there's like these things to consider. Do you want just regular amenities as opposed to what our grandfathers and grandmothers had? They had stoves, they had power on in the house, and then rent was paid. And anything else other than that was pretty much extra. If you went to McDonald's and, back when McDonald's burgers were like 30 cents a pop, that was still considered to be a fucking luxurious night out, as opposed to now. Now we look at that thing, and I don't want to jump into the diet thing or whatever, but it's like, what is making us better as a people? Because child support isn't, welfare isn't. What are we doing collectively as people besides complaining and not doing the things that we don't think that we should do?
I gladly respond. Here's the deal, because we're supposed to be collective, some kind of community, and where all of us are holding hands and talking to each other. Hey, how's your day going, buddy? Hey, how the kids?
Didn't say that, but continue.
That is not going to happen. Now you got the people over here who want to do, and you got a whole bunch of victims and clowns and dustums over there who want to tell the people what to do. Now they want to be in charge and tell people with money and all this. Hey, y'all need to cut. No. But anyway, here's how this works. What they're saying, because I'm on lots of panels, because it was entertaining coming on panels and stuff and dusting off some of the women, the fat Wigosaurus masculine baby mamas and whatever. Then I started hearing too much crying from the men. I was like, hold up. Let me take a break from dusting off these Wigosaurus. What in the hell is these dudes talking about? Man, I went raw in the chicken and the system called, man. It's the women. I'm like, oh, dude, you stuck your meat in a Wigosaur who had 3 kids by 4 different dudes. Mm-hmm. 2 of them were in the parking lot. One of them just unzipping his pants. What decisions are you making? But anyway, Here's the deal. What they're saying is, well, if women make it man, they get all the money from child support. They're incentivized to lead the families and break up the. Okay. So if that was the case, I can go up to New York on Wall Street and it'd be a whole bunch of baby mamas running Wall Street. Like, yeah, we're doing it big because it's financially, I guess, great. So the net worth of women, they'd be up top somewhere. Mm-hmm. Wrong. Women make decisions based on emotions because that's who they are. That's what men take advantage of, how they get them into bed and get them raw dogged anyway. Mm-hmm. Man be man, woman be woman. Mm-hmm. That doesn't change. So if she wants to step in a masculine role and walk off out there, that's who she was anyway, and you knew it. She wanted to get somebody like me or somebody else, and they couldn't get him, so they were stuck dealing with you and your dry, crusty meat. And you had no other option, my friend. So stuck meat in there, volunteer for the system. The dudes aren't making all this money. All of them ain't making $276,000 a year. And the women are driving BMWs off the system.
That's 10% of men, yeah. So
not even
that's lower. 200,000 is lower.
More like 3%.
Yeah.
But the way they're painting this picture is if the women sat down and had a board meeting on wigs.com. Excuse me, how are we going to do this? I'm trying to move out. I'd like a 5-bedroom, 8-bathroom house. Let's go find us some men who work at AutoZone and have them get us pregnant. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. That to do is the higher the income, the less likely they are to stick their meat in Wigosaurus. So it's not like they're walking around and it's a dude in 3 BMWs pulling over into the hood. That's not true. It's usually Claytron from up the block, and he got 4 more kids in 4 different states.
Well, I would disagree with you on that though, and the reason I would disagree with you on that is because, all right, if there's 50% of us that don't meet women's standards on a regular basis, it's like if you take dating at percentages or whatever, a man is more likely to take the average woman and put her at a 50 percentile, to where a woman is more likely to take a dude that will probably be on the 50 percentile and put him down low. Like, yo, I'm not messing with you.
What city are you in?
A bunch of women.
That's why we are not talking about child support right now.
A bunch of women have a bunch of babies by the same dudes, bro.
And which dudes are these?
Attractive dudes who are
not. Which dudes are these? Not. What dudes are these?
Say it. I mean, like you keep saying, not. Like, bro, like, are you about to sing a song or give me the statistics?
It's usually Claytron, Delquan, and Big C in them from up the block.
Mm-hmm.
If you go over
Claytron,
so the poverty-stricken amongst us are the people who are creating the most babies.
Yes. That's why the niggas saying they can't pay child support. That's why they whining about it.
Y'all niggas are wilding.
That is true.
What's the names again?
But even in that,
Marquavius.
So all right, let's take our Tyrones and Tyreses out of the people that you're talking about, right?
Okay. Very few of the other men have kids.
Those are the main people who are procreating. What is
these two niggas over here yawning at the same time
earlier? But because you're going back down this rabbit hole, who do you think is at a larger facet? Do you think that there are more people that live in poverty, or do you think that there are more people who live in the median income?
More live in the median income. However, where are the kids being born? And I'll even tell you this. These are even middle class women.
Wait.
New phenomenon is this.
Wait.
Pregnant by a ghost dad.
There goes your answer for the 20 to 25% of men making the most children, making the majority of children.
I didn't disagree with that. That's true.
No. I'm telling Driscoll earlier. He was saying he didn't know if he could believe that. Though just gave you the numerical equation for why that's correct. Because most of the children are being born to poor people. and not those men that are in the median class.
Yeah, Driscoll. Easy put. I grew up. You're from Virginia somewhere. I grew up in Georgetown. You know what Georgetown looks like?
Yeah,
they're married. Yeah, they're married. Not a lot of kids.
Right.
Go to Diggs Park.
Class typically is 2-3 kids at the max.
Go to Diggs Park, Oakleaf Park, downtown Newport News. Anything off of Compostela is a whole bunch of just kids, just random.
That's true.
Just random bunch of kids, and ain't no men over there.
No daddies. You're right.
Multiple kids.
Because
is pregnant.
A multitude of women find the same type of man attractive, and then they're having sex with the same type of dude.
Street niggas, though.
Now hold on.
It was the
it's different. This goes in classes. Wiganisha can't come over there to Georgetown and go get pregnant.
No, because hypergamy exists.
No, that's hypergamy too.
Hypergamy exists. So you can be at a median level income, and if you're a dude, you can go pick up somebody from fucking McDonald's, bro.
Mm-hmm. Very few of them dudes are doing it, and dudes who are that are higher than
bro. You're a wild dude, bro. You're
more likely they are to put the condom on.
That's why I was respecting them.
Hear me out. If that wasn't true,
that's why I argue.
Higher class men would. You see dudes pulling up in the club, BMWs, Mercedes with car seats in the back. You don't see that.
Look, Dusto, this is the thing that niggas don't be wanting to acknowledge, bro. Those men are sigmas, right? Depending on who you listen to, a sigma is a step above an alpha, right? Because the thing about a sigma is he's a loner. That's the difference. The alpha dude operates within a squad, within a unit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote family structure.
Well, I think you got that. I think you kind of got that confused because Omega stands above a sigma. But
actually, those men wear condoms. Not only do they wear condoms, not only do they wear condoms, but they also have a class of women that they're not sticking their meat in. They just say, no. Because you got her in your house, you got her in your property. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Bro, I'll ask you this, though. And I know everybody ain't on Drake's level, but why did Drake start putting hot sauce in his condoms?
Entertainers is different. I'll explain this.
It's not the same.
Entertainment income and class.
I said he's different. I made that clear.
Yeah, entertainment class is different because you got your Brandon Marshalls. Well, no, he got others, but you got certain entertainers that are dusty and joining gang, doing all kind of crazy stuff as millionaires. That's different. But if you're talking about high class, like business owners and people who actually built themselves up, that's a little different. They're usually not, they're less inclined to make reckless decisions. That's how they got there to begin with. Segment of the alpha and partner.
Hold on, let me fix it.
To be honest, I don't even know the definition of an alpha. I don't know none of this.
That's what I said earlier, Dusto. I hate getting into that conversation because everybody think they are alpha. And
Wait, Driscoll. Put it back up one more time and let Smitty respond to it.
The alpha and sigma are on par with each
because Omega's at the bottom. Like, I don't give a fuck about your chart. Fuck
you
your
just
chart.
said it was at the top. I'm confused.
Those are.
I'm confused. You just said Omega was above alpha.
Those are well, you know what?
I barely know the fraternities like that.
But I tell you what, bro. Like I said to you before, if you want to have me on your show, and
no, I want you to acknowledge right now. It's okay for you to be
Hold
wrong.
I
guess you light skin with long hair don't mean you right all the time, brother.
I guess you act like this is a reputable source. Wait, anybody could have made this chart, bro.
They could have. So now we're gonna address the sources, right? That's what we're gonna do. Because we can't be wrong, so it gotta be something wrong with the source.
It's a random picture.
All right. Well, hey, guess what, bro? You're right. You're right. I'm at because I'm Omega at the end of it. I'm the most lonerist type guy that exists.
Well, that ain't true because you got a wife.
I'm still a loner when it comes down to dealing with other people.
I think you're probably more of an alpha. Because you,
I appreciate that. I appreciate you giving me that. But
bro, you're a leader. You're a leader who's proven that you not only can you lead effectively, but you work well in a group. Your life has shown
I
that.
don't work well effectively in a group. Like you ask why End Time Soldiers ended is me. Like, bro, I'm not the best leader in the world, bro.
I mean,
Like,
well, I could be wrong, but
like
I'm just saying.
I can own up to the fact that I'm not the greatest human being in the world or whatever. I tend to do things by my lonesome. Driscoll encourages the fuck out of me, and then even being in panels with y'all, it encourages me to go harder because I'm like, yo,
yeah,
these are people that I can talk to. Like Dusto, man, I agree with you on such a high basis. I gotta be on your show one day.
Hold on, wait. Let me say this real quick because I don't want to forget it. Look, first of all, shout out to
the Duster Sphere is a little bit different.
Lakia, right? Because I don't think people understand. Like the back and forth that me and her had, to me, that's normal, right? Like that's nothing. I like to debate. And I don't put debate on gender. So I like to go back and forth. I like to prove points. I like to win. I like all of that stuff. So it was like there's no hatred or none of that type of stuff going on. But I will say the biggest reason why that is because she fine. If she was ugly, it would have went a whole nother way. We cannot, look, this cannot be undersold because we keep talking about what accountability looks like. Accountability is knowing where you rank in life. Accountability is knowing what you qualify for. That's a part of it. So we got to make sure that we push that. But hold on real quick.
Driscoll just put up final thoughts, and I want to ask Family Values a question before the end of this, but go ahead.
Well, Driscoll, remember what we did at the end of my interview with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. You know how many people I did that with? None. Right? So that shows you the level of respect and value and appreciation that I have for what y'all have.
Hey, how many of them were
That's why it's so amazing to me when you say that she get pushback.
How many of them were married?
One.
They don't count as married.
I want to say two.
Okay.
I want to say two.
Big factor, and there was nobody to do it with.
Because I really want to.
But it did. But bro,
into this and have a caveat.
It's not the same between man A met girl B and they went out for 2 weeks and they kissed and there was sparks and everything was just perfect from that point on. Bro, when people overcome odds, that's the magic. That's living magic. That's the beauty of life. When you
that's reality.
Things, right? Because it gets shunned so much, it gets put down so much, right? That's why I'm very defensive of me because I know I'm a human being before I'm a man. Before I'm a man, before I'm black, before I'm any of that, I'm a human being. I am a part of the living experience, which is being a human, right? We are sharing an experience. And so what I have learned, even through just being on YouTube, when I came on YouTube, I came like everybody else. Black women need to be held accountable. And my mama was mean to me. And these women. But I thought I was the only one. Once I started seeing all of these other channels of men holding women accountable, I was like, well, shit, I don't got to do it, right? And that's what made me start shooting the docuseries to highlight women's experiences to say, fellas, I was begging the women to look at what we go through. Stop judging us where we are in that life. Right? And look at where we've come from. So now I think it's on us to not so much judge them where they are, but understand where they come from. So we as a community can empathize, be understanding, and help each other moving forward and have a more prudent future. Right. Sure. And so that's what I was doing with the docuseries. And now I just take it upon myself to be like that with everybody, bro. Because
I love that.
Never know what somebody is going through. Real quickly, and I'm almost done. My little brother deleted himself last year. He set himself on fire sitting in his car. outside his baby mama house. His baby mama wouldn't let him in to see his kids, all that. He had never been through nothing like that before. It was very sudden when she broke up with him. He grabbed the gas can out of his house, went to her house, poured gas all over himself, set himself on fire. Hours later, he was gone. And I felt like a piece of crap because he used to call me a lot, and I never really called him. I always be stuck in my own little world battling with PTSD and depression and anxiety. And so what I realized is when I started going through his social media, it was little things on his social media that we could have been paying attention to that would have let us know he was in the mindset to do something like that, but we didn't. And that's what I'm saying. We got to listen to people, right? As much as I could say that man in that video could have made a different choice, I'm listening and I hear the pain. That's the first thing I hear. I hear the pain in his voice for him to even be in a situation and have to speak to his child like that. So I sympathize with the child. I even sympathize with the mother for having to be around her kid while he goes through that. But I definitely still empathize with the man as well.
Hey, look,
Everybody deserves that.
just branching out to you, bro. If you ever want to do that topic, especially when it's off of the basis of us doing the whole child support thing, I'll always jump on your show, bro. So if you
No
need
doubt.
if you need any of my social medias or anything of that nature, I'll add them
Put it in the
to
back chat right now. I'll sub to everything you got going on.
for sure.
Put it in the back chat right
And
now, man. Everybody here, welcome, bro. Debate is good, bro. That's how we get to solutions.
and
Everything
I had a question for family values, and I also had a question for Lakia.
troll hybrid.
All right, let's get that question, and then we're gonna get into our final thoughts.
Yes.
When it comes down to it, you guys know my idea about it. If we were to abolish, let's say, welfare in whole, as women, do you think that that would be better for the Black community or worse for it?
All right, before they answer, I'm gonna let Lakia go ahead so we can get her out of the fire and she can answer and give her final thoughts.
I think that honestly it's not going to change anything. I feel like if you said welfare in general, so I'm going to say I feel like people, like I said earlier, people will start talking to each other more and reevaluating their decisions, but ultimately I feel like it's not going to really solve anything, not right away anyway. To answer your question. And my final thoughts are, always a pleasure being on the forum with you guys and definitely debating and everything else. And it's been 6 hours. Wow. But no, definitely looking forward to doing it again. Always great content for the community and for the people. And I'm always here.
What's your links? Where we find you at?
Keeping it real with Lakia on YouTube.
Say less. All right, we appreciate you coming out. We're gonna get you on out of here. You know you family though. You always
love you like a sis, Lakia. Look forward to talking to you again, yo.
Absolutely. Talk to you.
Blessed weekend.
You too.
See you. Love you.
All right, and Jazz, I guess we'll save your answer for last. Matter of fact, and we can get you out of here. Let's get you out of here. Go ahead.
To answer your question, yes, I think, well, it's not a yes or no question. I do think if welfare was abolished, it would benefit us women. Our whole family structure would benefit from it. It would be ugly at first. I do agree that it won't look nice at first, but the generation coming up, they're going to be more careful about who they lay with. They're going to be more careful about the decisions that they make. So families will be marriage would be prioritized because that will be the only way that they could adequately provide for their children. So and then we would see less single mother homes, less fatherless homes. A lot of things would help our community I mean, we would see nuclear families. So I do think welfare is not good for us as a whole, and it should become a lot stricter. I do agree with that. But if it was abolished, I don't think I'm not crying over it. I think it would definitely help our community. But my last thoughts are, I truly appreciate being on my husband's panel. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I had a great conversation with you guys. I thank you all for having these conversations and being vulnerable and talking about your personal situations, because we don't know who's listening. We don't know who's gaining from this. And although sometimes it may look like we're not getting in any value from it, I believe that God has us here for a reason, and having these conversations will help our culture. So thank you for having me on, and you can find me at Family Values TV, on Instagram and YouTube.
Love you, sis, and it was good talking to you.
Yep,
Love you too.
appreciate you. Always a pleasure. Catch you later.
All right.
All right. Mr. Podcast. Final thoughts,
That's
please.
why I want to say y'all weak, man. 60, y'all crying over 6 hours, bro. We used to do 12-hour streams and then start another one. All right.
I'm trying to get on your level. I'm trying to get on your level, bro. I'm catching up a little bit.
No, but man, I'm telling you, God, I ain't even no spiritual person, bro. But God, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, all of them, bro. The universe, sometimes they be in your path, they be looking out for you, because I definitely couldn't wait to come home and jump on and do a panel about this. And then I didn't even have to, because you already had one put together for me. So I really appreciate that. I'm sure I got a better conversation over here than I would have got on my channel. Because a lot of this is rhetorical. You know, we've been over these subjects a lot.
And your channel ratchet, bro.
Huh?
Yeah, your audience ratchet.
Yeah, my audience is definitely they like, look, what's the new thing, nigga? Like, we heard, okay, nigga, you don't like child support. What else, right? So, but definitely, though, this was super dope, man. Shout out to Lakia. Like, I like them transfers of energies. I don't know about nobody else, bro. That back and forth do not bother me at all. Shout out to the other sister that was up earlier too, singled out. Just be patient. Your man will be coming in about 10 more years.
Hey, much love for you though, Beans. Yo, you know I love you, bro.
That's really me. I'm really the comedian. You know what I'm saying? So, but sometimes I do allow myself to get triggered. But shout out to Driscoll and Smitty, right? Me and Smitty, we gonna have our back and forth, because we both at the top of the food chain. He's an alpha, I'm a sigma. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna go back and forth. He light skinned, I'm dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? He married, I'm in a relationship. You know, we got the total contrast. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna always be in respect, no matter what, man. I want people to understand that. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, no matter how aggressive or whatever it might sound like, man, these topics they important to us, bro. And a lot of us have emotional connections to these subjects, and so you might see a little bit of aggression. You might see some heated exchanges, but man, I love all these people. Like I said, I got the utmost respect.
Hey, I know you said you was gonna do a show tonight. If you want to do a show tonight, bro, I'm still up. So,
boy, I'm about to jump on. What you talking about?
What you mean, bro? Let's go.
I'm about to go over to my stream and start the show. I was supposed to start it 4 hours ago. Like, I'm still gonna do it because I ain't got no other choice. But
put your link in the back. I think I followed you. I think I follow you already.
Back here for you, bro. Like,
yeah, I jump in that shit too, bro. Much love, bro. Like I said this when you first came in. I said, bro, it ain't no panel unless my nigga Beans in this bitch, bro.
That's how it be though. Sometimes it's some conversations that I made perfectly for somebody.
You
know what I'm saying?
made
And that's
this
why I
one.
made sure when I did my docuseries, that's why I made sure I reached out to Family Values, but also reached out to Driscoll to be a part of it, right? Because I wanted to highlight the marriage, the bond, and everything, right? Specifically, right? We have to highlight the peoples. I highlight myself. Nobody gotta highlight me. But the people matter, bro. That's the one thing I know about life. I don't give a fuck how much money you got. If I said you got $1 billion, but you have to be on an island by yourself and can never have human contact again, you wouldn't take that billion.
What you gonna spend it on?
Exactly right. That all the Amazon shit you order, they flying and dropping it off to you. You wait, can you stop for a minute? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like nobody don't want to be alone. People are amazing, bro. Like seriously, when you really take the moment to get to know them, it'll be things about everybody that you don't like. But in general, everybody has an amazing quality, something I think that can touch your life in a good way.
Oh, bro, I'm about to catch all the hell from this conversation from
I'm
him.
dropping the link in the back chat right now. It's your boy Beans, aka Lil Podcast. I got a new channel. It's called Lil Podcast Produced It. I'm trying to build that one up so we can get monetized and do exclusive content because they took my monetization from the other channel talking about I didn't transform videos and I was doing the same thing everybody else was doing. But I think they was just hating on me because I use the F word a lot. The FAG word a lot. So, I think that's really why they did it to me.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But salute to you, man. I appreciate y'all. And the next baby y'all have, just make sure y'all name it after me. All right.
Love you podcast, bro.
Hey, real quick before you go to, man, keep posting them beats because eventually you're gonna post the good one and I'm gonna go ahead and rip it.
And man, this is what I'm talking about. This is the disrespect I be talking about right now, bro. Okay, all my beats is good. I don't even post the whack ones. That's what's so crazy. I keep all the whack ones. You know what? I got something for. I'm glad you said that. I got something for you, bro. I'm about to try to see if I can send it to you.
Hey yo, you don't even know what's about to happen because Driscoll might join me right now, bro. We might even just start some shit right now. Go ahead and get it started.
I wish y'all would stop playing to come on.
Start it, bro. Start it. Go ahead and start it, bro.
The link in the back, so I win on y'all. Hey, Dusto, my man, the link for you too, Dusto. If you ain't doing nothing, come on over. You know I rock with you though, bro. Dusto's show is hilarious. I can't stand him. I'm out of here.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Dusto, you up, baby. Appreciate you for coming through.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of what's left over of what people used to call this fictional organization called the Black community. Hear me, hear ye well. We cannot depend on someone else to get things done. Oh, when the government changes the laws in 2046, we's gonna be no. Oh man, when these women start to no. Oh, when these men's is no. Take care of your fitness, take care of your family, take care of your finances. Do whatever you have to do and make a decision that you're gonna win. Or you will be a victim. That's just how this works. Work on your emotional intelligence. Make sure you're feeding your mind positive energy. And if none of that works, troll everybody that you see. My name is Dusto. Thank you for participating in this Dustathon. Everyone have a good night.
Appreciate you, bro. How do we find your channel, bro? How we find you on here?
If you're looking for me, any panel where they're having regular conversations or dusty conversations, you'll see this big, bald, shiny head just pop up and start trolling and clowning people because they don't have anything to talk about half the time anyway.
What's the name of the
you can find me on the Black Man Unfiltered network. My show is called The Dustosphere. It's 30 minutes of improv style comedy. It's Thursdays at 7 p.m. Go back and watch some of the previous videos. Just look up Black Men Unfiltered Dustosphere. Quite interesting. And we're actually looking for new talent. Anybody that got jokes, anybody got new ideas. Because
much love to you, bro. And it was amazing meeting you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Check out Dusto's channel. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Know you ain't a stranger over here, and we're gonna come check you out very soon. All right, brother Smitty. Last but certainly not least.
You already know who I am. I am the bad guy in the conversation, especially when it comes down to child support. Libertarian extraordinaire, Got a channel getting ready to come up pretty soon. More than likely in the next episode that we do, I'll be sharing the channel. I'm going to have some reactionary content put out for you. I appreciate you so much, Driscoll, for having me in the Church of Heathens, because this is exactly where I belong.
Woo! I love it, man. And you are absolutely right. And right here before the public, as Bishop of the Church of Heathens, I anoint you Pastor of Church of Heathens.
Hey, let's go.
Let's go. Pastor of Church of Heathens, you know you are welcome here any time, man. Nothing but love. We go way back. So congratulations. Tell a friend. Shout out to you for starting your channel. Show for nothing. Show about nothing. Everybody check them out. Make sure you link us in the chat so people know where to find you. And of course, you will not be a stranger over here either.
Love you, man. Appreciate it all.
And tell us where to find you.
You can find me currently right now at Jess_look_homie on IG. And then after I get my YouTube page completely 100% running, then I'll add that to that. And then I'm also going to have another IG added to that. So that way you guys can catch a little bit of background footage before we get these shows started and things of that nature. So
right, man.
I really enjoyed being here. Like tonight, man, it's like what the past 3 episodes have just been impactful.
Oh yeah, we on fire, bro. We got something going.
Let's fail until we succeed.
I like it. Hey man, well, nothing but love to you, grace to you. Enjoy your weekend and kiss that wife and kids for me. Tell them I send my love.
Much love, baby.
All right, bro. And to the rest of y'all, my heathens all across the world, I appreciate you for joining me here in another edition of the Church of Heathens. Man, it's been an amazing topic, amazing panelists. I just can't wait to get here before you again in fellowship with my heathen congregation. Nothing but love. Enjoy your weekend. We will be back at the latest next Friday with a special guest, my boy Deontay, to talk about church hurt, prophecy, and spiritual gifts. You do not want to miss this. This guy got a message for the next generation. All right. Without further ado, we out of here. Salute to you. This has been another edition of the Church of Heathens. Until next time, grace and blessings.
If you can only look beyond the surface and see the purpose.
Look beyond the surface.
I never told the world that I was perfect, but God is working.
Come on.
They don't understand the life I live. They don't understand the life I live.
I said I'm not perfect.
They don't understand the life I live. They don't understand the life I live.
Understand that God's work.
They don't understand the life I live. They don't understand the life I live.
Still working.
They don't understand the life I live. They don't understand the life I live. They say old habits die hard, mine looking immortal. This Mortal Kombat, Reaper standing center the portal. As I'm fighting for my life, demons ain't being cordial. Every leap of faith I make, it's like I trip on a hurdle. I feel the devil so close that he inhaling my air, and the essence of his presence is oppression and fear. Once you push that fear aside, it should make you aware. The distraction is to stop you, cause your miracle's near. No need to push my life back if my doom wasn't reached. The blood of Jesus, what he chooses to feast. I feed some truth to that leech. Taste this victory and fill up your cup. Watch the inheritance just fill me back up. I'm never quitting my assignment. Nah, blood sucker, ain't quitting my assignment. No.